Hello, hello, hello. Are we live? Are we going live? I feel like I should have like an intro, right? But that's the intro. It's just like, hey, is my tech working? Because a lot of times it's not. Hey, everybody. Hey, Laser. Yeah, we've missed you, Laser. We've missed you in chat. I've been wondering. Hey, Texas. You guys keep saying 48 old. Can you say something? I mean, like, as far as like me with tech, I'm just like, my brother jokes that I'm like 100 years old when it comes to tech. Hey, Toonimations. Hey, Boots. Guys. Boots, is it okay if I show the art that you sent me on stream, by the way? Just, sorry, not to put you on the spot, but is it okay if I showcase? Like, can I show everybody? I know I posted it on the tab, so I assume, I hope so, because I posted it on the community tab. Okay, cool. Everybody, hang on 1 second while everybody's coming in. Hey, Allie. Hey, Matilda. Hey, Patrick. I don't know if you're in the chat right now, but thank you for being here and being early. You guys, this came in my PO box from Boots. Hang on, let's see if I can pull it up so I can actually see what you're seeing. Can we talk about how cute this is? This is adorable. I have this up, like, where everybody can see it. It says Avery Fox about stuff. I love foxes. It's got a yellow flower, which is my favorite. It's got the mug. It's got the glasses. It's adorable. Hey, Adriel. That is so, isn't it cute? I love it, Boots. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. It is genuine. Like, I have it up. I have these two little, they're like side dressers that my mom didn't want. So I have them in my room, and they're on either side of my bookshelf. And I have this is leaning up on top of one of them because I just want it to be somewhere where I can always see it in a central place. Hey, Pizza. Yeah, it's so cute. Words can't describe how cute this is. So thank you again. I appreciate this. And all mail that gets sent to me. I'm actually gonna put it back because I want it to be in its little special spot. But I just needed to show everybody that because it's adorable. Okay. But yeah, that was amazing. That made my whole year. Thank you for all the videos. Oh, thank you guys for watching the videos. I'm so glad people watch these videos because I'm like, I think back to when I started and I was like, no one's gonna watch this, but it's fine. And then like, I realized how much I liked doing it. And the truth is, I wouldn't really, it would be kind of weird if I was just like doing it and nobody was here. So I'm glad that there's somebody to do them for. Oh my gosh. YouTube is being a little bit strange right now, but so cute and wordplay. I love it. I know, right? Hey, Caffey Tune. I've seen the Babysitters Club Netflix series. No, I didn't know that existed until today, honestly. I don't really remember much about the Babysitters Club. I know I read like 1 or 2 of them, but I wasn't like super into it for some reason as a kid. I was always like, I just had this thing where I was just like, I'm not into what the other girls are into. I went through like that phase, so I feel like that was unfortunately part of it. But I'm very excited to get to experience this because it's wonderful. So this was sent to me, I believe, by Patrick. I'm trying to remember who sent No, I found this this is one of the ones I found at Goodwill. I'm actually going back to Goodwill tomorrow because I want to go root out some more books. But yeah, this was a find that I found. This is Babysitters Club number 68. I don't know how many there were, but I know there were a lot of them. It was like Nancy Drew. This is Jessi and the Bad Babysitter. I don't remember. Milo! I was hoping you were here. I was like, Milo's here. I know Milos has been specifically requesting this one ever since I found it. My sister is some of these. Hey, Bort, welcome. Your username reminds me of if anybody's ever been to Universal Studios, or I think it was just from an episode of Simpsons, where they're like, where they write Bart's name as Bort, and then they're like, who's, or no, they find the name Bort on like the keychain license plate things at the gift shop, and then they're like, whose name is Bort? And then you hear, we are out of Bort license plates. I repeat, we are out of Bort license plates at the gift shop. Oh, I love drawing too. Maybe I should just do draw streams at some point. I'm not a super great artist, but I do like doing it, and I love Stitch. Stitch is adorable. I'm trying to read the username. Sanitance? That's probably wrong. Hello, I'm glad you're here. A pizza that giant for the simple huddle masses. My brother has asked that I start using the entirety of the username. Camera? We're not doing this today. No, sir. My brother says it's too good of a username to only use the word pizza, so. A pizza that giant for the simple huddle masses. I remember reading the ones about younger sister. The one and had glasses. Yeah, I don't even remember. Like, I didn't remember that there was one named Jessi until I found this book. I'm hoping to find more of them tomorrow when I go to Goodwill, because usually there's a ton of these in Goodwill because there's just so many of them printed. One of the girls babysitting kid, I think. Might have been when I read it. I'm looking ever since every time. There's club books. Interesting. I do know that Babysitter's Club was big on tackling like topics that other children's books didn't like to go near, and that was like part of their success. Speaking of Universal, why it's win a trip to Universal Studio, details inside. I love these old paperbacks. Oh, home video collection. Look for these all new episodes. That's why haven't we done? I think I just forgot about the show or the videos, because really should do. They'd make great videos for the just regular videos for the channel. I remember that one. Anna Morton also wrote a novel called According to the Universe about an autistic character who shared some traits with the autistic character from BCS. Oh, that's adorable. I love that. I love representation. Representation is so cool. And the Babysitter's Little Sister series, because I thought Karen was so annoying. She was a Karen. Was she a Karen before Karen's? Where nobody knows how to read it, but that was as good as I've ever heard. Okay. I tried. I'm sorry. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good day so far. I've had a good day. I've just gotten some editing done. I'm working on the Whodunit video that Natasha and I filmed weeks ago, and I keep putting off releasing it because there's just been other things. And by the way, I'm gonna run out of time before actual Halloween before I get to all the Halloween themed things that I'm doing. So thank God we do Halloween all year round, because it's gonna be like November 10th, and I'm just gonna be like, hey, here's another trick-or-treating type thing. Like, that's gonna happen because I planned for it. And then my whole everything fell apart, and I went down to one video a week for the past 3 weeks. Oh well. Illness, moving, and divorce. We need tissues for this. I don't know. I don't remember any of this. School book series at my school were always Goosebumps or Animorphs, never Babysitters. Yeah, I feel like Babysitters had like this stigma of being like, oh, that's the lesser art that the preteen girls are into, and it's just like, that's dumb. I'm glad we've all grown out of. Well, I hope we've mostly grown out of this attitude as a group. Yeah, this is random. It sucks. We really see Native. It's true. No, it's really true. Tunimation says, I know this is random, but you know it sucks. We rarely get to see Native American protagonists in animation. It's really true. We need to see more of that. Proto Karen, early model Karen, Karen Tron. A mature novel, then her BSC books ended pretty badly. Really resonated with some of my experience as an autistic, which I don't. That's really fascinating. I'm glad. Thank you for sharing that. I'm glad when there's representation that's positive representation and allows us to see ourselves in characters. Um, I'm good, Laser. How are you? Did you happen, Laser? If you haven't seen the video that we posted last night, I think you're going to very much like it. It's a Scooby-Doo movie where they're in Australia and there's a lot of bad Australian accents. I don't think this particular book is one of the sad ones. Okay. SBSC book is probably the one. Oh. Oh, that sounds sad. I'll look though. If I see any more when I'm at Goodwill tomorrow, if I see any more as I'm looking around for more nostalgic books, I will definitely keep an eye out for Babysitter's Club if we like reading them. Hey Patrick. This book does predate you and me. Yep, predates a lot of us, I think. So every day could be Halloween. Ooh, here it is for sure. Oh. Really good, but really messed up. That sounds really messed up. Also 1995. Keep their Christmas decorations year round, right? In media, has anyone who's seen? I have not seen that. I will look it up. I've seen some of Anton National content. Yep, first commentary with Maddie. And yeah, Anton's been on the channel. Natasha's obviously been on the channel. My friend Travis Gilbert from well, it used to be Curious Tangents, but now his channel is just his name, Travis Gilbert, has been on the channel twice. He's really cool. My mom has obviously been. I have a whole playlist called Avery and Friends for all the videos that are just me with co-hosts. It's really fun. And Daniel was obviously on the channel last week, and then an upcoming video with Nate from Scoobytopia, which I'm excited about. But anyway, how many of these books were here? While we're talking about this, I'm gonna go log this onto our Goodreads page. I watched it in school for the first time. We were studying how media can affect minorities. That's really interesting. It's something that doesn't get talked about enough. So that's really sad that it has to be taught, but glad that we're teaching it, you know. That's good. Come on. Like, my computer, you have no reason to be slow because I remembered to reboot this time, so you should be working like a charm. Ew, I just did the Trump hands thing. I didn't like that I did that. I'm lucky to have a teacher at my school who's passionate about teaching a social justice class. That's really amazing. Yeah, we need more of that. Because, like, honestly, I've talked about it a lot. Like, the history that's taught in, like, curriculum is barely history a lot of the time with the amount of revisionist stuff that we learn. Like, it's good that I'm glad that social justice classes are a thing. Ooh, can I show you guys something that is very small but gives me a ton of serotonin? So I'm going in and going through the process of logging all of the books that I've already collected so that we can have this Goodreads ultimately as a source for, like, because I know when you guys send me stuff, you want to know what I've already found and stuff. So it's a good resource for me to remind myself what I have, but it's also a good resource for anybody who's taking the time out of their day to mail me things to make sure that to just know, like, what's in the database. So changed, and I've logged 88 of the books. I've logged all the Scooby-Doos and all of the original Goosebumps, and I realized that I could set it up so that instead of it being on a list, I can have it in a grid where I see all of the art, and I love this. And it also just makes it way easier to use. So far from done cataloging that, but this is where we're at. We've cataloged 88 of the books that I found for stream. And I'm going to catalog Babysitter's Club 68. Pocahontas. Yeah, I know. I know that Pocahontas is pretty unanimously they disliked for its representation, which is very fair. The funny thing is, I never really had, like, I've obviously seen Pocahontas, but I never, like, it wasn't one of the Disney movies that I had, like, growing up. The first book in the series, if you want it, you must go on the quest. What is the quest? Hang on. Babysitter's Club. Yeah, so if anybody ever wants to know what we've collected and what we haven't, you can just go here to the Goodreads, and I'll probably post this link on the community tab, but here on our Goodreads, all books, the My Library all, and then you can search. And I like implementing Goodreads, not only because it's really fun to write the hard to type and talk at the same time. I'm not good at multitasking. It's really fun to write the reviews on stream, but it's actually just very helpful for me, even just me, to like keep track of like what we've read, what we haven't read, what we found. That's not a good way to look it up. Jessi and the Bad Babysitter. These are so like 80s, 90s. Don't you love it? Wait, I did something wrong. I know you're not getting fussy about the S. Are you getting fussy about the the? I know it's here. Just joking, there is no question on it. If you're willing to send it. Ooh, that was my neck. Hey David. I know there's been issues with that's totally cool. Send at your own time. Send if you don't want to. You don't ever have to send anything. Figure out why it's not coming up, but I appreciate you being able to, or being willing to send something at all. So take all the time you need. Club 36, 22. Here, let me just look for the ones with Jessi's name in it. There it is. Okay. This is not the cover that I have. Interesting. Let's see. I'm gonna log this one because this is the cover that I have. I'm not usually picky, but like this is the very like formulaic Babysitter's Club cover. So I'm gonna put it on the. No, I'm actually not gonna put it on the want to read. Well, I did, but I'm gonna put it on the currently reading and then the library all. There we go. We don't have any. We wrote our review for the last book we read, right? Yeah, we did. We did. Yeah, so there's been, I guess it's weird because like every time when I pick up packages at the post office, I'm always confused too because like and I think they're gonna start implementing a like automatic like return to sender policy for mine, at least, like for my location at least, when it comes to things not having enough postage. So I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of this because I don't want anybody's mail to get lost. That would make me sad if something that you sent me got lost. But It's, yeah, every time that I go and pick up, it's like, it was like, yeah, they were like, this postage is supposed to be $4, but it's not, it's whatever. So like, it's just like, okay, that's, now we're holding it in postage jail. And I'm just like, oh no, not postage jail. So I don't know, the post office does weird things, and I'm very, very sorry. Energy boy, but as an artist, for some weird reason, he draws circles. Well, I always like, I'm a doodler. Like, if I have to sit still for any amount of time, and I've done it like on these streams, like when we've been watching cutscenes for video games, and I've just like gotten to the point where I'm like, I've been sitting here for 4 hours and I just feel antsy. Where it's just like, I'll just sit here and doodle, and like sometimes I just like draw squiggles. Sometimes I draw little stick figures. Sometimes I just draw hearts. Sometimes I just like sign my name, but it's just like something to like occupy my hands when I'm like, oh gosh, I need something to do. Post office held a package of yours for what? 45 years? What? I have not gotten any of those yet, Patrick. They might be there when I go. I don't know when I'm gonna go, but I go about once a week, so I'll go at some point this upcoming week. They might also be being held in jail, so I'll have to go and jailbreak them. So, you know, I'll keep you posted. No pun intended, but there you go. But I just feel, I mean, I assume not, but I was like, what? I was like, if they held their package for 45 years, I think that's just stealing. That does the same as Wrinkle in Time. So postage jail. Oh, postage jail. It's okay. We'll work it out. I just feel bad. That's a hassle to you because I know you're like paying postage too. And they're like, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. And then like they were trying to tell me that there's like a different rate for a bound, like I should have known this, but like a bound book is like a different, this has happened when I've sent things too. It's like, oh well, the bound book rate is different from just like the regular, and I'm like, okay, I feel like I'm doing math now. I don't like math, but anyway, it's all good. We'll figure it out. You are you guys are all very, very sweet for sending mail. Well, I doodled poetry. Like I wrote poetry while in class doing other stuff, but also I think I copied poems I had memorized and constantly recited. I did that too. I mean, I just found recently a notebook full of terrible poems that I wrote when I was like 16. Because that's what I would do when I was like particularly anxious, which was all of the time, especially then. Also other doodles, yeah. I went through a phase when I was in my like I'm gonna journal phase in middle school. I went through this phase where it was like I made up this little alien character and I used to doodle him everywhere. Inspiring mail. Yes, we're talking about the complicated ins and outs of the American postal system. My letter I mailed you is apology. No, it's not your fault. It's just confused. Like it's confusing, and like the post office is so like underfunded. So I have a lot of patience with it, but it's also just like very confusing. Don't feel bad. You're the best. Poetry when I was a teenager too. Did we all just go through a we want to be poets in high school phase? Probably. And like still to this day, I'll like write things, but like at least I have the wherewithal. Nobody ever sees what I write. In books like that. And they didn't go to postage jail. Interesting. I wonder if it's like my post office. Yeah, I don't know. It maybe like does my post office like have something against like the certain kind of stand? I'm so confused. I have no idea what's happening. I don't do poetry. Okay. Okay, wag my tail. Mail, yes. Won a school contest for the poem, and then literally never wrote another one. Aw, cute. You should write more poetry. That was 3 of my knuckles. That was weird. Not flooded like some areas. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you guys were getting flooding anywhere. That's terrible. I'm sorry. But that's it. Yeah. I think poetry is one of those things like I think there's poetry for everybody. You just have to find like the specific kind of poetry because a lot of poetry is pretentious. But when you find something that really speaks to you, then you're gonna love it forever. Write as a hobby while drawing is what I do most of the time. Nice, nice, nice. I don't get as passionate as I used to. I feel that. I remember one of my tutors when I was on leave in 6th or 8th grade found a poem I wrote. And it turned in and was very concerned about my state of mind. Yeah, yeah. I feel like we were all emo kids together. Really starting to cut away. Yeah, I know that feeling. I forgot you and Daniel are recording together. I can't wait to hear that, Patrick. That's so exciting. Just fair enough because I was not okay. You know, we all went through. Some of us are currently going through the stage of not being okay. That's valid. Wait, one time, my house was a concerning doodle on my. Oh no. I don't have to work. Fingers crossed. Yeah. 10 mightier than the sword. Yeah. Yeah. You can accomplish a lot if you like therapy uses writing a lot for that reason, you know. And when I was in acting classes, like Chubbuck classes especially, basically would keep like these little journals and like it would help us like I've said like 65,000 times in the past 30 seconds, but just help us like get into our own minds. It's a really therapeutic thing. Putting a grape lining in, and then it's oh no. I doodled something one time and creeped out my youth pastor. I don't remember what it was. I'll remember it eventually. Meant as a joke, but I was feeling pessimistic about my test score. Mr. B didn't think so. Yeah. I had a very pessimistic sense of humor in high school, and it concerned people who didn't know me. It happened, but then also, same teacher suggested putting. Oh, that's awkward, David. I'm sorry. Okay. I always say every single time. Camera. Read the back of the book because I keep forgetting that I forgot to read the back of the book. This book is very loved, and I think that's one of my favorite things about collecting these, shall we say, vintage nostalgia books, is that I like when they have wear and tear. Honestly, like, obviously, the better the condition the book is in, great. But, like, when it has wear and tear, I just think about, like, this was probably taken to school with somebody or to camp or whatever. I thought World of Warcraft 2, and then I was like, that's not it. And then I was trying to reprocess in my brain. Um, I'm with you, Milo. Um, LMAO, imagine it's smoking just stuff about elves being trans. It wasn't anything like transphobic, just dark. Okay, well, at least it wasn't transphobic. Dark. Oh gosh, that's not what I meant to hit. Hang on, there we go. One day I'll figure this out. Vintage Nostalgia would be a great name for a band. Vintage Nostalgia, yes. It was just emo as shit. Okay, I mean, I wasn't sure what it meant. WOW, I immediately thought World of Warcraft, like Milo, and then I was like, that's surely not it. But then I was like, oh no, it's probably a bad thing. And I got concerned. A reception, sorry. All right, let's read the back of the book. Need a babysitter? Save time. Call the Babysitters Club and reach 7 experienced babysitters. Kristy Thomas, President. Claudia Kishi, Vice President. Mary Anne Spier, Secretary. And Stacey McGill, Treasurer. Alternate Officer. Mallory Pike, Junior Officer. Jessica Ramsey. There we go. No, you're good. I just no, it was one of those things where, like, you know, when you don't know something and you're just like, am I the only one that doesn't know? Am I dumb? And then I was like trying to rework in my brain. I was like, wait. The teacher, USS Enterprise, that would normally write in his favor, but I hate him, so instead I'm calling him a nerd about it. That's funny. No, you're gonna have fun, Patrick. Daniel's really cool. I don't know if Daniel is here tonight or is watching this in the future. Hello. We appreciate you, Daniel. Life-size tart, that is super cool. No, I can't say it because people might not. Doctor Who spoilers. Doctor Who spoilers. Let's just say I'm very excited for the next season of Doctor Who. I won't spoil anything for anybody. Fun up for my voice before. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. I've been made fun of my voice before too, so I know what that's like a little bit. Hey, Paulo. Can't spoil it because you don't watch the show. Fair. Okay. So, with Dawn in California and Mallory out sick, the BSC is in big trouble. They have too many jobs and not enough sitters. Kristy's a wreck. When Jessi mentions that she has a friend at school who babysits, Kristy wants to try her out. Wendy seems like a good sitter, but is she good enough for the BSC? And is the Babysitters Club ready for a new member? I like that they have standards as the Babysitters Club. My friend's mom literally made it. That is so cool. I've joked about making the door to this office space look like the TARDIS. Don't know how. I need to take this door that's on the hinges off because it just is always swinging into the way of that light. So like maybe I'll put like a slidey thing in there. I don't know. Oh gosh, people just say like the most weird things to you sometimes, don't they? This is from the Mallory has mono arc. Okay, so Milo, do you wanna give us a rundown while we're prepping? Mallory has mono. Is that all the information I need? Because of course we're too chaotic to like be like we're gonna start with the first book. No, we're starting with book 68. That's the first one we're reading on stream. Oh my god, that is so out of pocket, right? Kids watching foreign concept to me. It just wasn't done in my community well. I get you. Well, I never babysat. I had friends that babysat, but like when we were all the age that the Babysitters Club kids were, we were like they weren't babysitting. If at anything they were doing like mommy helper where like they're just kind of entertaining the kid in the other room, but the parent is just there, just like is just working or like doing housework. Never being left alone with the kid. Like being 13 and leaving a kid to watch a bunch of other kids seems insane to me. And I always thought it was just me, but like Yeah, it's strange. Babysit my niece. Yeah, because you're 27. Like, a 27-year-old should be able to take care of kids. But, like, when you're 13 and some adult is just like, yes, watch my children. That's what's always been strange to me. There's not much to say. Valerie gets mono mid-series, and it lasts for a few books. IDK, if this is one of the ones where she's, like, feeling very tired lately if she's been diagnosed yet. Okay, copy that. Give us the scoop, Milo. I love how Milo has just been elected as the BSC expert. Whole room, Doctor Who themed. Not saying to, just thought, wow, imagine having a whole room themed like that. Yeah, I wanted to. I love this little closet. I feel like I've been through so much. I feel like about this closet the way people feel about cars, and so I'm just like, I need to do something with it. I mean, obviously, I like the way it looks in here, but it'd be fun to have like a little TARDIS door. I would find it funny. These ravenously as a kid, lol. I read, does anybody, last thing before I start reading, because it's always like 45 minutes into stream before I actually start reading, but did anybody else read the Clarice Bean novels as a kid? Because I was obsessed. I read them so many times. I lost count. Levels librarian didn't like me taking them out, but I didn't care. I did that too. And now I'm an adult drinking gin and juice and reading, well, I never read these specifically, pretty much, we've established, but like reading middle grade books with gin and juice. That's what being an adult is. Talking to someone. Oh, they said SpongeBob, so I asked for more. I asked for more simple. I got a bulldog. Huh? It's kind of familiar. If you were being quote unquote babysat, it was by someone who in some way, i.e. Yeah, that was the way it worked in my family too. My parents ever left us to be babysat by anybody, it had to be a family member. That was just like a rule that my mom had. And looking back, I understand it. I didn't understand it back then, but it's like, oh yeah, you do want people that you know and trust watching your children. Artist-inspired interior in my room. It's black with glow-in-the-dark stars all around it. That's amazing. You know, these books do have some decent babysitting advice. That's good. Let's get into it. No, when this one was written in 93, we've established. I should put some tape. This poor book is like hanging on for dear life. Okay. Ask children. What is this when they cross my kids? Tell me the story. You're drawing. Oh, that's so adorable. I like that. My sister babysat my mom's friend's nephew when she was 14. It was also the 90s. Yeah, people had different opinions back then. I don't even think my parents left my little brother alone with me until I was like 16 or 17. And that was like, even as a family member, I was not allowed to like watch my brother like before then. Wait until I have to move and paint over it. Oh gosh. Myself at 11. Oh, well, I mean, some people, like my mom grew up being raised by a single mother, so like she was home. She and her sister were home alone all the time. It just depends on the situation. All right, chapter 1. I'm gonna do this thing that I always do, where I look ahead and see how many pages are in the chapter. I don't know why. I just like to not be surprised. It's not very long. None of the chapters in books this size are really very long. It was totally the wrong choice, and my cousin chased. Oh gosh, no. Well, no one trusts is, I guess, the strategy. It doesn't always pan out. I'm sorry. My grandma was home. Tell me not to bother her. 1.5 page chapter. Yeah, like yeah, like literally like Goosebumps books are like that sometimes. Oh my gosh. What a move. Go in for candy, come out with corn chips. Insane. Well, I've told the story about being chased by a neighbor with a chainsaw on Halloween, a couple of it in the video I did with Daniel. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna start reading for real this time. I'll catch back up with chat. This is my putting a bookmark in chat. It wasn't in candy bar mood, yep. Alright, chapter 1. Oh wait, let me go to this. I want you guys to be able to see the... Even when there's not pictures, I still like everybody being able to see the pages. It just feels cozy, I don't know. Oh, I cried as I raced into the living room. My 2-year-old brother was about to totter off the end of the coffee table. He stood wide-eyed, flapping his arms wildly for balance. With a bound, I sprang across the room and caught him before he hit the floor. Phew. Is he all right, Jessi? Asked my 8-year-old sister, Becca, rushing in from the kitchen. I soothed Squirt, who was now squirming in my arms. He's just scared. I forgot that he's climbing on everything lately. I can't take my eyes off him for a second. Squirt's Pokey Puppy video was still playing on the TV. Not long ago, he would have sat quietly on his big down pillow and watched it peacefully. But in the last few weeks, he turned into a little mountain goat, scrambling up everything he could find. That's just little brothers, I think. He's okay. Let's finish the game, said Becca as Squirt's sobs faded. I was just about to buy Boardwalk. Bring the Monopoly game in here, I suggested. That way we can keep an eye on Squirt while we play. Becca sighed loudly. Do we have to? I'll have to move all that money and the cards and everything. The houses will slide around. Why can't he come into the kitchen while we play? Because then he'll pull the pots out of the cupboard and we'll have to listen to him bang them, I said. Squirt loves to bang, and it's hard on the ears if you're trying to do something else. That's just baby. Every baby goes through it. I'm gonna drum on everything phase. My brother did, and he's a drummer now, so you know, promising future for Squirt. Oh, all right, Becca grumbled. Squirt looked at me, his huge, long black lashes wet with tears. Me, boom, he pouted. I smiled at him and nodded, stroking his soft hair. Babysitting for a toddler and an 8-year-old at the same time wasn't easy. There wasn't much you could do that would entertain both of them. I had to give Aunt Cecilia credit. She was out for a few hours today, but she usually takes care of them while my parents are out. Aunt Cecilia came to live with us when Mama went back to work. What a difficult time that was. At first, I couldn't get used to Aunt Cecilia. I thought she was too strict and old-fashioned. Adjusting to Aunt Cecilia was especially hard because I was still trying to adjust to living in Stoneybrook. That wasn't easy at first. Some of our neighbors weren't thrilled when a black family moved in. Oh, so the neighbors are racist. Fuck. Oh, this got real. Okay. Now I'm getting angry. This shocked and upset me. Our old neighborhood had been integrated and color just wasn't a big deal. Oh my gosh, this is so dark. Like, this is so heavy already, you know? When we came to Stoneybrook, it was the first time I'd ever felt different in any way. But we stuck out and things are much better. Our neighbors know who we are as people now. If any of them are still bothered, they keep it to themselves, and I've made some super terrific friends. Now I'm mad for Jessi and her family. Jesus. Jessi's books. Oh yeah, Jessi's books have that as like a constant. I'm mad for Jessi's family now. Michael Scott quote, I like it. Yeah, I didn't expect. I know that these books got very real heavy. all that stuff. But that's just like, yeah, that's a lot, right? On page 3. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Whom you'll hear. I met some super terrific friends whom you'll hear about very shortly. Not only that, I've also come to love Aunt Cecilia. I also appreciate how much she does for the family, and I'm sure glad I don't have to babysit for Squirt and Becca every afternoon after school. Not that I don't like to babysit. In fact, I love to babysit. I even belong to a club called the Babysitters Club. Perhaps you've heard of them, which I'll tell you about later. But okay. But maybe I have a little less patience with my own brother and sister, or perhaps I was just feeling overwhelmed with everything I had to do that week. My schedule suddenly seemed to have hit a complete overload. As it is, my schedule is plenty tight. I have school, ballet lessons twice a week, BSC meetings 3 times a week. BSC is short for Babysitters Club. I figured, but thank you. Sorry, I'm being a jerk now. Children's book. And babysitting jobs all week long. Since my best friend Mallory Pike and I are 11. They're 11. Can you imagine babysitting at 11? That's intense. We only sit in the afternoons or sometimes in the evenings for our own brothers and sisters. We're junior BSC members. All of this kept me busy enough, but then Dawn, one of the members, left just recently. Since then, I've had to take more babysitting jobs than ever before. In fact, all the members have had to do that, and it's been hard on everyone. Dawn was and still is a member of the BSC. The problem is that right now, she's in California. What got on this page? I wonder if it's paint or mustard. Could be anything. Not think about it too closely. The problem is right now she's in California. She's living with her father and brother for the next 6 months. You see, Dawn is originally from California, but she and her brother came here with their mom when their parents divorced. Her brother then went back to California to live with their dad. So now Dawn's original family is split between 2 coasts. Dawn's mom remarried. She married her old high school sweetheart, who happens to be the father of Mary Ann, another BSC member. But that's another story, which I'll fill you in on later. Oh boy, there's it's a whole. I feel like I'm like coming. You know when you like start watching a soap opera and you're like, oh my god, there's like no starting point to this, so I just got to catch up. Anyway, Dawn started missing her dad and her brother, Jeff, in California. Jeff and California in general. So she went back to live with them for a while. Now we were 1 member short and swamped with work. Help. The board is all set up again, Becca announced as she lined up the land cards. We can play now. Becca, what happened to all my houses? I asked. They got caught in an earthquake, she said, biting her lower lip. Actually, it was more like a tidal wave. I spilled the can of punch on the board when I was trying to move it. I told you it wasn't a good idea to move the board. At least that explained why the board had suddenly taken on a pinkish tint. Squirt, stop that, I said. Squirt began throwing the Monopoly money in the air. He just laughed and chewed on the property cards. No good, Becca sighed, flopping over on her back. Just then the phone rang. Make sure he doesn't put any of the houses or hotels into his mouth, I told Becca. Then I stood up to answer the phone in the kitchen. It was why did I say that like I was naming like a thing on Clue? Like so-and-so, Mrs. White in the kitchen with the candle. Anyway, it was Wendy Loiser, a friend of mine from school. I'm in 6th grade at Stoneybrook Middle School. So is Mallory and so is Wendy. Okay. Keep it up. How's it going? Wendy asked. A little crazy. I'm babysitting right now as I spoke with the phone cradled between my shoulder and cheek. I knelt on the kitchen floor with a roll of paper towels, sopping up the punch that Becca had missed when she cleaned up. I just called to say hi, nothing important, she said. Want me to call you back later? I got to my feet and peeked into the living room. Squirt was ripping Monopoly money, which Becca was trying to wrestle away from him. This isn't a good time for me to talk on the phone, I said, but would you like to come over? Sure, said Wendy. I don't know where you live, though. Wendy and I were sort of new friends. Lately, we'd started walking to some of our classes together. I know where that... wait, I skipped something. No, I didn't. I know where that is, said Wendy after I gave her my address. I'll be there in about 20... Jessi! Becca shrieked. Come quick! Gotta go, bye, I said quickly, hanging up. I darted into the living room. Becca was on her feet, pointing at Squirt. He's got one, Jessi, she cried. I was watching him. I don't know how he got it into his mouth, but he did. Babies'll do that. What's in his mouth, I asked, trying to stay calm. I don't know, something, Becca said. Cautiously, I approached Squirt, who sat with a mischievous gleam in his eye, and his lips clamped shut. Open up, Squirt, I said gently. I didn't want to excite him, and have him swallow whatever was in his mouth. Come on, open your mouth. Squirt shook his head. He thought this was a funny game, but I knew that whatever was in his mouth could get stuck in his throat and choke him. Squirt, please, I pleaded. This is why... Squirt is 100% the reason why we don't have, what am I trying to say? The little eggs that have the prizes and they got banned in America. He shook his head again. Begging wasn't going to work. I needed a strategy. Look, Squirt. Look what Pokey Puppy is doing, I said, pointing to the TV. Squirt looked, and his lips parted. He was distracted by the TV. Like lightning, my fingers were in his mouth, fishing out the small silver Monopoly marker, shaped like a boot. Squirt realized he'd been tricked and began to howl. Howl? I just picture a baby howling at the moon. Sorry. Thank goodness, Becca sighed with relief. What an afternoon it was turning out to be. I put away the Monopoly game and prayed Wendy would arrive soon. I was looking forward to some help and company. She's like tricking her friend. She's like, yeah, come over and hang out. I need help. Help me babysit, but that's not the pitch. As she'd been about to promise before I so rudely hung up on her, Wendy rang the bell, Kermit the Frog, in about 20 minutes. By then, Becca and Squirt were watching a Flipper rerun on the cable channel. Never watched Flipper. When I opened the door, she was standing beside her bike, her short brown hair ruffled by the autumn wind. Where should I put this? She asked, nodding towards her bike. Around back, I said. Then just come on in. Cut it out, Squirt, I heard Becca say as I returned to the living room. He was on his feet, slapping the TV screen, yelling, Flippy! Flippy! And I want to see this, Becca complained as she dragged Squirt away, which caused him to start crying all over again. Sounds pretty noisy in here, Wendy said, laughing, as she let herself in the front door. She's like, what did you get me into? Becca and Squirt stopped to stare at her. I think Wendy has a really pretty face. She has delicate features. Excuse me, I have hiccups. Big brown eyes, quick smile. Hi, I'm Wendy, she introduced herself to the kids. Becca gently set Squirt onto the carpet. I'm Becca, which is short for Rebecca. This is Pain in the Neck Squirt. His real name is John Philip Ramsey Jr. Wendy walked to Squirt and knelt at his level. Hey there, she said. Or hi there, sorry. Not to misquote Wendy. You look like a pretty sweet guy to me. A smile spread across Squirt's face as Wendy spoke to him. Well, most of the time he is, Becca admitted. He's just being a little difficult today. We all have difficulties. We all have difficult days, I said. I guess, I said. Let me try that again. Sorry. We all have difficult days, I guess, said Wendy, scooping Squirt into her arms as she straightened up. Hey, is the Flipster on TV? He's trying to save someone's life as usual, I filled her in. Cool, said Wendy. We don't get cable. I love Flipper. He is one way cool dolphin. Becca sidled up to Wendy and pointed to a character on the screen. See that boy? He got stuck in the Everglades, and Flipper is trying to get him, she explained. Your nose is red from the cold, Wendy, I noticed. Want some hot chocolate? I do, Becca shouted. Sure, if you're going to make it. Or I do, Becca shouted. Sure. If you're going to make it, said Wendy, I'll watch Flipper with these guys. Leaving when I was glad for the break and felt fine about leaving Wendy in charge. The kids had taken to her instantly. To me, it proved that she really was the nice person I thought she was. I think little kids and animals are good instinctive judges of people. True. I put 3 mugs of chocolate milk into the microwave and set it for 2 minutes. I used to do that too. Hot chocolate. When the microwave beeped, I put the mugs on a tray and carried them into the living room. Wendy was lying on her back, holding Squirt over her head. He was giggling helplessly. Do you think Flipper will get help in time? She was asking Becca, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor beside her. He usually does, Becca answered. Seriously. I handed out the mugs of hot chocolate, and we finished watching the end of the show. Just as the credits were rolling, Aunt Cecilia came home. Seems like everything is calm here, she said happily. All under control, I replied. Good thing she hadn't walked in earlier. Then I introduced Wendy to Aunt Cecilia. Are you a Babysitters Club member too? Aunt Cecilia asked her. Wendy looked confused. No, what's that? You remember, I said, my club I told you about. Oh, right, she replied, her face brightening. No, I'm not a member, but I love to babysit. I do all the time. You do? I asked. Sure, I like kids. I say as an 11-year-old who is also a kid. I could tell it was true. She had certainly settled Becca and Squirt down. With Aunt Cecilia back in charge, Wendy and I went upstairs to my room. We listened to my new CDs. Ooh, 1993. What was the big CD back then? Let's try to figure out what they were listening to. We talked about school. We also talked about horse books. It turns out that Wendy likes them as much as I and Mal do, but she hadn't read any horse books by our favorite author, Marguerite Henry, so I lent her a few. The time passed quickly, and soon Wendy had to leave for supper. As I said goodbye, I realized I'd just spent the most relaxing hour and a half that I'd had in days. I was glad my busy schedule still allowed time for a new friend. Okay, I know I've missed a lot in chat. Give me 1 second. Where did I leave off in chat? Okay, here we go. Chainsaw trick-or-treating flex. I mean, is it a flex if your neighbor is just like, hey kids, you want some new trauma? We are fine though. Nobody died that I'm aware of. Why do all 2-year-olds have a death wish? My brother was the same exact way. He was always climbing on everything and chewing on everything. I remember one year he got into the Easter eggs that my mom had set up that all had tiny little like things in them because each one was supposed to teach us about the resurrection in a different way. So like he had like, I remember he had these tiny little miniature dice in his mouth. It was like a big thing. At least she's an elementary teacher now. At least she outgrew the chasing people with a knife face. Let's hope so. It was a joke. Then I got in trouble for locking myself in my aunt and uncle's bathroom and tried to call my mom at work. You're not allowed to use the phone without permission. But she's chasing me with a knife, Mom! I can hear Michael Scott saying, I don't want to work, I just want to bang on my drums all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, I can hear him singing it. Book covers look anywhere between like 17, 25, and they're supposed to be 11. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, because if I had to guess, like, looking at this, I would have guessed, like, maybe 15, honestly. 14 or 15. I could see that. But not 11. Like, that 11 is a whole child. Like 15, 16 is also a child, but damn. Oh, David goes, oh. Yeah, that was my reaction too. I was like, oh God. That sucks. Fuck the neighbors. Jessi books have that as like a constant sort of theme. Well, now I'm pissed for Jessi. That's kind of like the TV shows and movies. Cast 30 years as teenagers. Yeah, they do. I myself have been cast as a teenager so many times. Avery, taken over by robots. Are they like better at running the world than humans are, Fortnite? Because if so, I'm open. Well, Alonda Parker. The racism. Yes. Yes. Yeah, that threw me for a loop. I wasn't expecting that. I knew that we dealt with heavy topics in this series, but I wasn't expecting racism by page 3. Damn. First 2 chapters are always like that. I figured so as much, yeah. Because like these types of books, like Nancy Drew books were the same way, where it's like the first chapter is always, introducing you to everything because you're not supposed to, nor are you ever going to probably read them in order. The characters, central dilemma of the book. Chapter 2 introduces the concept of the club and the rest of the members. Nice. My parents would never let me do that at 11. Me neither. Are there books in the series where the babysitters babysit demon kids? Yeah, kind of. Setting the stage for a mystery, or at least like, usually after a book or two, the evil kids start acting good. I mean, that's the power of the Babysitters Club, right? They're the best babysitters in the world. So there are evil kids who turn good then. Interesting. One time, Claudia babysat for a racist family in the club, fired the family as a client. Good for the club. Yikes. Yeah. It's like, it's interesting because, Babysitter's Club, I don't know that much about it, but I do know that, like, one of the things that makes it such a beloved series is that it does deal with heavy stuff and concepts that are, difficult to talk about, especially to children. But, it's something that needs to be taught to children. So it's like, apartment. Congratulations on the new apartment. Too much fun. Oh, no worries. We missed you, Fortnite, but come back whenever you're ready. Wendy is the problem of this book. Yeah, the back said that, like, she was basically bringing her into the club is the big problem. Kinder eggs. There you go. Thank you, Milo. Kinder eggs. Yeah. Yes, Kinder eggs are banned they were banned in America. They found a way to bring them back, but it's like, it's strange. Kinder eggs are a thing in America. Pokey Puppy. I know, I haven't thought about Pokey Puppy in a long time. Golden Books. Puppy. Turn into a werewolf baby. I hope so. You don't understand if you spend a lot of time around babies? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Seen them at my Walmart, however, technically I don't think it's been there. Kinder eggs. Well, they've brought Kinder eggs back in some sort of fashion, but it's like there's a it's confusing. Like, it's now, instead of just like biting in and there's a thing in the egg, there's now like a half and another half. So like the toy, I don't know, they made it harder to like choke on the toy, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like other countries have have Kinder eggs figured out and no one has died, so it's really an America problem. That cable channel was probably Disney, probably. Who remembers Danger Bay? No, I remember Danger Bay. Wendy has the babysitter in the title, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna head to sleep. Good night, David. That is not hot chocolate. I remember someone tried to serve me lukewarm chocolate milk from the microwave and tell me it was hot chocolate. I literally refused to allow it. Yeah, it's a bad idea. That's just dirty. It's like giving someone a cup of coffee grounds and expecting you to drink it. Yeah. Panic. So there's brand. Interesting. There's a I don't know why, but my family up north really, really took to just like the hot chocolate that we keep in our house all the time, which is just like the cheap store brand, like Kroger brand hot chocolate. But they don't have Kroger up there, and they really like this particular hot chocolate. So every once in a while, we send them some. Sorry. We're good. We're reading Babysitter's Club, Jessi and the Bad Babysitter. We are dealing with, well, Jessi is dealing with racism right off the bat. So we're mad about that, but so far we haven't gotten that far into the book yet. Listen to several fictional bands and singers. Okay, the favorite singer is named Corey. Okay. Copy. Your friends. Something for dinner instead of takeout. Yay! Victories! Hey, Crazy Hannah Creations. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know what the wait what specifically was for, but yeah, it's a wild ride right off the bat tonight, Hannah. We gotta find out how to make them dangerous again. You know, what's the fun of the Kinder eggs if you don't have a chance of choking? Watching their kids when they eat, especially younger ones. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely on the parents because you should be able to keep your kid from eating the toy inside a Kinder egg. But I'm not a parent, so what do I know? Eat laundry pots in this country. I don't think we're anywhere close to figuring out Kinder eggs fair. These books were, I mean, the girls are about 11 to 13. So I would assume that the books are, geared towards about that age. The Abuela hot chocolate. I only ever had it once because I was visiting my friend. It's the werewolf baby thing. Imagine if R.L. Stine had written a book about a teenager who was a babysitter and the baby turns out into a werewolf. I mean, well, I do know, though I've never read or owned any of the Fear Street books, a lot of them are like, or that has to do with like the girl is babysitting and shit goes down. I do know that, at least one of the books. Parents could be werewolves too. Yeah, we need to pitch this to R.L. Stine. We need to if we end up writing our own Goosebumps on stream, this is what we'll write about. Made with cinnamon, and that's what makes it a little bit different than certain brands of hot chocolate. I've known people that have put cinnamon in hot chocolate. Yeah, that sounds. I'm not usually big on cinnamon, but yeah, I can definitely see the appeal of cinnamon in hot chocolate. The intended age group is girls 8 to 12. Yeah, that sounds about right. But I do traditional and digital art. Time I do traditional. I try to zoom in like brain. We're not doing digital. I do the same thing. Or when I'm doing digital art, I'll draw, and then if I have to erase something, I will instinctively flip the little stylus around like I'm gonna erase it, and I'm like, no, that's not what we're doing. Hot chocolate mixes contain coconut oil. Interesting. Might only be two. Store also stocks very few kinds of hot chocolate mix. Interesting. Thunderball chocolates that had Disney toys in it. Ooh, see, now I want candy. We're out of Oreos in this house. You want me to be responsible for my children? Gasp. Babysitters are like standard horror stock character. Yeah. Our kids from choking on Kinder. In America, we clearly decided to lose our Kinder egg privileges. Yeah. There should be books about Babysitter, but I forgot what happened exactly. I've never read them. Like adding flavored coffee creamers to hot chocolate. I do that sometimes. So I'm really weird about my hot chocolate. I put in the chocolate mix, and then I take I take chocolate chips and I put them in the bottom, and I boil my water, and then I fill it like 3/4 of the way with water, stir everything together, put milk in it, and then put vanilla extract in it. I'm really extra about it. It's a lot. No one in my family appreciates this. I feel like that when I do digital art at times. Yeah, it's like your brain has to like recalibrate. Probably, I think so, but I honestly haven't read the book. I don't know types of books because I was really young. I have the greatest thing in my life. Yeah, I feel you on that. I was just saying I didn't really read the Babysitters Club that much as a kid because I was going through this I'm not like the other girls phase, which is dumb. But I did, like most of us. I'm reading them now. Yeah, Control Z. Yep. Excited for the new Velma series. I'm excited to see what they do. My dad will still make it look like Santa came to visit, and me and my brother are both in our 20s, which is funny because we never believed in Santa when we were kids. We weren't allowed. Your B. Okay, see you, Milo. I'm gonna start reading chapter 2. But I know this is all recording, so you can rewind it. Out on Netflix. Babysitting is just like a really great it's a real like Milo said standard horror setup because you're like it's usually a teenager, somebody young in a house that they don't know, looking after children that need them to look after them. Like it's just like a very like it's very easy to think about scenarios where that can get very creepy, especially in 80s and 90s. That flavor of horror was really big. Plus, When a Stranger Calls came out in the 70s, and ever since then, that's been a huge inspiration for a lot of people. At least my best friend did, and it was weird. The I'm not like other girls' face. Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those things where like. Oh, see, that is so sweet. Oh, but I assume about my dad. Yeah, my dad's cool. Hard as my family tried, I didn't believe in Santa either. Well, I was just like, my parents straight up were just like, Santa isn't real. And then I became the kid that was always like about to ruin it for the other kids because like I thought I had like information. I was like, what am I can't lie to them. I'm just supposed to keep up this charade. That's not right. All right, a little bit of a longer chapter. I don't know why it matters. We always start with the goal, probably. I don't know if we'll if I say we'll read the whole book, we won't, but let's just see where we get. Chapter 2. I'm sorry the meeting hasn't really started yet. Kristy Thomas was speaking into the phone as I walked into Claudia Kishi's bedroom for the Monday BSC meeting. I can call you back in 5 minutes when it does, okay? Bye. Who is that? Asked Claudia, who was using her teeth to tear open a bag of potato chips. Mrs. Wilder, Kristy replied, but I told her I couldn't talk until the meeting started. Wow, I said, the phone has started ringing already? With a loud crinkle, Claudia's potato chip bag split open. She offered the chips to Kristy and me. I guess summer is really over, she commented. Everyone is back to PTA meetings and working overtime and being busy. Cradling a handful of potato chips, I settled onto the floor in my usual spot. Were you guys so busy this time last year? I asked. Kristy pushed back the brim of her baseball cap and leaned forward in Claudia's director's chair. That's Kristy's usual spot. No, but our business has grown a lot. We're really well known now. The fact that Babysitters Club is such a big success is largely due to Kristy. For one thing, she thought of the club. The idea came to her one afternoon when she was in the 7th grade. Her mother needed a babysitter for her younger brother, David Michael. Kristy and her older brothers, Sam and Charlie, were busy, so they couldn't sit. Kristy's father wasn't around. He walked out on the family not long after David Michael was born. Oh, there's just a lot of dark things happening. That's sad. They just throw them in so casually. So Mrs. Thomas was going crazy as she called a zillion numbers trying to find an available babysitter. That's when Kristy was struck with her great idea. What if her mother could call only one number and get in touch with a whole bunch of sitters? That would be so convenient. Parents would love it. A monopoly. A babysitter's monopoly. Just like the game they were playing, sorry. Kristy told her, it's more like a union, I think. Kristy told her idea to her best friend, Mary Anne Spier. Spier? And they decided to form the Babysitters Club. Claudia joined them, which was great. Not only is Claudia a terrific babysitter and a fun person, she also has her own telephone and her own telephone number. Whoa! That made it possible for people to call the BSC without tying up the main family telephone. Kristy, Mary Ann, and Claudia weren't sure they had found enough members for a club, though, so they invited Stacey McGill to join the four of them. The four of them handed out flyers and put up signs advertising their new service. Parents wanting a babysitter could call Claudia's number between 5:30 and 6 every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday and reach 4 capable sitters at once. The business was an instant success. Then Mary Ann became friends with Dawn Schaefer, and she joined. Mallory and I joined next. Kristy didn't stop with one great idea. They just kept coming. She was the one who thought of the BSC record book, which keeps all of our appointments straight, and she thought of the BSC notebook, which is full of information, advice, and the entries about our sitting clients. It's very helpful if you're going into a new job to know a little bit about the kids in advance. Sorry, I don't know why that was a hard sentence for me. Kristy also thought up kid kits, which are boxes filled with small toys, crayons, coloring books, and other odds and ends kids might like. They are a real hit with the kids we sit for. All the kids like to play with the new stuff and make us very popular babysitters. If I were to list all of Kristy's great ideas, the list would take up pages. She's a real dynamo. That's why she's the club president. The funny thing is, Kristy doesn't look dynamic. She's petite with shoulder-length brown hair and brown eyes. Most of the time, she dressed in jeans and sweatshirts. She couldn't care less about fashion. So she looked like me at 13. Okay, I got you. However, nothing about Kristy is average. You'd know it within a minute of meeting her. Your first clue would be her big mouth. Kristy is very direct. Some might even call her loud and bossy. Kristy knows this about herself, but she doesn't care. That's how she is. Take her or leave her, which is one of the things I admire about her. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. No, just kidding. That's actually really cool. I like Kristy. One thing you'd never guess when you first met Kristy is that she's rich. Her stepdad, Watson, his first name's Watson? Her stepdad, Watson, is a millionaire. Her mom married Watson not long ago, and Kristy's life changed in a big way. For starters, she moved across town to live in Watson's mansion. Now her brother, Charlie, has to drive her to club meetings. Her family also grew. She became an instant big sister to Watson's son and daughter from his first marriage, Andrew and Karen. Ah, this is the Karen that we don't like. although they're only at Kristy's house on weekends, some holidays, and part of the summer. Kristy has grown very close to them. Then her mom and Watson adopted a Vietnamese girl named Emily Michelle, who is now 2.5. And last but not least, Kristy's grandmother came to live with them to help take care of Emily Michelle. And a dog, a cat, 2 goldfish to the list. Add a dog, a cat, and 2 goldfish to the list, and you have one big household. Come to think of it, it's a good thing they do live in a mansion. Okay, so we really didn't need a lead up. I like that they reintroduce us. You can usually count on kids' books to do that, because kids don't have super great attention spans over a long term, but you know. Kristy checked Claudia's digital alarm clock. It said 5:27. Where is everybody? She grumbled. They still have 3 minutes, I said brightly. Kristy is what Aunt Cecilia calls a stickler for punctuality, which means she insists that every BSC meeting start at 5:30 sharp. And I do mean sharp. She would hate these streams. You should see the steely look, capitalized, she gives you if you are even a minute late. It's withering. All the members live in dread of getting one. Everyone tries like crazy to be on time. On Mondays and Wednesdays, it's easy for me, but ought to be on time. I stroll in nice and early. But the Friday meetings are killers. On Friday, I have ballet lessons. Every Friday at the end of class, I undress in a flash, race down the stairs out of school, and jump into Daddy's waiting car. All the way from Stamford, where my ballet school is located, to Stoneybrook. I pray that the traffic isn't too bad, and that we make all the lights. Mostly I arrive for the meeting on time, but I've received the look more than one Friday. 5:28. Usually everyone had reached Claudia's house by now. Stop worrying, Kristy, said Claudia. They'll all get here. Even though she is the vice president, mostly because we used her room and phone, Claudia isn't concerned about lateness. As Kristy was busy fretting over where everyone could be, Claudia was rummaging in the bottom drawer of her boudoir. Just as I expected, camera, we're not going to do this tonight. Chill, they don't need to be on time. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Just as I expected, she was looking for more junk food. There you are, she said, holding up a pack of frosted cupcakes. Wow. Can I hang out with Claudia? Claudia's bedroom reminds me of a big puzzle where you have to find the hidden junk food. It's stashed everywhere. Claudia has a weakness for it, but her parents don't approve, so she hides it. They don't approve of her reading Nancy Drew books either, so they are also hidden around the... Why? 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 I had pretty, I was raised evangelical, and even I was allowed to read Nancy Drew books. Didn't get to read Harry Potter until I was, like, in 13 or 14, but I was allowed to read Nancy Drew. Claudia is such a junk food lover. It's a good thing she's someone who can eat and never gain weight. Despite all the junk, Claudia has a model's figure. In fact, I think Claudia is gorgeous. She has long, silky black hair, beautiful clear skin, and dark almond eyes. She's Japanese American. Not only does she have natural beauty, but she has a unique fashion sense that really works to set off her good looks. For example, today, she was wearing an oversized white shirt under a black vest covered with a design of shiny beads. She sewed the beads on it herself. She wore neon green leggings and black ballet slippers on which she'd sewn a matching bead design. This feels like something from, this feels like a Manette design, or like a Prudence Rutherford thing. One of her pierced ears hung a dangling earring made from the same beads, and on the other ear she wore a small green hoop earring. It was an original look that only Claudia could make work. Claudia is not only creative about her clothing, but she's creative in other ways too. She paints, sews, does pottery, calligraphy, and sculpts. If it's creative, Claudia does it. she is completely disinterested in school. I think that's because she would much rather be doing her artistic things, or maybe it's because she wants to be different from her 16-year-old sister, Janine, who is a real life genius. Whatever the reason, Claudia only does enough schoolwork to squeak by. Claudia bit into her cupcake. Anyone want some? She offered through a mumbled mouth of chocolate. No thanks, said Kristy. It's 5:29. I don't understand this. Don't offer it after you bite into it. Just then, Stacey McGill walked in and instantly checked the clock. A smile spread across her face. All right, she cried. Made it. She tossed her school backpack onto the floor and sat on Claudia's bed. I was sitting for the Arnold twins, and Mrs. Arnold was late getting home. I couldn't be mad at her, though. As it was, she came home with wet hair. Her perm took longer than she expected. Perms can be a pain. Ah, yes, when everybody was getting perms. What a time. Stacey knows about perms since she wears her shoulder-length blonde hair in one. She's very pretty and has the biggest blue eyes. Like Claudia, she also has a great fashion sense, although her clothing isn't as quote-unquote unique as Claudia's. Claudia and Stacey are definitely the two most sophisticated members of the club. Stacey is smart too, a real math whiz. She's the club treasurer, which means she collects the club dues and budgets the money so that we can help pay Claudia's phone bill, pay Kristy's brother to drive her to meetings, and resupply our kid kits. She's so good with budgeting that occasionally there's even money left over for something fun, like a pizza party or a trip to the movies. It would seem that Stacey has everything going for her, but she's had more than her share of problems. For one thing, she's diabetic. Oh, that means her body can't regulate the amount of sugar in her bloodstream. She has to eat a healthy diet, no sweets, and she has to give herself injections of insulin each day. She says she's used to giving herself the shots. I don't think I would ever get used to that. Stacey takes it seriously because she has to. If she doesn't, she could faint or even go into a coma. On you heavy shit. Coma. We're dealing with some real stuff. Stacey has also moved around a lot. She's originally from New York City, home of the New York City Ballet and the American Ballet Theater. If I lived there, I think I'd love it as much as Stacey does. Her family moved to Stoneybrook when her father's business transferred him here. Then, just when Stacey had adjusted to the change, the company transferred Mr. McGill back to the city, and then shortly after the move, her parents split up, and Stacey came back to Stoneybrook with her mother. Here's something funny. My family moved into Stacey's old house. Interesting. Stacey is what my dad would call a quote-unquote survivor. She has the ability to meet every challenge and make the best of it. She's got a pretty sunny personality. 5:30. The moment has arrived. This meeting is about to begin, Kristy announced. As she always did at the stroke of 5:30. Just in time, Anne Spier skittled breathlessly into the room. Thank goodness, she panted, looking at the clock. I sat for Jackie Radowski today, and he was more accident-prone than ever. Just as I was rushing out of the door to get here, he knocked over a huge bottle of root beer. It sprayed all over the place. I just had to help Mrs. Radowski clean it up. That's Anne for you. She's so nice she could never let Mrs. Radowski clean up alone. I think Anne is one of the gentlest, kindest people I've ever met. She's a great listener who cares deeply about people and cries easily. She's very sensitive and very organized. I relate to the sensitivity thing. Anne is the club secretary, and no one could be better at it. She keeps up the club record book, which contains the schedules of every single club member, things like my ballet classes, Claudia's art classes, and Stacey's visits with her dad are all in there. That way, Anne knows who is free to take a babysitting job. Anne is Dawn's stepsister. Even before they were stepsisters, they were best friends. They're close as can be, but very different from one another. Unlike Dawn, who is tall with long blonde hair, Anne is short and dark-haired. Not long ago, she got her shoulder-length brown hair cut into a very stylish shortcut. Dawn is a real health food lover, but Mary Ann can't stand the taste of tofu or bean sprouts. Ooh, me neither. She eats regular food. She eats regular food, okay. Here's the story of how they became stepsisters, which I promised to tell you. One day, Mary Ann and Dawn were looking through Dawn's mom's old high school yearbook, and they made an amazing discovery. Dawn's mom and Mary Ann's dad had been boyfriend and girlfriend in high school, but Dawn's mom went out to California to college and met Mr. Schaefer. So obviously, she and Mr. Spier never married. Now, things were different, though. Mrs. Schaefer was divorced, and Mr. Spier was a widower. Mrs. Spier died when Mary Ann was little. Oh. Dawn and Mary Ann tried like anything to get their parents back together, and it worked. So like the Parent Trap, but they're not twins. Well, not immediately, but after a lot of dating, their parents got married and moved into the old farmhouse Mrs. Schaefer owned. It is the coolest old place. It actually has a secret passageway that runs from Dawn's bedroom into an old barn out back. That's cool. It was part of the Underground Railroad at one time. Wow. Okay. That's very cool. Like, cool that people helped with the Underground Railroad. Not that we needed the Underground Railroad. Mary Ann is pretty sad about Dawn leaving, even though she knows Dawn needs to spend time with her dad and her brother. I think the separation is hard on her. For the time being, she's lost a stepsister and a best friend. Another thing about Mary Ann, well, she didn't lose her. She didn't go, I mean, she went away, but she didn't die. Another thing about Mary Ann is that she's the only member of the club who has a steady boyfriend. Oh. Logan Bruno. He's this wonderful guy who is originally from Kentucky, so he has a neat southern accent. Logan is an associate member of the club. That means he doesn't come to meetings, but we call him if no one else is available to babysit. The other book that I found along with this one is Logan's Story, the one about him being like, I'm gonna babysit, and then being like, boys can't do that. That's for girls. Sorry, I know I'm missing a bunch of stuff in chat, but Logan sucks. Oh, does Logan suck? Oh, no. Well, now I want to read Logan's story and hear you roast Logan. Or if we call him if nobody else is available to babysit, or if somebody gets sick. Shannon Kilborn is our other associate member. She lives near Kristy and goes to a private school. We don't know her all that well, but everyone likes her. Since Dawn left, we had been calling Shannon and Logan more than ever before. Unfortunately, Shannon was super busy with her school's honor society and wasn't available as often as she used to be. Speaking of people who were not around, I wondered where Mallory could be. She's very responsible, and it wasn't like her to not show up without even calling. Is Mallory sick? Kristy asked me. She was in school today, I replied, but she had said she was feeling really tired. There it is. Want me to call our house? I'm here, said Mallory, trudging into the room. Sorry I'm late. Sorry. Her sorries didn't stop Kristy from giving her the look. But Mary didn't seem to care. She just plopped on the floor beside me. I fell asleep as soon as I got home from school, and I overslept. Are you feeling all right? Mary Ann asked. Maybe you're getting sick. Nothing hurts, said Mal. It's just that I'm so tired. I had mono in high school. It was not fun. I know the feeling. Everybody's tired since Dawn left, said Stacey. We've all been babysitting too much. Maybe that's it, Mallory said dully. I was concerned. I'd never seen Mallory so dragged out before. As I've told you, she's my very best friend, even though at first glance we don't seem to have much in common. The first thing that hits some people is the color difference. I'm black and Mallory is very fair with curly red hair. She wears, yes, because everybody knows you can't be friends with somebody of a different race? I hate people sometimes. She wears glasses and braces, and I don't. While I love to be physically active, especially when it comes to ballet, Mallory hates all sports except for archery. Ooh. One thing I do have in common with her is our love of reading. As I've mentioned, horse books are our favorite. We also love to babysit, and were thrilled when we were invited to become junior BSC members. Before she even took her first job, Mallory was a natural babysitter. Being the oldest of 8 siblings, wow, means she's been dealing with younger kids all her life. Her experience, combined with her wild imagination, she wants to write and illustrate children's books when she grows up, makes her a terrific babysitter. It's pretty clear to me that we have a problem, Kristy said in her usual get to the point way. Every one of us is running late or oversleeping because we have too much work to do. We're trying to fit too much in. Should we find somebody to replace Dawn? Stacey asked. Kristy rested her chin pensively on her fingertips. I'm not sure. I'd like an alternate officer though. Dawn's job as alternate officer meant she could take over the duties of anyone who had to miss a meeting. She'd done every job at least once. On the other hand, Kristy continued, what will happen to the new member when Dawn returns? 7 main members is plenty. 8 would be too many. We can't just ask someone to leave in 6 months. That's true, but we can't keep up like this, said Claudia. Maybe we've just had a very busy week, Marianne said. Things might not be so hectic by next. She was cut off by the sound of the ringing phone. Babysitters Club, Claudia answered. Oh, hi, Mrs. Wilder. Yes, the meeting is on now. We were just about to call you back. As she spoke, Claudia grabbed a long yellow pad from her desk and began writing down the information Mrs. Wilder was giving her. Okay, I'll check it out and someone will get back to you right away, she told Mrs. Wilder. Then she hung up and looked at Mary Ann, who already had the record book open. Mrs. Wilder needs someone to sit for Rosie from 7 to 9 next Saturday night, Claudia reported. Mary Ann scanned the book as she spoke. You're free, Claudia, and so is no one. You're it, Claudia. Claudia nodded. Okay, I like Rosie now, even though she was a bit much at first. I guess since I live with a genius, I can understand Rosie. Rosie Wilder is very precocious, and she knows it, although I think she's funny. The phone rang again. It was Dr. Johansson. Wait. Dr. Johansson? Wanting someone to sit for Charlotte. I took the book since it was on Sunday afternoon. Or I'm sorry. I took that job since it was Sunday afternoon. Becca likes Charlotte, so she could come with me and it would be an easy job. From that call on, the phone never stopped ringing. It was unbelievable, as if everyone in Stoneybrook was suddenly on the move, going here, there, and everywhere. The club members were all busy, either answering the phone, writing in the notebook, or discussing who was free to sit when. The movement in the room reminded me of a beehive, with every busy bee buzzing around. The only one not buzzing was Mal. She had propped herself up against against the side of Claudia's bed and fallen asleep. All right, I missed a lot in chat. Give me 1 second, chat. Camera. The camera's doing that thing. I don't know why I think threatening it is going to make it better. Where did I leave off? Let's see. Valerie says, yeah, it's the I am a child, but I'm the one who's seen as the adult in this moment of crisis. That makes Babysitter so interesting as a horror character. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Ellery. Thank you for summing it up better than I could. Exist, but gives you one last way to get them to behave for a certain period. Imagine if a kid Let me try to. I'm gonna go back to main camera for a second and give this camera a second to think about what it did. Imagine a kid left milk and cookies out for Santa, but after they disappeared, they discovered that one of their parents has a milk mustache for some reason. I'm sure that's happened in some capacity. Terrible way to discover what's really going on. Also on the subject of Santa, I pretended to believe for like 3 years after I stopped because my parents seemed really disappointed when they thought I might have stopped believing. I felt guilty over it. I always joke that like if I have kids, I'm gonna make a big deal out of Santa to the point where they're going to start thinking that I'm convinced Santa is real, to the point where they're just kind of just trying to humor me because they think I believe in Santa, and it's going to be a whole thing. Or I'll just tell them Rise of the Guardians version of all the Santa Claus and Easter Bunny and all that stuff. We're a good child. That's sweet, Ellery. Looked like Tim Allen for some reason. Ha! I had my own phone number till I got married. I mean, it's a very like in the 1993 to have your own phone and room as a kid. That kid is balling. I didn't have my own phone until I was like 17, I think. And I grew up in a time when people kind of relied on cell phones more. Kristy doesn't behave like Veruca and go, Daddy, I want another pony. Yeah. Daddy, I want that squirrel. What does she say? What does she say? I forget how she says it. I always say it, but I'm blanking on it. They are children. What the fuck? I know, right? I don't think that would look the best. Oh, her fashion sense. Probably not. Probably looked very 90s. Claudia seems to have a lot of valuable skills. I just want to hang out with Claudia. Like, kid me would be wanting to be Claudia's best friend, you know? How old is Stacey? I missed that part. Somebody probably knows. Her girl has a rough. I know. A lot of dark stuff they deal with in this book series, which is good. I like that they set up the different like family structures for each girl, because I feel like we didn't have that enough growing up, where it was like, and still to this day, like not enough representation of like not everybody's family structure look exactly the same. Some people have single parents, some people's parents are remarried, some people's parents pass away. Lisa literally moves so many times in the series. Does the series start before Dawn and Mary? I'm trying to keep all the girls straight. It's my first Babysitter's Club book, really. Does the series start before their parents get married? Is that like a book? She's 13 and was diagnosed with diabetes at 11. All right. Yeah, they thought when I was about 13, they thought I had diabetes because I was always like on the verge of fainting. They figured out it had something to do with like a combination of anemia and anxiety. But I am pre-diabetic between family history and PCOS fun things. So we don't know that I've necessarily escaped that. For the time being, I don't have to deal with any of that. Someone who had type 1 diabetes. When I was a kid, I always felt bad for them. I had a coworker who always had to like do their own injections like at work, and I always felt so bad. Like I always got like empathy pain. Not to like, I don't know, pity people with diabetes. Not that they can't do like everything normal people can, but like I just get empathy pain watching somebody else have a needle stuck into them. Marianne was never a favorite of mine. She's a little too weepy. I mean, I kind of relate to Marianne when they say she's very emotional. She cries a lot. I was like, I feel that. Patrick asked me which one I related to the most. So now I'm just trying to think about which one I relate to the most. Dawn's vegetarian diet is so disgusting, LMAO. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because that from the perspective of an 11 or 13-year-old, 11, 12, 13, eating vegetables in general sounds awful, right? Marianne was the shortest, I think. Yeah. She's short, she's emotional, I feel that. I also feel Claudia's love of junk food and just, I don't give a damn attitude. Jessi and Mallory are the short ones. Actually, Dawn and Marianne have a ton of sister drama and fight a lot. Oh, must be thinking of the show. I'm glad that everybody remembers it. Whenever I introduce a new line of kids' books to the channel, I'm just like, ooh, is everybody gonna like this one? I hope so. Younger, but Jessi is noted to be tall for her age. Fair enough. Okay, Logan sucks. Ooh. Poor Logan. So Logan, there's Logan drama. See, the other book that I found is the one about Logan starting to work with them as an associate. So now I just want to hear Milo drag Logan. More than one book. From back then, was a big fan of Secret Hatch Tunnel. Yeah. Kids' books. Like, I feel like every kid dreams about finding a secret passageway in their house, right? There's nothing especially wrong with him. It's just that his relationship issues with Marianne get annoying at times. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, they're, 13 and dating? I'm sure that's incredibly annoying. Anyone can babysit if they're competent enough. He can't be evil. That's usually a deal breaker. Usually, yeah. So he was never main character. He's basically just known as Marianne, on and off boyfriend. He's Mono's first appearance, perhaps. Interesting. I had Mono when I was like 16, and it sucked, and I'm just like having flashbacks. Like lasted an entire summer. I had no voice, and I was exhausted all the time. Episode 90 version where the boys helped out with babysitting only for the kids to like them more than the girls. Oh. Found a way to be friends. Even when racism was normal, kids found a way to be friends. Yeah, unfortunately, there's still racists that probably would disapprove of their kids having friends that look different from them. But the good thing is, children, you know, you have to be taught that kind of shit. So kids are smart enough to know that that's bullshit. Friendship always finds a way. Yeah. That's his first book. There's a lot of racism from the other students at their school, point where people are shocked that Mallory decides to leave her friend's table for Jessi's. So this is gonna be one of those like we're all gonna be like, if I ever read that one on stream, we're all gonna be just like pissed together. That feels like I'm gonna need tissues for that one. He always has a problem with everything. Kristy seems very tightly wound. You could never have been friends with a girl like Kristy. Yeah, it would have been. She seems like she has an undiagnosed anxiety issue. Very temporary person. Yeah. Like, you could hire somebody with the stipulation that, like, you only need them for a while. Oh, was it buffering? I'm sorry. I literally rebooted the computer literally before I got on, so if there's buffering, it's probably my internet. Great. They consider themselves more of a friend group than a business. Yeah. Claudia. Yeah, Claudia seems cool. Artist, likes junk food. I can vibe with that. Wears weird clothes and doesn't really care. I get that. You wouldn't want to temporarily add someone to a friend group. Yeah, I feel that. You could say it either way. I always read it as Johansson. Probably more correct. It's kind of like Scarlett Johansson, where she's like, yeah, our name is Johansson, but like, doesn't matter. You can say it either way. I feel like it's exactly that. Because it's literally the same name. Tomato. They claim to be the best friends you'll ever have, but they'll always be. In nearly every book, and they always any chance to get, especially Kristy. I mean, they're all kids, right? What friend group doesn't have rifts, especially when you're kids? Like, that's pretty normal. I think if they never fought, that would be pretty a pretty unobtainable thing for kids. Girls books go, they aren't as bad to each other as they could be. Yeah. Cheetah Girls, for instance, are very mean to each other. We have the first Cheetah Girls book. That's a thing. That'll be a thing on the channel eventually. Yeah, middle school friendships are drama a lot of the time because middle school is drama. Timeout for the camera. The camera has been put into the timeout corner. Has to go sit on the stairs and think about what it did. And then maybe it can come back. The Cheetah Girls are very mean to each other. Second one's pretty okay, but then the third one, they're just like at each other's throats. Okay, got you. Yeah, I haven't read any of the books yet, Natty. I'm excited. We have the first one, courtesy Patrick. In the Cheetah's book, they constantly criticize each other's clothes, and one of those dynamics. Like, they're girls. They're always mean to each other. Call each other dumb and stuff. Oof. That does sound harsh. I want that squirrel. Yeah. Claudia was definitely my favorite when I was a kid. Claudia seems really cool. 93. And Mariah Carey is a bestseller. 21. Yeah, I mean, I wanted a phone, but my parents were like, "You're not gonna have a phone until you're like way older." To be fair, I need a phone at 13. Dawn shows up in book 4. Okay. Yes, the wedding is its own book. Oh, that's gonna be so cute if I can ever track it down. Starts with just Kristy, Marianne, Claudia, and Stacey. Okay. Who got diagnosed with PCOS at 16. Oh, isn't it the best? And it's something that we don't talk about a lot, but it's really common. Like, people with uteruses often have PCOS, but it's just like, oof. Sorry you understand that struggle. So far, I love the book. It's very fun. It's very chill. I mean, not chill, that's not the right word, because there's a lot of, like, heavy stuff, but it, like, doesn't talk down to kids, which I can immediately see why that would make it very popular. I define the undo button, yeah. After Marianne's row with the BSC. Okay. I'm grateful to the BSC historians in chat because I literally know nothing. I was like, please don't make fun of me. I know nothing about this series, really. I have vague memories of taking 1 or 2 books from the library, and I don't even know if I read them all the way through. You diagnosed me. It sounds like I may never really have kids with my PCOS. Yeah, that's not true. Like, PCOS is not it's mostly just it's a pain in the ass. It's not what's the word? It's not really life threatening. It's just a pain in the ass. There's just symptoms like too much glucose in your body, too much testosterone in your body, really painful time of the month, that kind of thing. At least, that's my specific, but I guess everybody has it a little bit differently. One day, yes, I will read Club Stephanie eventually. Have diabetes and deferment needles. Oh, I'm sure lots of people do. I feel like you're just forced to deal with that fear, which is kind of sad. Yeah, with digital insulin pumps, it's a lot easier. Can I explain PCOS, please? Polycystic, yeah, like Natty said, polycystic ovarian syndrome. Basically, it's pretty common that people with uteruses will have PCOS. We just don't talk about it that much. Basically, just means there's these little, non-cancerous little cysts that, grow in your ovaries, and then there's like a bunch of other very fun side effects. Like, there's too much glucose in your body, there's too much testosterone in your body. which can contribute to obviously a whole bunch of very annoying side effects. One is that you have like super, super painful periods, which I always thought was normal. Hormones make you grow lots of cysts. Yeah. 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 If left untreated completely later, it can lead to... Yeah, if left untreated completely, it can become a bigger problem, but especially if you caught it at 16. I only was... It was... I was only diagnosed this year, so like, and I'm fine, thankfully. I have not seen Little Secrets. Yeah, imagine being scared about that at 16. It was wild. Yeah, that's terrifying. When I was 15, I got diagnosed with anxiety disorder, and I remember just feeling like, obviously different experience, but like when you're that age and a doctor tells you something is wrong, it's a very scary thing, especially when you're at that age. The Christmas episode. I've actually never watched Babysitter's Club. Stacey wanted to be normal for the holiday, only to overdo the sweet stuff. Oh, I was super careful to avoid trying drinks and stuff. Because these books make me scared of getting mono. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And mono is really, really, really contagious. I don't know why we call it like, they call it like the the kissing cold or whatever, but it's like you can get it just from like breathe. It's very airborne. Like you could walk into a room where somebody has mono and never come into direct contact with them and get mono from them. It's insanely contagious. You skill or life or death situation because small child. Yeah. Oh yeah, babysitting is a lot. I don't know. I get nervous just watching somebody's dog for them. I'm like, this is a life. The show, but I remember the book. Yeah, I assumed all the episodes of the show were based on books, right? They film, Netflix reboot. Kristy has a superiority complex. She's probably just very anxious. Hey, Chris. Hello. Sorry, I'm just now seeing your message. I'm catching up on chat. I have not checked out Windy City Heat, but that sounds cool. I added it. You sent it to me, and I added it to my list of things. Yay, going outside, laser. Oh no, you're good, Chris. I'm just if I'm not reading chat, it's not that I'm ignoring, it's just that I'm in the middle of a chapter. But I'll get to everybody, I promise. Or anything. Ooh. Ooh. These are real. I'm very sorry. That sounds... The use of the word parasite. Very sorry. Michael drama is so stupid, but you can't help but listen. Yeah. And it's high school. It's going to happen. There are Party of 5 books about Claudia. Interesting. It is so common. It is very common, yeah. Now in the 90s series, but they do argue a lot in the Netflix reboot. Trying to be more like the books modernized, yeah. In the book rack. I see them all the time at Goodwill, and for the first time, because I've started collecting nostalgic books because of this stream, I was like, ooh, Babysitter's Club. I'll try that. And then like everybody was like, Babysitter's Club? And I was like, I need to keep an eye out for those. So hopefully I'll find more of them tomorrow. It's just in my spinal column. Ooh. No, why it's there, but it isn't doing anything bad, so we're just leaving it. Thank you for sharing that. That sounds painful. Do you have like... I was about to say, do you, because it's in your spinal column, do you deal with a lot of like chiropractic stuff? But I don't even know like what the standard thing is for adjusting around something like that. I have not seen the shows or the film. I was talking at the beginning of the stream how I know pretty much nothing about the series. And yeah, I can definitely imagine if it's just chilling, then you're just like, all right, just chill there. Don't do anything else. The color scheme around the room with the red and beige, very soothing. Oh, mine? Thank you very much. I tried to make it look kind of like, when I was setting it up, I told my brother it kind of looks like a granny's little front room, and I like that. It's just like a very like calming place. Chill. Okay, because My doctor told me never crossed my mind before. It's terrifying. Even I have something around. Yeah, that's scary, and that's just not true. That's a bad doctor who would describe it like that. I find Dawn less insufferable in Netflix reboot. Windy City Heat has a great documentary. Making a real movie. Yeah, I've seen. I saw. Which one of you sent it to me? When somebody sent it to me, I saved it and I was like, oh, that's gonna be a fun watch. Crazy and she understood what I was going through. She supported me. That's good. Yeah, when I got diagnosed with anxiety disorder, that kind of thing was very, very prevalent in our family. So luckily I had a lot of adults telling me like it's okay, you're gonna be okay, like it's not the end of the world. I went through most of my life thinking I'm sensitive to paranormal. I also married depressive. Found out like 25 and it's a typical personality disorder and was hallucinating. Oh, I have not seen Party of Five, I don't think. That would be terrifying, Ellery. Thank you for sharing that. Oh no, there's literally no symptoms. Oh, that's good. I have scoliosis, so whenever anybody says something spinal column, I'm like, ooh, is that you okay? Literally having doctors gaslight you is one of the worst things possible. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Seen the Babysitters Club movie? Nope, I will have not seen the Babysitters Club movie, but you never know. I will probably surely do videos on the show. As far as the new movie, I'm sure if people want to see it, I can do a video on it. Um, or book. I will have to tape it. Some doctors is partially white, so hard to trust medical professionals for some people. Yeah. I'm really lucky to have a doctor right now that like listens to me. But I had a doctor at one point, after we had to leave the doctor that I had like my whole life who I loved. The doctor at one point who was very nice, but she just never really believed me and she always chalked up like anytime I would bring a concern to like, it's just your anxiety and depression and like you're fine. Like like everything kind of felt like I was overreacting. My ADHD or autism ones until I was 20, and I wish it had been earlier. A good 12 years of depression. Could have done without. Yeah, I didn't get my ADHD um, diagnosis until my 20s, and it would have been earlier. Said pre aforementioned doctor hadn't talked me out of getting a referral because I brought up to her that I had it, that I thought I had it, and I wanted to get tested, and she was just like, you don't really. You can if you want to, but like they're gonna tell you you're fine. I was just like, okay. Turns out my mom was right. Moms usually are. Don't let the doctor. That's what you have somebody with you. Yeah, that's very helpful to bring somebody with you if you can. Show is more true to the source material than the book. Source material of the books. I was like, isn't the books the source material itself? 90s. The 90s version doing their own thing. It's still characters. Okay, cool. Take off. Bye, Basilia. See you. Um, Thank you for hanging out. What's happening? Yes, this is froze. Okay, hang on. In here, just talking myself through the moment of thinking everything broke. Hey, Julia, welcome. It took me so long to get a diagnosis. My family had me convinced, been possessed as a baby, and I never considered my whole family. Yes, it's similar. Ooh, yeah, that's a lot. Yeah. Yeah, depending on like where your scoliosis is in your back and like how severe it is. It can really mess with everything because you don't think about it, but your spine is your spine, you know. And they tried to tell you that you were possessed. Yeah, I can. I when I was in the church, I heard similar stories. People thinking that their kids were possessed. It's a thing. It's a very, very strange thing. Seriously messed up. Yeah, it is. Good night, anyway. Good night, Basilius. Thank you for hanging out. Oh yeah, a lot of people live with ADHD and don't realize it. I had a dark energy attached to my soul. Yeah. Yeah, I heard a lot of that when I was in the church too. Yeah, I'm sorry you had to deal with that. That's very terrible. All right, I'll get back to reading the book now. I just love to chat with chat. I just click in here. Oh, that's me. I don't want to hear or see me. I mean, I want everybody else to be able to see me, but I don't need to hear me. Do. Wait, I'm doing this wrong. I always do this wrong. You'd think after like almost 80 of these live streams that I would figure it out. All right, we're back. We're here. So many BSC books, but never this one. I always wanted to, but I never really read them, so I'm kind of experiencing them all, pretty much for the first time, which is fun for me. Thanks for being here, Julia. Make a nest and get some sleep. Good night. See you. All right. Let's get into chapter 3. The chapters in this book are not long, but longer than like the half-page chapters that we were dealing with. So I'm adjusting. All right, chapter 3. Yeah, sure. I'll get back to you on that. No. Yes. Everything's fine. It's just that we're pretty busy right now. Okay, I'll call you back. Kristy put down the phone and sighed. It was our Wednesday meeting, and things were nuts. That was Mrs. Oh gosh. Papadakis? Probably saying that wrong. Pretty name, though. Mrs. Papadakis. Kristy said to Marianne, she needs someone before she could say another word, the phone rang again. Babysitter's Club, Stacey answered while Kristy consulted with Marianne about who could sit for Mrs. Papadakis. Oh, hi, Mr. Hill. Stacey said, okay, I'll call you right back. Bye. Wants me to correct my statement. North Texas, East Dallas, weird little engineer. I knew what you meant. I'll call you right back. Bye. I sat on the floor, paying attention to what was going on, but I also had one eye. Hear my cat yelling at things. On the door. That's because I was waiting for Mallory. It was 5:40, and again, Mallory was late and hadn't called. Sarah Hill, 7 o'clock this Friday, Stacey sang out. Hold on, said Marianne. I'm still working on the Papaduckuses. No one is available. Thank you, Paolo. That's very sweet. The pronunciation. I just don't want to. I just feel bad when I mispronounce something that's supposed to be a name. Like I don't want to, because someone has that name surely in real life, and I'm like, I don't want to upset anybody. I'd feel bad. Like, where am? No one is available. Call Logan, Kristy told Stacey. About the Papadakises or the Hills, Stacey asked. Kristy knit her brow thoughtfully. The Papadakises, and then keep Logan on the line until we figure out if we need him for the Hills. Okay, Stacey had her hand on the phone to call Logan. When the phone rang again, Babysitter's Club, she answered, "Hi, Mrs. Khan. That's probably okay. I'll have to call you back, though." She hung up and began writing on her pad. Jake, Laurel, and Patsy Khan this Thursday at 6:30, she called to Marianne. That's when Mrs. Papadakis needs a sitter, Marianne told her. So, Stacey said, I already told you, no one is available then. You did? Said Stacey. Yes, she did. Don't you remember? You were supposed to be calling Logan, said Claudia, as she sat cross-legged on her bed and wrote the club notebook. Oh, right, said Stacey. She looked at her pad. When did I say Mr. Hill needed a sitter? No one answered. Didn't you write it down, I asked. I didn't get the chance, she said, with a sigh. Darn, now I have to call him back. Stacey was about to punch in Mr. Hill's number. I thought it was about to say she was about to punch somebody, and I was like, calm down. When the phone rang again. Babysitter's Club. Oh, Mallory, where are you? I studied Stacey's expression as she spoke to Mallory. She looked serious and kept nodding her head. Okay. Uh-huh. Gee. Okay. I'll tell everyone. What? I asked as soon as she hung up. What's wrong? Mallory says she's so exhausted that she just can't make it, Stacey told us all. She says Marianne shouldn't schedule any jobs for her in case she's getting sick. Now I was really worried. Mallory had looked pale in school, but she insisted that she didn't have a sore throat, not even a headache. Why was she so tired? It had to be something more serious than too much babysitting. Oh, great, cried Kristy, flipping her arms into the air in exasperation, flinging her arms into the air. Now we're 2 members short. Poor Mallory, said Marianne. I hope it's not serious. Yeah, way to have empathy, Kristy. I care about Mallory too, Kristy cried, but this is a disaster. Stay cool, Claudia advised. Stacey, call Logan. Stacey did, but Logan wasn't home. Next, she tried Shannon. She was available, but obviously one person couldn't sit for both the Khans and the Papadokises at the same time. Send her to the Papadokises, and we'll try to get Logan for the Khans, Kristy advised. Stacey said goodbye to Shannon and then called back Mrs. Papadakis. She will work everything out, Claudia said, hopefully. Mr. Hill, Stacey cried, slapping her forehead. I forgot to call him back. She phoned Mr. Hill and got the babysitting information again. 7 on Friday, she told Marianne. Marianne studied the record book and then shook her head. Nope, no good. Everyone is busy. Ask Shannon, said Kristy. Stacey called Shannon back, but she wasn't available. Now what do we do? Kristy cried. If no one can sit, then no one can sit, Claudia said philosophically. We'll just have to call Mr. Hill and tell him no one's available. It's not the end of the world. The end of the world! It is the end of the world, Kristy disagreed, with a frantic edge in her voice. The whole purpose behind this club, the idea behind the business, is that when a client calls, he or she immediately gets a sitter. Anybody can call someone and not get a sitter, but when they call the BSC, they're guaranteed to get a sitter every time. It's what makes us so pop. Once again, she was interrupted by the phone. Sorry, Mrs. Khan, but I'm still working on it, Stacey said. Yes, I realize you need to know. I'm really sorry, but this is a very busy time. For us, with Dawn away, someone will get back to you. The phone rang again. This time, Kristy snatched it up. Babysitter's Club. Hi, Mr. Hill. No, I'm still working on it. Do you? Well, that's all right. Sure, I understand, but call us again if something turns up for Friday. I'll call you right away. I mean, just in case you haven't found another sitter yet. I'm sure someone will be available. I mean, we're working on it, and we're hoping to hear from one of our associate sitters very shortly. All right, bye. Imagine calling and dealing with all of these frantic 11 to 13-year-old girls. Just like, oh no. What did he say? I asked. He said he can't wait for an answer And he'll have to start phoning some other sitters, Kristy said somberly. This is exactly what I was afraid would happen. It's the worst possible thing. That's it. The worst thing ever. Ever. Enough is enough. We have to replace Dawn. But what will we do when Dawn comes back? Asked Marianne. We'll worry about that then, Kristy replied. Right now, we have to do something. Anyone have any suggestions? Does anyone know someone who would be a good sitter? There was silence as each of us looked at the others. Suddenly, I thought of Wendy. I wasn't sure Kristy would want another junior member, but it was worth a try. I know someone who's a good sitter, I said. She's my age, but I think she... Just then the phone rang again. Good, bring her to the next meeting, said Kristy before picking up the phone. Mrs. Barrett was calling. Dawn always liked sitting for the Barrett kids. She'd have jumped at the job, but Dawn wasn't here. I'll have to get back to you, Kristy told Mrs. Barrett. In the process of figuring out who could sit for Mrs. Barrett, Kristy forgot about looking for a new member. It turned out that Claudia had to take one of Stacey's jobs, so Stacey would be free to take the Barrett job. In order for Claudia to make that switch, I had to agree to take her afternoon job so that she could do her homework before going to the Barretts, because hardly anybody ever got any homework done at the Barrett's house. Those 3 kids keep you running. The meeting was so confusing. Even the great organizer, Marianne, was starting to look frazzled. I feel a little frazzled just reading about it. It's so funny how seriously they take this. I know, they're like, oh my god, our reputation in the industry. The meeting was so confusing. Even the great organizer, Marianne, was... I lost my place. Was starting to look frazzled. By the time we straightened out the Barrett job, it was almost 6, but the phone rang yet again. I decided to give everyone a break, and I answered the phone myself. Babysitters Club, I said in my most professional voice. Hi, it's me, said a lively, familiar voice. Dawn, I cried, delighted to hear from her. How are you? How is everything out there? As soon as I shouted out Dawn's name, everyone began to gather around me. It's great, Dawn replied. I'm so glad I caught you. I raced all the way home from school so I could call before the meeting ended. You go to school until 6, I said? No, silly, she said. She laughed. We're on Pacific time. It's 3 hours earlier out here. I forgot, I said, embarrassed. What have you been up to? Lots of goofing off, she laughed. It feels great to go to the beach again and to see Dad and Jeff. A lot of my old friends are in my class. In school, everything is great, but I miss you guys a lot. Are you all there? Yeah, except for Mal. She's not feeling too well. She says she's tired all the time. Oh, wow, that's too bad. Find out if she's taking vitamins. That might help her. All right, I'll ask her. How are you, Jessi? I'm good, I said, feeling a little overloaded, but basically all right. Listen, I'd like to talk more, but I'm paying for this call myself, and I want to say hi to everyone. My babysitting money is running out. I need to find some sitting jobs out here. Too bad you're not here. We've got a ton of them, I told her. Take care, Dawn. I'll put someone else on. Everyone was anxious to talk to Dawn, but Kristy was right beside me, so I handed her the phone. That might have been a mistake. Dawn, you have to come home, like, right away, she said urgently into the phone. No, I'm not kidding. We're in a mess here, and we need you back. Going to make her feel bad, said Marianne, reaching out to take the phone from Kristy. Kristy turned away from Marianne, still talking into the phone. Yes, that was Marianne. No, you can't talk to her until you swear you'll come back right away. Marianne reached around and scooped the phone out of Kristy's hand. Don't pay attention to her, she told Dawn. We're doing all right. No, we're not, Kristy shouted into the mouthpiece. At 10 after 6, Claudia was talking to Dawn with Stacey hanging on to the phone next to her. We really miss you, Claudia said. We sure do, Stacey spoke up. Silently, I waved goodbye to my friends as I scooped up my jacket and walked out of the room. I was excited about the idea of Wendy joining the club, but I was also sad about the idea of trying to replace Dawn, as if anyone could. All right, where did I leave off in chat? Yeah, no, I was just saying that in chapter 2, Julia. I was like, "Oh, so she looks like me." Like, especially when I was Mallory's age, like, they're like, "She's short with dark hair, dark eyes, uh, shorter hair." That was me in middle school for sure. That's just what I'm picturing. It's just like my old middle school pictures, which is horrifying, but Abby's sister, scoliosis. Abby is a babysitter. Comes later. Okay. Does anybody remember The Amazing Days of Abby Hayes? Was I the only person who read those books? And characters with disabilities and limitations, it makes them way more relatable. Makes them way more relatable. Yeah. Just makes them more interesting. Abby was in the show or film all. Francina Street Police. Open up, Avery Vandenhouten. We know you're in there. I'll never come out. You'll never take me alive. I'm late, but did Avery say why she chose to read this book on stream? Why I chose to read this particular book on stream? I found, let's try to go back to this top-down camera, see if it's ready to behave. So I found, you guys know by now that I collect, nostalgic books and stuff and read them on stream, and I found a couple of Babysitters Club books, and thought people might like them, which apparently we do. We like the Babysitters Club here. So I was saying that I would look for more of them. But this one, it was either this one or I had found the other one called Logan's Story. So I honestly just picked them at random. This one has a yellow cover, so I was like, "Oh, yellow, that's my favorite color." I think I'm the Kristy in my friend group, to be honest. I mean, she's very organized, right? Like somebody needs to be the organized one. Because it's fun. Yeah, because it's a fun book. Felt like it seems to be a popular series. Yeah, this channel in all is just kind of subject to my ever-changing whims, I think. Street fighting in BSC, can you imagine? Enjoyed the series if she read it as a kid. I was just thinking that actually. I really would have enjoyed these. I was saying that I kind of think I tried to read one or two, but I was like, I think I probably thought it was like too girly at the time. Maybe I went through a phase where I was like, I don't like girl things. Girl things are lame. And then I eventually grew out of that, but I was probably too old for Babysitters Club at the time. Again, this could be solved with my seasonal hiring idea, but no, they have to be friends. Wait for you to read the Nancy Drew Notebook. I can't wait to read it either. We can do polls like in Scooby Doo. It's so much fun! Yay! So funny how they take it. Yeah. Oh, I don't want that. Yes, I'm very excited to read Nancy Drew Notebook. I also found the Hardy Boys series, like books 1 through 15, which should be most of the main series, if not all of it. Of the Hardy Boys, where they're in the ATAC. They're in ATAC, American Teens Against Crime, which got referenced in the camera's doing the camera thing again. Please stop, camera. Please don't do that. I like how I think I can bargain with the camera. So yeah, Hardy Boys, ATAC books. I found a bunch of those, and Hardy Boys Nancy Drew. That would be good. Logan's story is different than most of the books. I had a feeling. Okay. Let's go back to the main camera for a second. This camera usually is cool. It's a top-down camera so that you guys can all see. But there's just not behaving tonight. I don't know for sure why. I'm back. What did I miss? They're all swamped. They all need another babysitter. I love the Abby Hayes books. Okay, cool. Because I found a bunch of them on my shelf that I still have, like in our on our family bookshelf, and I was just like, oh, I still have these. I wonder if anybody else ever read these. Those and Clary's Bean were some of my favorite. In the series, since it's a normal one, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad we started with this one. We can read Logan's story at a different date. Mm, girly stuff you might have liked. The Kristy book she hated, all that stuff. Well, I mean, it wasn't that I hated girly stuff. I just thought I was supposed to hate girly stuff, because it was like that phase of like, oh, girl stuff isn't cool. And I was into like comic book things and stuff, and so I thought I couldn't be into both. Flash again. I know, I'm giving that camera a break. I went through the I'm not like other girls phase, but it was when I was 19 and almost immediately followed by realizing I'm not in fact a girl. So it's a bit different. I get you. It's like it's one of those things where it's like, camera, calm down, right? And it's one of those things where like I think there's a stigma that like girls stuff is like mediocre. Like just as a society, I feel like that. So I feel like a lot of girls feel like they have to like not like or suppress their they have to not like the things that girls like, which is silly because obviously there's a reason things are popular with girls. It's because they're catered towards girls. Never read any Hardy Boys. Read some Nancy Drew original series and the one that came in the 2000s. The tween book series I like best was definitely BSC though. Whatever you do, please don't read. Goes to London on stream. Copy that. The girls thing can hit kind of different if you are trans, non-binary, and or neurodivergent. Yeah. Depressed liking pink because of that. Yeah, it happened to a lot of us, I think. And then we all grew up and we're like, oh, we all did that? Oh. And like it's not our fault. It's obviously just like the time period that we were all dealing with and cultural shit. But let's see. Is the camera gonna behave or are we gonna There's no illustrations in this one, so if we have to go to main camera tonight and have me fix the camera, that's doable, but I like this camera because this camera makes it cozy. All right, we have handwritten. We have a handwritten note, everybody. Chapter 4, Thursday. I don't know what's the matter with me. I can't keep my eyes open lately. I thought I was feeling a little better until I tried sitting for the 7 Pike Maniacs. The 7 Pike Maniacs. Okay, the family. Maybe I've been bitten by some rare sleep-causing bug who flew in from a strange tropical island. I don't know what you're complaining about, Mal. I did all the work. I don't know who is this writing. I know that this is Mallory. Rare tropical bugs. That's Mal and her runaway imagination for you. But in truth, it was beginning to sound possible to me. What else could be causing Mal's mysterious fatigue? Mal and I imagine being a kid and just like being like, oh, there's no other explanation but mysterious bugs. What a time. Mal and I sat for her younger brother and sisters the next day. Thursday. She hadn't been in school, so when I arrived at her house, I was relieved to discover that she wasn't seriously sick. But to tell the truth, she didn't look seriously well either. Hi, Jessi, she greeted me dully. Hi, Jessi, she greeted me dully at the front door. As her mother rushed out the back door, she was wearing a faded lavender sweat outfit, her blue terry cloth robe thrown over it. Come on in. What's the matter with you? I asked. Mallory shrugged listlessly. I don't have a fever or a sore throat or anything. I'm just so tired. Mom let me stay home from school today because she thinks I'm coming down with something. Could be. Maybe your body is, I said, maybe your body is fighting a flu and it's taking all your energy. Maybe, Mallory agreed, flopping down on the living room couch. I envy people that just have mild flu symptoms. I get the worst flu, and it's always if I don't get a flu shot. Where is everybody? The monsters are in the rec room, she said. And I knew she meant her brothers, Nikki, who is 8, and the triplets, Byron, Adam, and Jordan. They're 10. Wow, that is a lot of kids. Vanessa's playing Chutes and Ladders upstairs with Claire, I think, and Margot is in her room doing something. I don't know what. Vanessa is 9, Claire is 5, and Margot is 7. Wow, lot of siblings. That's right, she's the oldest of 8. Just then, I sensed another presence. I looked up and saw Claire, dressed in a tiger costume. She was prowling down the stairs. She growled at me when I spotted her. Ah, a tiger! Save me! I played along. I am Shere Khan, Lord of the Jungle, she told me in a menacing voice. From 3 steps off the floor, she pounced down onto the living room. And banged her shin hard against the chest of drawers. Ow! She cried, clutching her leg. I ran to her. Are you okay? Ow, ow, ow! She sang out in pain as her eyes filled with tears. I pushed up the leg of her tiger pants and examined her shin. Sure enough, a purple bruise was already starting to form. Ow! She continued. I looked at Mal, who was now sitting forward on the couch. Could you get some ice? I asked her. I'm afraid there was a little edge of annoyance in my voice, but after all, this was her sister, and Mal wasn't actually dying or anything. I shouldn't have had to ask her for help. Oh, she's gonna feel bad. Oh yeah, sure, Mal agreed. She got off the couch as if she were in slow motion film and walked into the kitchen. By then, Claire's cries had died down, and she was just sniffling. This is gonna be my Halloween costume, she said between sobs. Isn't it cool? Very cool, I said, as Mal returned with the ice wrapped in a towel. I was pressing the ice against her bruise when suddenly the entire living room began to vibrate. I'm not kidding. The floor was actually shaking. Suddenly, Byron, Adam, Jordan, and Nikki bounced into the room on strange purple shoes that seemed to have springs on their bottoms. Ooh, I always wanted those. You're not supposed to be using those in the house, said Mallory. She said it as she held tight to the shaking lamp. The boys ignored her and kept bouncing across the living room. Come on, guys, Mallory pleaded weakly. We're not hurting anything, Byron argued as he jumped in place like a human ball. Brothers. I expected Mallory to take action. As the oldest of 8 kids, she's used to taking charge and is not a bit shy about it, but not this time. She just shook her head and sighed. I could see I was going to have to take control. Listen, you guys, I said, you have to take those outside. Really, something's going to get broken. The boys boinged slightly up and down as they thought about this. Please, I asked. It proved to be the magic word because they started bouncing toward the hall closet and grabbing their jackets. The kangaroo cops will continue maneuvers outside, Adam said gallantly. Thank goodness, Mallory sighed. The pictures, vases, and knickknacks rattled just a few seconds longer as the boys bounced out the front door, slamming it behind them. No sooner had the door slammed than an anguished cry came from upstairs. Mal and I looked at one another in alarm. What's Vanessa doing? Mal asked Claire. Setting her hair, Claire replied. How dangerous could that be? I asked, but another pained cry came from above us. You'd better go see what's the matter, Mallory said to me. Me? I cried. What about you? Mallory gazed at the stairs with weary eyes, as if I'd asked her to climb the Himalayas. She sighed a long, exaggerated sigh. Oh, all right, I grumbled. Heading upstairs, I'll go. Not Mallory's fault, guys. When I reached the head of the stairs, I saw Vanessa standing in the bathroom with the door open. Her face was red with frustration, and her mouth twisted into a grimace as she tried to pull an electric roller from her hair. Ouch, I said sympathetically. How did you manage that? And what happened to chutes and ladders? Snarled around one roller were 2 others, their small, spiky grippers entangled in Vanessa's fine brown hair. The result was, on one side, Vanessa had springy curls, while the other side looked as if birds had been trying to build nests in her hair. And there, it sucks. We finished our game, replied Vanessa, and I'm going to a pizza birthday party today at 5:30. I wanted to look nice, so I thought I'd try out Mom's electric rollers. She never uses them, and now I see why. Gingerly, I tried to pick the hair out of the roller, but it was hopelessly tangled. Ow, careful, Vanessa complained each time I tugged. I'm trying, I said, feeling frustrated myself. After several more minutes, I gave up. I'm going to have to cut these out, I said apologetically. No, Vanessa cried in horror. You can't. It'll look awful. It's up to you, but I can't think of anything else to do. Vanessa studied herself in the mirror. All right, she relented with a dismal, defeated sigh. Do you have a sharp pair of scissors? I asked. Mallory does, but I don't know where they are. I went to the top of the stairs, hollering down, Mal, where are your scissors? I waited for her answer, but none came. I ran downstairs and discovered Mallory asleep on the couch with a book of fairy tales on her lap. She was snoring. Shh, said Claire, who was sitting on the floor below her coloring. She fell asleep while she was reading me The Three Bears. I don't blame her. I think it's a very boring story, too. It is a boring story. My only choice was to awaken Mallory with gentle shakes. Mal, I said, wake up. Her eyes fluttered behind her glasses. Huh? Oh, yeah, and she has glasses, too. I feel akin with Mallory. What? Where are your scissors? I asked. She blinked hard and looked at me blankly, as if my question made no sense to her. Then she woke up more fully. Margot was using them. I lent them to her, she mumbled sleepily. I ran back upstairs and knocked on Margot's bedroom door. Go away, Margot shouted, although she didn't sound upset. It's me, Jessi, I called to her. Do you have Mallory's scissors? Just a minute, she replied. A moment later, the door opened a crack, and Margot handed me out the scissors. Where do you go? What are you doing in there? I asked. Playing, she answered. Are you all right? I asked. She nodded. I'm fine. Okay, thank you for the scissors. You're welcome. Vanessa and I went into the room she shares with Mallory and began working on her hair. Don't cut too much, Vanessa kept fretting each time I took a careful snip. When I was done, her hair did look a bit choppy. Now what am I gonna do? Vanessa wailed, peering at herself in the mirror. I know. I hopped off the bed and gathered up the short, newly chopped strands of hair on Vanessa's right side. I braided them, tying the end with a rubber band, and then took the top of her, and then a rubber hairband that I took from the top of her dresser. Cute, Vanessa said, smiling at herself. Thanks, Jessi. No problem. Wait, so what did she do? Gathered up the short. Oh, so she braided it back so that you couldn't see that it was choppy. Downstairs, I colored with Claire for a while as Mallory slumbered. Every so often, I checked the backyard where the boys had taken off their bouncing shoes and were busy playing chicken, trying to knock each other off their shoes into the piles of leaves on the lawn. Camera? No. I checked on Margot. I'm still playing, she called, answering my knock without opening the door. It struck me as strange that she didn't come out, but she sounded fine, so I let her be. Always a bad idea. I returned to the living room in time to keep the boys from flinging their jackets all over the furniture as they came in from outside. However, Adam threw his on top of Mallory and she didn't even stir, but I suddenly had a new insight into why she might be so tired. Taking care of these kids all by yourself was, well, it was exhausting. Yeah, sounds about right. Let's see. I'll give my sister a hard time about how she loved paper dolls. I had a few paper dolls. Club diary entries. Copy. Yeah, there are only illustrations in the BSC super specials, and I think Babysitter's Little Sister series. Yeah, there aren't any illustrations in like Goosebumps, which we also read, but I also just I like being able to show you guys the desktop view because it just feels cozy to me. I'm an idiot. I realized I've written something. Oh, that doesn't matter, Paulo. You're fine. Everybody misspells our name. The local post workers. No, everybody misspells our name. They get it. Our name is also, it's hard to spell, but it's also very unique. So we don't, I'm sure, okay, camera. Easy. I'm sure the post office the ladies there see my name and just instantly know, but at this point, it's very, it sticks out. The Claudia chapters were the hardest to read. It's the moon shoes. I know. Okay, we're going back. Well, give it a second. Trying not to have to put it in the timeout corner again. Doing a stream where she plays with paper dolls. Oh my gosh. I know. I always wanted the moon shoes. Very suspicious behavior from Margot. Yeah, you never know what you don't listen to a kid when the kid's like, "I'm fine, just leave me alone." When they're that little. If I disappear from chat, I'm processing the fact that a journalist actually got paid to write the article. That just actor isn't enough of a pretty boy to play character. Oof, I love those. My apologies, Shinobi. It's really fine. Like, I'm pretty sure back in the days of, like, getting phone books, we never, ever had a phone book where our name was spelled correctly. So, you're totally good. We're all used to it. It's not offensive in any way, and it doesn't stop any of us from getting our mail, so that's good. Yeah, I hate... Ellery, don't you love those clickbait articles that's just like, I have nothing to say constructive about this thing, but I want the clicks for it. So here you go. I just remember those shoes from Arthur. Yeah. No flash pants. Pants. Reflected sunlight. Yes, I never had them, but I was always just like, this feel like a bad idea. Another thing I only remember from Arthur. Yeah. Let's get to chapter 5. Do. Be behind on chat for a second and had to catch up, but I think we're good now. If anybody's wondering and wasn't here when I said it before, this is gin and juice. Cranberry, cherry, and pineapple juice, to be specific. Oh, and I think there's lime margarita mix in here, too. It's mostly juice. These books have a very, like, cozy feel. I get it. I for sure get it. If I think Fridays are usually a rush, this Friday was beyond belief. Fact or fiction? For starters, is this supposed to be Madame Noel? Madame Noel, she's my ballet teacher, kept us in class an extra 5 minutes, and then kept traffic. And then traffic in Stamford was horrendous. To top it all off, I had offered to pick up Wendy and bring her to the meeting. She wasn't quite ready when I finally arrived at her house. I tried not to be aggravated with her, but she just wasn't moving fast enough. If she were me, I would have been flying around the house like a nut trying to get ready. You don't want somebody waiting on you. Finally, though, we raced the car, and Daddy drove us to Claudia's. Come on, hurry, 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 I urged Wendy as she climbed out of the car. Okay, but what's the big deal if we're 5 minutes late? Wendy asked. 5 minutes? I yelped. I'm worried about being half a second late. Come on. I grabbed Wendy's waist and pulled her along the walk. Luckily, Claudia leaves the front door open on meeting days, so we didn't have to knock. Still holding on to Wendy, I ran inside and up the stairs. Breathless, I burst into Claudia's bedroom. It was 5:30 on the dot. Meet Wendy Lawser, everybody. I said. Wendy smiled a bit nervously. Hi. Everyone said hello, and then I introduced my friends by name. Even though we go to the same school, they hadn't met Wendy and Mal, who was at the meeting despite her droopy eyes. Is in the same grade but doesn't have any classes with her. Hi, Wendy, said Mal, stifling a yawn. Jessi has told me a lot of nice stuff about you. Same here about you, Wendy said. You're pretty young, Wendy, said Kristy, being her usual blunt self. Have you ever babysat before? Sure, Wendy replied. I have 2 younger sisters. They're 6 and 8, and my neighbor next door asked me to play with her 2-year-old for a few hours while she sells stuff on the phone. Yeah, mommy helper. My friends all did that. Oh, she sells stuff over the phone. Plus, I sit for 2 kids down the street, so their parents can go out and have supper together sometimes. That sounds like a good experience. Said Stacey. Just then, the phone rang. Babysitters Club, Kristy said, answering it. Hi, Mrs. Radowski. She noted Mrs. Radowski's information on her pad and hung up. Now, this is how we operate, she told Wendy. Taking on the ultra-official chin-up posture, Kristy turned to Marianne for the demonstration. Marianne, please consult your book. I need a sitter for next Tuesday at 5 o'clock at the Radowski residence. Kristy was being so formal for Wendy's benefit that I had to work hard not to laugh. Are you out of your mind? Marianne cried. Kristy's hands went to her hips as she scowled at Marianne. I was sure this wasn't the way she wanted her demonstration to go. I'm sorry, Marianne defended herself, but that time slot filled up 3 days ago. Are our associates Logan and Shannon busy then too? Kristy asked, still very official. Yup, they're booked, Marianne said, nodding solemnly. The only one free that day is Jessi, but she can't sit that late. Wait, cried Claudia. I'm supposed to sit for Mrs. Barrett on Tuesday from 3 until 6. Why doesn't Jessi take that job, and then I'll be free to sit for the Rodowskis? I have an early ballet class. I couldn't get there until 4:30, I explained. All right, come and take over for me then, and I'll have time to get to the Rodowskis' house by 5, Claudia suggested. I didn't really want to do that. It would mean I'd be babysitting every afternoon for the rest of next week. Maybe Wendy could do that job, I suggested. Kristy shook her head forcefully. Wendy isn't officially in the club yet, she said. I have to ask her some questions, and if she can have an answer to them, then she has to go on a test job with another sitter. Oh, all right, I sighed. Everyone was working so hard I had to do my part. Now, Wendy, Kristy said, what would you do in the case of a medical emergency? Wendy considered this for a moment. Probably call my mother. If I couldn't reach her, I'd call 911. Right, said Kristy. What information should you get from the parents before you leave the... Before Kristy could finish, the phone rang once more. It was Mrs. Braddock. She brought on another no-one-can-take-the-job crisis. Call Shannon or Logan, Kristy said yet again. Logan, sorry, I keep getting tripped up on my words. Telling stuff over the phone is so vague. Yeah. Is it legal? What's she selling over the phone? She could be selling anything over the phone. Logan wasn't in, but Shannon could take the job. Now, where was I? Kristy asked Wendy. You were talking about some kind of information or something, Wendy reminded her. Oh, yeah, said Kristy. What do you need to find out before the parents leave the house? Well, I guess you should find out where they'll be, Wendy asked. Anything else? Kristy probed. Wendy chewed on her lower lip thoughtfully. You should also ask about bedtimes, and the ringing of the phone cut off the rest of her answer. This time the caller was Dr. Johansson, wanting someone to sit for Charlotte. While the others were busy figuring that out, I asked Mal how she was feeling. Like a flat tire, she replied. Thanks for all your help yesterday. That's okay, I said. Did you ever find out what Margot was doing in her room? Huh? She was so secretive, I went on. Mallory shrugged. Who knows? She was probably playing some goofy game and she didn't want anyone to make fun of her. Is every meeting as crazy as this? Wendy asked. No, we're usually super organized, but since Dawn left us for California, we're short-handed. That's why we need you, I explained. Mallory, can you sit for the Arnolds tomorrow afternoon? Marianne asked. I'd rather not, said Mallory. I'm still feeling crummy. I don't think I'm up to it. What is the matter with you, anyway? Kristy imploded. I don't know, Mallory said hopelessly. You better go to a doctor and get better. Thanks, Kristy, Kristy told her. I'm not trying to be mean, but we can't have 2 sitters out of commission. I could sit tomorrow, Wendy volunteered. Kristy pressed her lips together and narrowed her eyes as she studied Wendy for a moment. I thought she was going to say Wendy should take the job, but then she shook her head. No, I can't let you. It would be irresponsible. No offense, Wendy, but we just don't know you well enough yet. We promise our client sitters we know are reliable. Why don't you go with Jessi to the Barrett's house next Tuesday? That way she can tell us how you did, and we can make a decision about letting you join the club, okay? Okay, Wendy agreed. I'll call Mrs. Barrett and make sure it's all right for you to come, and if it's all right for Jessi and you to relieve Claudia so she can leave early for the Rodowskis, said Kristy to Wendy. Then I'll call Mrs. Rodowski and let her know who the sitter will be. We still need a sitter for Dr. Johansson, Marianne reminded Kristy. I'll call Logan, Stacey volunteered, picking up the phone. He won't be home until 6 today, Marianne told Stacey. She tends to know his schedule. I mean, more or less, if they're dating, even if they're 13 and dating, they probably know each other's general schedule. Kristy called Mrs. Barrett and got her permission for Wendy and me to come over and relieve Claudia. Do you like how I keep pronouncing their name differently every single time I see it? The rest of the meeting was spent on the telephone. Kristy never got to finish asking Wendy her questions. So, am I in the club? Wendy asked me. As my friends and I walked out of the Claudia's house together. Not officially, I told her, but I'm sure you'll do great at the Barrett's house. And after that, you'll be a junior member of the BSC. Congratulations, Mallory told Wendy. Not yet, warned Stacey, who was walking alongside us, but I'm sure you'll be fine. I waved goodbye as everyone went down their separate directions. Wendy walked with me a bit further. Don't worry, I told her when we were alone. You're as good as in. I think they jinxed her. I didn't realize there were flash pants at first. That's funny. Literally just, this man is too masculine for this character. Here's 10 others who would be better suited. Never mind, the drama is still in production and no one has seen him in costume yet. Oh gosh. Her sister had flash pants. Dress code at school. Like that they reflected sun and got in people's eyes. That's funny. Selling stuff on the phone is so big. Yeah. Have fun doing the news, Patrick. I'm sure you're already out, but have fun doing the news, Patrick. Come on. Right. Let's get back. I'm just gonna go right into my phone is doing things where it's like, hey, give me attention. What's happening? YouTube is also doing this thing where it just has no idea my sub count because my sub count just wildly shifts where it's like, you gained subscribers, and then like an hour later it's like it's showing that I like lost like, I don't know, 8 subscribers. And I know that means it's just like checking to make sure, like when I get a lot of subscribers in a short amount of time, like sometimes it'll check for bots, which is good and stuff, but I don't know, as a small YouTuber I'm just like, YouTube, let me have my subscribers. I need those. Okay, thank you, Paolo. I appreciate you. YouTube is strange. We're about at the halfway mark of this book. I'm shooting to be done by midnight, but we'll see. New recruit Wendy Losser reporting for duty, Wendy said with a salute and a smile. Oh, this when I opened the door to her on Tuesday at 4:30. Well, this is chapter 6, by the way. I think everybody can see that. I was already wearing my jacket. Let's hurry. We're supposed to be there already, I said, rushing to the door. Wendy had ridden over on her bike, so I grabbed mine from the side of the house, and side by side, we rode to the Barrett's house on Slate Street. Kids on bikes. At least we started our side by side. We started out side by side, but I was in such a hurry, I soon pulled ahead. Slow down, Wendy called to me as I pedaled hard. My head ducked against the wind. I can't, I called back to her. We're late. According to my watch, we arrived at the Barrett house at 4:40. When Claudia opened the door, she was already wearing her jacket, and she was anxious to get going. I felt as if I were in some kind of strange babysitting relay race. Claudia checked her watch. I can still make it to the Rudowskis by 5, but I have to get out of here right now, okay? Sure, I answered. I wrote down all the numbers you need. The list is on the kitchen table. Mrs. Barrett said not to bother giving the kids dinner. She'll do that. And Marnie napped so she won't be sleepy. Claudia said in a rush. Where are they? I asked as I looked around the Barrett's sloppy house. Mr. and Mrs. Barrett are divorced, and Mrs. Barrett is not much of a housekeeper. In fact, you could say she's totally disorganized, although personally, she is as beautiful and pulled together as a fashion model. Well, she has little kids, right? Nobody's house is organized if you have little kids. That's how little kids work. Rec room, said Claudia. Marnie is in her playpen, but you'd better get to her right away because Susie can lift her out of it, which she does at every opportunity. She thinks the playpen is inhumane or something. Mrs. Barrett promised to be home by 6, but you know her. She's never on time, so be prepared, said Claudia, pulling open the front door. It's okay. I cleared it with her. I cleared it with my parents that I might be later than usual tonight. My dad will pick me up when I call him, I told her. Have fun at the Radowskis. Claudia had barely shut the door behind her when we heard a crash and the sound of crying. Wendy and I raced to the rec room, following the sound. We found 5-year-old Susie in tears, lying flat beside a playpen, which stood in the middle of the room. Blonde, curly-haired Marnie, who was a toddler, was sprawled beside Susie, howling her lungs out. Instantly, Wendy scooped up Marnie and comforted her. What happened? I asked, kneeling next to Susie. What hurts? My head, Susie wailed. I bumped my head on the floor. Is Marnie all right? I asked Wendy while I rubbed Susie's head. I think she's okay, Wendy said. She doesn't have any bruises or cuts. Remind me to tell you guys a story when I get on the chapter break chat. In regards to this kid bumping their head. Okay. She's just scared, Susie said, brushing away her tears. She rolled out of my arms when I fell over. Were you taking her out of the playpen, I guess? Susie nodded. She wanted to come out, I could tell. Just then, 8-year-old Buddy appeared in the doorway. All this noise is driving me nuts, he complained. Did Susie and Marnie get out of the playpen again? Or did Susie take Marnie out of the playpen again? You be quiet, yelled Susie. Marnie hates the playpen. How do people know? Buddy challenged her. Let me try that again. How do you know? Buddy challenged her. She never makes the ham face in the playpen. The ham face? Wendy asked me. That's her happy face, Susie explained. Wendy looked at Marnie, who had just stopped crying. Show me the ham face, she cooed, wrinkling up her nose at Marnie. Let me see the ham face. Come on, please. At first, Marnie just stared at her. Wendy stuck out her lower lip. I want the ham face. Marnie thought that this was very funny. Her eyes grew wide. She wiggled her nose, and she smiled. That's the ham face, Susie cried out. That's it. Wendy and I laughed. The ham face was contagious. Even Buddy smiled. I know a good game, said Wendy. Susie, why don't you and Marnie go into the playpen and pretend you're lion cubs at the zoo? Hey, who is she? Buddy demanded. Thought I heard a cat. I think I'm just hearing phantom cat noises. That's what being a cat parent is like, I think. She's, Buddy demanded, pointing at Wendy. This is Wendy. She's going to help me babysit today, I replied. Then I introduced the kids to Wendy. Hi, guys, she said to them. Okay, how about that lion game? I have a better idea, said Susie excitedly. I'll be the mother lion, and Marnie can be my baby. The playpen could be our cave. Okay, Wendy agreed. I'll be a hunter, cried Buddy enthusiastically. Oh, this game is getting dark. Held up his forefingers as if they were guns. Pow, pow, I shot the lions dead. We are not dead, Susie yelled indignantly. There are no hunters in this game. Besides, you know the rule, Buddy. No playing guns. We had a rule that was no playing guns, too, in our house. That's Dawn's rule, he objected, and Dawn's not here. From reading Dawn's entries in the BSC notebook, I knew what they were talking about. Dawn forbids Buddy, or any of the kids she sits for, to play gun games. Guns are not toys, and killing isn't a funny thing. Dawn wants to make that clear. Good for Dawn. I like that rule, I said. Me too, Wendy agreed. Let's keep it. Buddy frowned at us. Then his shoulders sagged. Oh, all right. Is Dawn coming back? Yes, I assured him. She's just living with her dad and her brother for a while. I miss her, said Susie. I'm sure she misses you guys too, I said. What if she forgets about us? Susie asked unhappily. She won't, I said, although I suspected it was something we were all a tiny bit worried about, whether or not we were willing to admit it. You could always write... I'm going to switch back to this camera for a second. You could always write her a letter, Wendy suggested. That would let her know you were thinking of her. Or we could send her a video of us, Buddy exclaimed, lighting up with excitement. We do that in school once. It was so cool. Oh, before smartphones. Hey, I was just about to say that, Susie said. No fair. I know the reason you both thought of it, I said. Because it's a great idea. Do you have a camcorder? No, Buddy admitted, but I bet we could borrow one from someone. A lot of people have them. 1993. That's a very 1993 sentence. Maybe we can get all the kids Dawn babysits for together and put them in the video, I suggested. What a great idea. I don't know Dawn, but I bet she'd love that, Wendy said. Anyone would. Yeah, Susie cheered as she danced around the room. We're going to put on a play for Dawn. All the other BSC members will want to help, I said to Wendy. This will be a great... Wait. This will be great. Okay. I want to play lion, said Susie. I guess we can fit in a lion role somewhere, I said, laughing. Yippee! Susie began crawling around the room, growling. Marnie crawled after her. Before I knew it, Wendy had organized the game of Lion in the Jungle. Buddy agreed not to be the hunter, but settled on playing a crocodile that wanted to eat the lions. This sitting job turned out to be the opposite of the job I had shared with Mal. Unlike Mallory, Wendy did everything. She played with the kids, fixed snacks for them, and read to them. The Enormous Crocodile by Roald Dahl, which she'd brought in her backpack. I've never read that Roald Dahl. This was a nice break. Being able to sit back and let someone else take charge as soon as I returned. Am I making sure I'm not disconnected? Sorry. All right, there we go. Okay. Sorry. Continuing on. Just making sure that my equipment was working. This was a nice break, being able to sit back and let someone else take charge. As soon as I returned home, I called Kristy. She's wonderful, I said before Kristy even asked Wendy. Before Kristy even asked. Wendy is the best babysitter you could ask for. That's good, said Kristy cautiously. I wish she were older so she could sit at night. But we've been getting so many afternoon jobs lately, I pointed out. If Mallory, Wendy, and I together could cover all of them, then everyone else would be more available in the evenings. You're right, Kristy agreed. Terrific. The three of you might even take over Dawn's job of alternate officer. The idea of holding a real club office was exciting. Which one of us? I asked. You'd take turns, Kristy replied. You could be alternating alternate officers. The assistant to the regional manager. Hey, Cameron. That babysitting is all that interesting in real life. Probably not. It's probably only interesting in like 80s and 90s media. I never babysat though, so what do I know? I laughed at the sound of that, but it made sense. It was very fair. And the three of us learned all the jobs. And if the three of us learned all the jobs, then we'd be ready to move to other club positions when we were old enough. Oh, and also, I remembered to tell Kristy, Buddy Barrett came up with a super idea about sending a video featuring all the kids we sit for to Dawn. Cool, Kristy agreed, obviously impressed. It's so cool that I wish I'd thought of it. Well, I have to get all the kids together on a specific day, which won't be easy, but I bet we can pull it off. I knew we could too, now that Kristy's great problem-solving brain was on the case. Good work, Jessi, Kristy said. You really bailed us out of a tough spot and then gave us a ton more work to do by having to organize this video. No problem, I replied. I'm glad Wendy worked out. She's so nice. You'll like her as much as I do once you get to know her. When I hung up, I was bursting with good feeling. I brought a friend into the club and helped the club out in the process. Solving this problem made me feel as if I'd contributed something special to the club. I couldn't wait to call the rest of the BSC members and tell them about the video idea. But first I had even more important call to make. I had to phone Wendy and tell her the wonderful news that she was now an official member of the Babysitters Club. All right. Get a sip of my drink before I continue. Right, how's everybody doing? Are we all enraptured in the book? Oh, thank you for saying that, Paulo. I already forgot. Um, I was at 9, like 9 o'clock where you are. It's 11 where I am now. So I sit in on season 2 of Stranger Things, and this standing in this one scene, and it was the snowball scene where like it's a school dance, and so one of the little kids, because they had a bunch of little like grade school kids, one of the kids came running to go out the doors, and she miscalculated how far up the camera was to the ground, and she totally smacked her head and fell right in front of me, and I was just like, oh my god, and I like had one of those moments where I was like, oh my god, what do I do? um oh, chat viewership is a ghost town right now. Yeah, we tend to at the 2 hour, well, 2 to 3 hour mark, we tend to have kind of like a dip, and then everybody comes back in. It's all good. Um, lets me catch up on reading because I did come in a little bit behind. But anyway, this kid falls in front of me, and I'm just like, oh my god, what do I do? And her DP, who is like the nicest guy ever, was like, oh my god, are you okay? And he just like helped the little kid, and then we were like, we need to go find this kid's parents because someone needs to tell them that their kid just completely like wiped out because she like hit her head, and we were like, she's probably fine, but like you want to tell the parents, like, because it's a head thing. And so like we had to like track down our casting agent, who was luckily there, who then tracked down the parents and was just like, so your kid's fine, but she kind of sort of bashed her head on a camera. She's fine though. um yeah. Yeah, chat's just taking a little breather. It's all good. I'm just gonna keep on keeping on reading. Let me check something real quick. Oh wow, you guys are blowing up that video with Maddie. Thank you guys. All right. Chapter 7. Let's try going back to the desk cam. All right. Still here, just lurking. That's cool. That's totally cool. No, we usually have a little bit of a chat, kind of like starts off really chatty, then goes into a little lull, then comes back up at the end. Just because of when we stream. And I don't no one is expected to be in chat or watching or commenting or whatever. I'm just sitting here reading a book. All right. Oh gosh, I'm gonna struggle with this handwriting. Yes, I did see that comment, Cameron. I think I thought I responded to that comment, but it was really late at night, and I probably like clicked up. I probably like went to respond and then didn't. Sorry, but I did see it. It was very interesting. Okay. Oh boy, hang on. Thursday. Operation Dawn's video is in full swing. This is so hard to read. The minute I walked into the Barrett house, Susie and Buddy pounced on me. They were disappointed that I didn't show up with a camcorder all ready to go. I told them that, sorry, this is really hard. There were just a few, to say the least, things we'd have to do first. This project is a great idea, but it's not going to be as simple as simple as it sounds. It doesn't sound simple. It sounds very unsimple. Still all yours tonight. Thank you guys. You guys are the best. I know you guys are still chilling. We've got 10 concurrent viewers in chat right now. Hello, my 10 concurrent viewers in chat right now. I appreciate you. And here we go, continuing to read. Now we're back to regular text. So I'll just struggle the normal amount from chapter 7, by the way. For anybody just coming in. Hey, Daniel. Okay, so we're reading The Babysitters Club 68. This is Jessi and the Bad Babysitter. Trip to Universal. This is the Babysitters Club book where they have to hire a replacement sitter and a bunch of wacky stuff happens. And right now, they're trying to make a video for Dawn. If you read any of these books, which I apparently did not, Dawn is in California for 6 months. They're trying to replace her. They're making a video for her with all the kids that she sits for. In fact, we know that time of the year asteroid hit the Earth 66 million years ago. It was the early springtime, a very delicate time for many animals, basically an extended winter drought. Wow. Very, very fascinating. In a terrifying way. There's a lot of things that are fascinating in a horrible way, you know? Right. Mary Ann's babysitting job at the Barretts turned into the first planning session for the video. As she said, Buddy and Susie were raring to go the minute she walked in. But Mary Ann pointed out to them that they weren't exactly ready to begin. What kind of play do you want to perform? She asked the kids. Buddy and Susie looked at one another with puzzled expressions. So this is Mary Ann's handwriting. Her handwriting is super difficult for me to read. What kind of play do you want? Puzzled expressions. A video, said Susie with a shrug of her shoulders. You know, like Snow White and the 7 Zorbs. The 7 what? Asked Mary Ann. Buddy rolled his eyes. She means dwarves. She never says that right. I did so say it right, Susie yelled. I said Zorbs. The Zorbs are grumpy, dopey, bashful, sleepy, doc, sneezy, and, Mary Ann started counting on her fingers. She couldn't come up with the 7th dwarf. Wait. Grumpy, dopey, bashful, sleepy. Happy. They're missing Happy. It doesn't matter. We'll think of his name later. It's Happy. She said, that's a good idea. No, it's not, Buddy disagreed. How about a play about Captain Planet? Dawn likes ecology stuff, and Captain Planet and the Planeteers are always protecting the Earth from polluters like Duke Nukem. She'd like that way better than a dumb old fairy tale. It is not dumb, Susie protested angrily. It's no fair if you get your way. You always get your way. Think again, buckaroo. Mary Ann's eyebrows shot up in surprise. What did you say? She heard that on a cartoon this morning, Buddy explained. Camera. Oh my gosh, Captain Planet. He's a hero. So I watched some Captain Planet. Captain Planet, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm realizing Captain Planet was kind of taboo in our circles growing up because, you know, God forbid we talk about helping the environment, but maybe that's why I didn't watch that much of it. I don't think my parents had a problem with it, though. I think other people's parents probably had a problem with it, and that discouraged me from watching it because none of my friends watched it. Not that I had that many friends. Anyway, she's been saying it all day. Every 2 minutes she says, think again, buckaroo. Do not, cried Susie. Do so, Buddy countered. All right, that's enough bickering, Mary Ann told them. How about this? What if we do both? What do you mean? Susie asked. We could put on Snow White and the Captain Planet. We could put on Snow White with Captain Planet in the story, Mary Ann suggested. He could be the prince. Yes, cried Buddy, but he doesn't kiss Snow White, because the captain never kisses or any gross stuff like that. He could fly Snow White to a top secret laboratory where he gives her a special formula to make her better. I mean, that does sound less harassy, shall we say, than Snow White Prince. Make her better, and the witch could poison Snow White with a disgusting radioactive apple. The Zorbs could be special secret Planeteers, added Susie. Hey, I think we're on to something, Mary Ann said with a smile. Next we have to cast the parts. What's that? Susie questioned. That's when you decide which person will play which part, Marianne explained. And we'll need costumes. We'll have to write our own script, and you'll have to learn your parts. Laurel Kahn could be Doc, said Buddy, since she's so smart and all. Carolyn and Marilyn Arnold could be a two-headed monster, said Susie with a giggle, referring to 8-year-old twins. I don't think there is a two-headed monster in this play, Marianne said, laughing as she went upstairs to check on Marnie, who was taking a nap. There could be, said Buddy, trailing up the stairs with Susie after Marianne. We could pretend a little alligator crawled into a polluted swamp and turned into a two-headed monster. Marianne shook her head. I don't think Marilyn and Carolyn would like that idea. Maybe they could take turns playing Snow White? That way 2 people could have the lead part. I want to be the witch, said Susie. She has the best part. I like Susie's vibe. When Marianne reached the bedroom, sleepy-eyed Marnie was just sitting up in her crib. Marnie is perfect for Dopey, Susie pointed out. Marianne smiled down at the 2-year-old. She's probably the only one who wouldn't mind playing the part, Marianne agreed. Marianne lifted Marnie from her crib and felt to see if her diaper needed changing. It did. Who did you want to be? She asked Buddy. Captain Planet, of course, he said, as if the answer should have been obvious. Marianne finished changing Marnie's diaper. I have an idea. Why don't we call Jessi? She's babysitting over at the Braddocks right now. Haley and Matt could come over with Jessi, and we could all work on the play together. When Marianne called, I was thrilled to hear from her. I was anxious to get going on the video, but I didn't know where to start. I had already told Matt and Haley, Matt is 7 and Haley is 9, that we were making a video and they were excited about it. But what about Matt? Haley asked when I hung up and told the Braddocks the idea for the play. What part can he play? Matt is deaf. Technically, he can speak, but since he's never heard a human voice, it's hard. Oh boy. It's hard for him to reproduce the sound of it. He can sign his parts. You know, we're not down with ableism here. Mostly he prefers to communicate through sign language. There will be plenty of non-speaking parts, I told Haley. Or Matt can sign, and you'll translate. It'll be fine. The Braddock kids and I hurried to the Barretts when we arrived in the living room. There was a whirlwind of construction paper, tape, and scissors. We're making costumes, Susie announced brightly. She held up a cone-shaped hat made of red construction paper with a roll of cotton glued around the brim. She plunked the hat on Marnie's head, bending her small ears over. She looks just like Dopey in the movie, Susie cried in delight. As Susie spoke, Haley's hands moved rapidly as she signed to Matt everything that was being said. The Walt Disney movie isn't the only version of Snow White, Marianne told the kids. Huh? Buddy said, what do you mean? The story has been around for a long time. The Brothers Grimm wrote down a lot of fairy tales, but they didn't make them all up. Some had been around for so long that no one knows who made them up, Marianne explained. You mean Walt Disney stole the story? Getting Babysitters Club? I almost called them the Breakfast Club. Hey, Daniel! I loved Captain Planet, but some of the episodes were bleak, like the one about gang violence or religiously divided Ireland. Yeah, some of them got dark. Yeah, Captain Planet does need a Riverdale style reboot. Susie asked, horrified by the idea. No, Marianne answered, laughing. He just took the story and told it in his own way. Really, the writers who worked for him did that, I guess. Hey, that's what we're doing, Buddy said happily. That's right, I agreed. What should we do? I asked Marianne. We need you guys to help us make hats and help us come up with a script, said Marianne, as she rolled another pointy red cone and glued its edges. So far, this is what we've come up with. The witch is a big polluter who wants to destroy the planet. She hates Snow White because she's in favor of clean earth, which kind of fits, you know, keeping the Snow White and all. Don't eat the yellow snow, Buddy cried. There is something on this page, and I don't want to think about what it is. Cried out and then burst into giggles. Matt laughed too. When Haley signed the joke for him, Mary Ann worked hard not to smile. Well, that is the basic idea, I suppose. Anyway, in our version, the witch can't stand Snow White for helping the planet, so she tries to get rid of her, just like in the real story. So she drops her at a polluted swamp, Susie puts in, and she's attacked by a weird mutant, two-headed monster, added Buddy. But Swamp Thing saves her because he's a good guy, even though he's gross-looking. Kids' imaginations are so hilarious. Is that great? Wait, I'm missing things. Buckaroo, that's some spicy language. Yeah. Can I be Swamp Thing? Haley asked. Sure, Buddy agreed. Anyway, Marianne went on, as Matt, Haley, and I began rolling red hats along with her. Swamp Thing sends her to a forest where Snow White meets the 7 Zorbs. The what? I asked. Zorbs, Susie said impatiently. We're calling dwarfs Zorbs since Susie prefers it that way, Marianne explained. Zorbs is funny, said Haley. I like that. The Zorbs are planeteers, Buddy said. They're like a secret division, and when Snow White gets the radioactive apple, they go out looking for Captain Planet, which is me. It sounds like you have it all figured out, I said. You don't need any help. Yes, we do, Marianne insisted. We have to write down what all the characters are actually going to say, so writing the whole script. I'm putting that in. So let's start at the beginning. We can open with the witch in her royal chamber, talking to her magic mirror. Now, what should she say? What a fine day, Haley volunteered, the first line in a cackly, witchy voice. What a fine day. I wish Maddie was here to do her witch's voice. As she signed what she was saying for Matt. I think I'll pollute it. But first, let me check upon that nerdy Snow White. This just sounds like Granny from Looney Tunes now. With her usual secretarial efficiency, Mary Ann wrote down everyone's ideas, and little by little, with a lot of laughs and some bickering, our play was written, and our Zorb hats were made too. Now, all we need is a camera, and we're ready to go, said Buddy. Not exactly, Mary Ann disagreed. We need more costumes and props. I know, I said excitedly. Why don't we check out the party store downtown? They always have the weirdest, neatest stuff. Do they have radioactive apples? Buddy asked. No, but I saw a whole bunch of wax fruit there, I recalled. They have lots of costume stuff for Halloween, too, Haley said. I saw these long claw nails. They'd be great for the witch, and Swamp Thing needs lots of green stuff hanging off of him. All that costs money, Mary Ann reminded them. Do you think we could use some of the BSC money? I asked her. I mean, this is a club project. Did none of them make personal money? They have to, right? How does the payment work in the BSC? We'll have to ask Stacey, replied Mary Ann. I'll bet she'll say yes. I said, more excitedly than ever now. This was going to be great. Let me take a break for a second. This rock struck the earth. Angle it landed was a big factor in the apocalypse. The dinosaurs and other life forms. It's interesting. Many mammals died out too. Oh, that's sad. Riverdale style action reboot. It would be good, but it should. It wouldn't be good, but it should happen anyway to make me laugh. Yes, 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 yes. Your fuels are actually interesting. Fitting. I bring these up just as Captain Planet is talked about. That is funny. Captain Planet would appreciate your knowledge. If you think that Disney is stingy with their IP, Nintendo and are notorious for their IP protection. Yes, yes, they are. I'm not really even that big into the gaming community. I know how much Nintendo has pissed people off with their copyright protection. It's nothing. Kingdom Hearts is nothing compared to that. That's the irony in these company over most of them lifted inspiration of said IP from other sources. Yeah, it's very ironic. Also, they weren't afraid to have side characters die on screen. I do remember this. I remember a whale was chopped up, and another time when someone... Oh, gosh. I remember the drug overdose one. I remember that. I don't remember the whale. But yeah, very dark storylines, for sure. If you hunt, no biggie. I'm sure I'll get to it. I probably just haven't seen it yet. Are there any non-family friendly horror movies that you like? Any non-family friendly horror movies? Well, I love Trick or Treat. I love Crimson Peak. That's a Guillermo del Toro movie. Non-family friendly horror. A really underrated, just kind of slow burn horror that I really like was always Woman in Black with Daniel Radcliffe. I watched it solely because Daniel Radcliffe was in it, but it actually is a pretty cool movie. Let me think. I've always liked the classic, The Exorcist. Always been a pretty solid choice, I think. Sleepy, I might fall asleep with the stream running. That's fine. You can always watch to see the end of it tomorrow if you fall asleep. Good to this year before Halloween next week. Oh yeah, so I meant to have a lot more like Halloween specific videos out, and then everything got super busy, so I've gone down to one video a week for the past 3 weeks. I'm sure you've all noticed. So we're probably going to be doing Halloween specific stuff through like November. It's good that we do Halloween all year round anyway. Monster House was definitely there. I don't know. I'm going to get to Monster House. Even if it's like March, I'm going to get to Monster House. But yeah, I wanted to cover the Sleepy Hollow Wishbone that we read the book version of. I wanted to cover the precursor to this remember that PSA from the 80s about trick or treat safety that I did a video on last year? Well, I found one from the 70s that I want to do. I wanted to do another Halloween Town. I wanted to do that Disney special that always played in the 80s and 90s. What was it? Disney Trick or Treat, is it just called? I have a lot of things that I wanted to do. But I'm going to get to Monster House, even if it's not technically Halloween. I'm going to get to Monster House eventually. He's so stingy with copyright. Disney properties can't use audio from the Japanese Disney properties. Whoa. That's a lot. Sounds like the drama on set between the props department and the set deck department. Who owns which stuff? Just on a bigger scale. Yeah, good night, Milo, if you fall asleep. Okay. Let's see. We're going to chapter 8. Oh, whoops. Speaking of horror movies, the kid who pretends to... Oh gosh, that does sound fucked up. But interesting, an interesting movie. Check out Fraggle Rock's episode. Terrible Tunnel, for sure. Twisted Wonderland had a cut rhythm section of the game English because Disney couldn't get the rights to Disney to use the Japanese version of High Hope and Snow White. That's amazingly stupid. That's hilarious. Disney's like, Disney won't even let themselves. They're like gatekeeping themselves. That's a lot. All right. Let's see. Because there's not reading ahead. I just want to, a lot of these pages back here are not the actual book. There we go. Oh. Yeah, when you take into it, we're a lot closer to being done than I thought. Okay. All right. Chapter 8. Mallory, I cried in frustration. What is the matter with you? Either go to a doctor or get better. Wow, poor Mallory. Wait, really? From Twisted Wonderland? That's a lot. That's funny. But yeah, thankfully we do Halloween all year round. So I'm gonna be a lot less stingy this coming year. Like this previous year, I tried to save some of the Halloween stuff for Halloween, but I'm just realizing I'm like, nah. We're just fully like who are we kidding ourselves? We always do Halloween here. So the BSC collects babysitting money at every weekly meeting, and the money is used to pay for their phone line, kid kit supplies, and whatever is left they usually would spend on a pizza. Cool. They did say something like that, but I was like, man, they don't make any individual money. That's harsh. But, you know, it's a business in process. I'm proud of them. We were standing in front of the hall, in the front hall of her house, while everyone else waited for us outside. Perhaps I should have been less impatient, but here it was, a Saturday, and we were all set to go to the party store, just the way we'd planned, and Mal was backing out on me. She said she was, I'm sure you can guess, too tired. My dad will still drive you guys like he promised, she said sheepishly. Honest, though, if you go, I'll just be dragging around. It won't be any help. Too bad you're not putting on Sleeping Beauty, said Vanessa as she came down the stairs. She had braided the short ends of her hair I'd cut and tied them with a rainbow bow. We know who would get the lead role. Ha ha ha, said Mallory, unamused. I suppose. Oh, chat. Hi, chat. Oh. Oh, hey, cool. Nightbot, what are you doing? Nightbot. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Nightbot. He's almost out of babysitting money, so they must get to keep at least a little for themselves. Yeah, that's what confused me, because I was like, well, she's got to have babysitting money from something. They must get to like keep some. I suppose she can play Sleepy, though, Vanessa went on. Only the kids are going to be in the video, I told Vanessa. Too bad, Vanessa teased. You know, us as 11-year-olds are not children. We're not kids. For once, Nightbot got it right. I was like, Nightbot, if you do not yeet 69mega.com, future is here dating AI 84% match, then all is lost, Nightbot. We're gonna have to fire you, Nightbot. Mallory's a natural for the part, don't you think? You're a riot, Vanessa, Mal said. Listen, would you do me a favor? What? Vanessa asked. Would you go with Jessi and Marianne instead of me? You know, just to keep an eye on Margot and Nikki? Which is what you were supposed to do, Mallory, I reminded her. It's not my fault, Mal insisted. Poor Mal. I feel bad. I was torn. Normally, I'm sympathetic when someone is sick, but I couldn't tell if she was really sick. There was nothing sick about her except this constant tiredness, which was starting to sound like an excuse to do nothing but lie around. Look, it happens sometimes, Jessi. Only that wasn't like Mallory. She isn't a lie-around person. Marianne stuck her head in the door. Almost ready? She asked. There's somebody, like, phasing through a door with their head. Or horror-themed Christmas videos. Yes, I was actually thinking about that. We'll obviously do some, like, regular, but yeah, I want to do a video on Krampus and at least the first Gremlins this year. So yeah. Christmas will be very fun. Marianne stuck her head in the door. Almost ready? She asked. Mallory isn't coming, I told her. You better see a doctor, Marianne said. She frowned thoughtfully. Do you think we should cancel the trip? We have a lot of kids to keep track of. Vanessa will watch Margot and Nikki, Mallory said, volunteering her sister. Okay, Vanessa? I guess so, said Vanessa. Vanessa is at a funny age. At 9, she still needs a babysitter, but she's mature enough to be a big help. Oof. Sounds like parentification for poor Vanessa. I suppose if Vanessa helps, it will be all right, Marianne agreed. Come on, Vanessa. See you, Mal. Get some sleep, I said as we dashed out the front door. In the driveway, Mr. Pike was warming up warming up one of the family station wagons. It wasn't freezing, but today was probably the coldest day we'd had so far, around 40 degrees. Susie Barrett and Margot Pike were jumping up and down to keep warm. Nikki Pike and Buddy Barrett were solving the same problem by chasing each other madly around the front lawn. We'd agreed to let the kids come with us to the party store since they were so excited about the video. All aboard the Pike Express, Mr. Pike called to us. We loaded into the car and were soon heading toward downtown Stoneybrook. "I'll be back in an hour," said Mr. Pike as we pulled up from Pembroke's party store. "That sounds good," Mary Ann replied as she helped the kids out of the car. You mind Mary Ann and Jessi?" "You mind Mary Ann and Jessi," Mr. Pike told Margot and Nikki. "And me," said Vanessa. "And mind Vanessa too," added Mr. Pike. He pulled away from the curb. We split the kids into 2 groups. We wanted Vanessa, Margot, and Nikki in one group, but Buddy and Nikki wanted to stay together. So we put Buddy and Nikki in one group and Susie, Margot, and Vanessa in the other. "Then how am I going to watch Nikki?" Vanessa protested. "Just keep an eye on Margot," Mary Ann told her, "and Susie." I took the girls, and Mary Ann took the boys. We were carrying $30, which Stacey had given us from the club treasury. Mary Ann opened her wallet and handed me $15. "You pick out $15 worth of stuff, and so will I," she said. "But let's meet up before we pay, just in case we picked out the same thing." "Good idea," I agreed. Pembroke is almost as big as a supermarket. It's loaded with the greatest oddball stuff. In one aisle, we found green crepe paper to wrap around Swamp Thing, a large red apple made of plastic. It was actually a bank, but no one would notice that. Pointy rubber ears. We'll always know. For the Zorbs. And a blow-up palm tree. We had decided that the Zorbs lived in a rainforest. Each of the kids had also brought a little money to buy some personal costume items. Vanessa wanted to play the woodsman, and she found a peaked brown felt hat with a feather in it. Susie picked out a black witch's hat. Since it was so near Halloween, the store was full of them. I didn't mean for this to be the Close to Halloween book, but there you go. Margot was going to play Sneezy, and she found a big red nose. There was endless stuff to look at. The girls nearly lost their minds when they reached the party favor aisle. Besides all the little knickknacks, there were trolls of every description. Apparently, Vanessa is a big lover of trolls because she couldn't take her eyes off them. She had to examine the costumes the troll dolls wore, oohing and awing and giggling over each one. Vanessa was so entranced that she wasn't watching Margot. I was, though. And that's when I saw her do something I couldn't quite believe. With a furtive glance in both directions, she plucked a small ring with a troll on it from the shelf and stuffed it into the front pocket of her jeans. I was stunned. Margot, no. I didn't know what to do. Margot was such a sweet kid. I couldn't believe she had just shoplifted. In fact, I refused to believe it. I decided she just put the ring in her pocket for safekeeping until she was at the register to pay for it. Maybe it was a gift for Vanessa and she didn't want her sister to see it. The gift idea made sense to me, so I didn't say anything to her. I decided to wait and see what happened at the register. I hurried the girls out of the party favor aisle and into the next one. There we hit the jackpot. Everything anyone could need for a various theme parties. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was one of the themes. We found a plastic Snow White wig, cardboard pictures of the Disney woodland animals, and a plastic woodsman's axe. When we were I ran out of breath. When we were midway down the aisle, Mary Ann and the boys came walking up toward us. "Look what I found!" Buddy Barnes shouted. Buddy Barnes. That was a mix of Bucky Barnes and Buddy Barrett. Buddy Barrett shouted as he ran towards us, holding a box over his head. "It's a Captain Planet costume." "That's great," I said, taking the box from him. I winced when I saw the price tag. $10. I don't know if we can afford this much for one costume, I said. "No problem," Buddy replied. Mom gave Susie and me money to buy Halloween costumes for ourselves. I can be Captain Planet for Halloween. "Good thinking," I said. "What are you going to be?" asked Susie. "I might as well be a witch," Susie answered, "but I want those scary fingernails Haley told us about." While we were off in search of the fingernails, I kept a sharp eye on Margot. She didn't take another thing, though at least nothing I spotted. Not much later, we all met at the cash register and checked our stuff through. Mary Ann and the boys had done well, too. They found the plastic whistles for the Zorbs, plastic rings for the Zorb Planeteers to use as power rings. When they touch their rings together, Captain Planet shows up, and a blue nylon cloak for Snow White. Marianne checked her watch. I can't believe we've been here for an hour already, she cried. The time flew. But the time dragged as we stood online. We stood online, okay. Don't confuse me, to pay for our stuff. Marianne and I were very aware that Mr. Pike was now outside the car waiting for us, and we didn't want him to have to wait too long. And it was hard for the kids to wait. They kept wandering off to look at things, and we kept having to call them back. Finally, it was our turn at the register. We nearly drove the cashier crazy as we sorted through our purchases, trying to keep straight who was paying for what. Not until everything was paid for, and we were... Do that before you get to the register, guys. Not until everything was paid for and we were on our way out did I realize Margot hadn't paid for anything. So much for my gift theory. I watched, feeling helpless as she walked out of the store with the ring in her pocket. It's a big box store. They're gonna not miss it. It's fine. It wasn't as if the ring cost a fortune, but still, stealing is stealing, and it's never all right. I mean, if you're stealing from a big box store, it's sometimes all right, because, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a bad influence. Who's never stolen anything, on purpose at least. I didn't want to confront Margot in front of everyone, and Mr. Pike was waiting with the car running. I had no opportunity to say anything to her, so I kept my mouth shut, for the time being anyway. My moment came once I was back at the Pikes' house. Margot and I were the last ones out of the car. Can I talk to you a minute, Margot? I asked, laying my hand on her shoulder. Okay, she said. From my troubled expressions, she seemed to know this was serious. What's wrong? I waited until I was sure everyone was in the house. Margot, I saw you take that ring from the store. What ring? Margot, I said firmly. She knew I wasn't accepting her lie, because she hung her head and wouldn't look at me. Listen, Margot. You know you're not a baby. 7 is old enough to know that stealing is wrong. Are you going to tell my parents? She mumbled, still not looking at me. Not if you tell them first, I said, trying not to sound too harsh. Why don't you tell them what you did? Then I won't have to tell them. Margot looked up at me with sad, wide eyes. All right, I'll tell them. Good for you, I said. You'll feel better once you talk to them. We went into the house and joined the others. Mrs. Pike was looking at the purchases that the kids were eagerly showing her. Hi, where's Mal? I said. She's upstairs, Mrs. Pike replied as she tried on the witch's fingernails. Marianne and I ran upstairs and knocked on Mal's door. Come in, she said listlessly. Come in, she said listlessly. Mallory was lying across her bed, paging through a book of Grimm's fairy tales. I thought I could find some stuff that's not in the Disney version of Snow White, she said. Those Grimm brothers had the right name, all right. They are Grimm. Their versions of fairy tales are much creepier than the Disney versions. Mm-hmm. The Disney movies are scary enough for me, said Marianne, sitting on the end of Mal's bed. How are you feeling? Asked Mallory. She shrugged. You know. Marianne left because she had to walk the Barrett kids home. When Mallory and I were alone, I was tempted to tell her about Margot, but I decided against it. I told Margot I wouldn't tell her parents, and in some way it seemed to me that my promise meant I wouldn't tell anyone. Usually I don't keep things from Mallory, so not telling her this felt strange, but telling her would have been wrong too. I was stuck with an uncomfortable feeling I didn't like at all. I just prayed Margot really would tell her parents. I wonder how she's gonna know. She's gonna have to check up on them. All right, let's see. Superman has had a lot of issues getting voice acting rights to carry over too, because Disney Japan owns the audio for the game, and it's technically Disney Plus that owns the. Ooh, that's confusing. I recommend doing more horror theme. Yes, we're gonna do more horror theme stuff. This really takes faithful adaptation of the book because it was produced by Scholastic. Okay, nice. think it's Disney Plus anyway. Wrong though. I'm struggling to contain my rage against A. I love Mal. Mal is officially my favorite and the one that I relate to, I think, to answer Patrick's question from a few days ago. $10 in that economy? I know, right? Stuff with Mal is hitting some trauma points right there. Not like panic attacks though. I'm good. Okay, just be careful. I won't be offended at all if you tap out. I don't want anybody to get triggered. But yeah, poor Mal. The whole like you're not really sick is kind of shitty of everybody. It's not stealing if you don't get caught. I'm a terrible influence too. I mean, like if it was like a little like mom and pop store, I'd be like, yeah, you shouldn't steal that. But like if it's like or like something where it's like benefiting, but like the tiny little ring, you get the principle, but also it's a giant box store and like capitalism is also bad. So like I don't think it's that big of a deal. But like Jessi probably did the right thing. Everyone has had a case of a sticky fingers for small things at least once. I don't know that I've ever purposefully taken anything. I've definitely by accident, like when you buy the lip gloss and then it's at the bottom of the thing and you don't realize that you haven't paid for it until after, and then you're like, I'm not gonna walk all the way back in there. They're fine. Walmart doesn't need my 97 cents. Grim Fairy Tales are so dark. At least at a big that's what I said. Support the small businesses, for sure. Big box stores, I don't care that much. This was before the capitalism era of children's media really kicked in as much, I guess. Yeah, because in 93, the economy was kind of sort of still working for people. Kind of. So the whole, like, hey, capitalism is screwing all of us hadn't really kicked in fully yet. All right, let's see. Chapter 9. Why I said it like that. Okay. Last week, everything had seemed so great. Wendy was in the club, and we were working on a great project. Dawn's video. This week was turning out to be a totally different story. Things started going wrong at the Monday club meeting. For starters, I had the sinking feeling that Margot hadn't said anything to her parents about her shoplifting. I was sure Mallory would have mentioned it to me if Margot had confessed. Mal might even have been annoyed with me for not saying anything to her, but she would have said something about it. Instead, she just draped her arm across the end of Claudia's bed and rested her head on it. It was only 5:25, and from the look of her, I had serious doubts whether or not she could stay awake for the 5 minutes until the meeting began. Poor Mal. What was I going to do about Margot? I couldn't just let the problem go. That wouldn't have been right. This was very puzzling and upsetting. I didn't have more than 6 minutes to worry about Margot, though. That was because at 5:31, I began worrying about something else. Wendy! She hadn't shown up for the meeting yet. Of course, she might walk in at any minute, but I thought I had made it clear how important punctuality was. This was the third time that she'd been late. Camera, saw it flash out of the corner of my eye. Be honest. Cheating and stealing being chastised so often. I hear people cheating and stealing way too. So I guess it's only an issue if we get caught. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah. Mm-hmm. There's nuance, but I don't think stealing like a little like 50-cent ring from a big box store is really going to damage anybody. I guess it's just the principle of not wanting the 7-year-old to steal things regularly, which I get. Camera? No. Oh, okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go back to this camera for a second. We're not sure what that camera's doing, and I can feel the pain in my back right now. At 5:52, the phone began ringing nonstop, just as it had during the last several meetings. The first job I love that these children have a monopoly on, like, everybody. Of course, she might walk in. Okay, is she especially on a person, but stealing from Macy's, fuck it. Yeah, I can get behind that. That's a good sentiment. Um, First job to come in was one Wendy would have been offered. In fact, she was the only one who could take it. What's with Wendy? Kristy asked me. Where is she? I don't know, I had to admit. She was in school today, so I know she's not sick. She should have called, Kristy said, clearly annoyed. What could I say? Even though I wasn't late, I felt kind of responsible for Wendy's lateness. Maybe she had a babysitting job that ran over, I suggested. Mary Ann checked the record book. No, she isn't scheduled for a job today, she reported. I'll have to call Shannon, Kristy said crossly. Before you get on the phone, I'd like to use it, Mallory spoke up. Why? Asked Kristy. I have to go home, Mallory replied as she struggled to her feet. I wanted to call my mother to come pick me up. You don't even feel well enough to walk home? I asked in alarm. Mallory shook her head. Mallory, when are you going to see a doctor? Marianne asked. Tomorrow, Mallory told her. I have an appointment tomorrow evening. Good, Stacey said. I'm getting worried about you. Me too. We all are, Claudia agreed. Mallory made an anguished face and sighed. To tell you the truth, I'm getting a little worried about me. Not only am I always tired, but I feel like my head is in a cloud. I forgot to ask if someone could babysit for my brothers and sisters tomorrow so my mother can take me to the doctor. If you guys hadn't said anything about it, I might have forgotten altogether. Marianne checked her book. Let me see, Jessi. I know I have ballet class. Wait, not tomorrow, I replied. It was canceled. So I can take the job, but we need another sitter too. The standing rule at the Pikes is that they want 2 sitters if 5 kids or more need watching. Ooh, babysitting math. Mary Ann shook her head as she looked at her book. No one else is available except Wendy. I filled in dismay. I filled in dismally. I was like, that's not a sentence. And Wendy isn't here, added Kristy unnecessarily. Mallory called her mother, and then went downstairs to wait for her. Gosh, I hope it isn't something serious, I said when she was gone. What if it's some terrible disease? Claudia said in a hushed, serious voice. Don't let your imagination blow this up, Kristy warned. She's probably just got some kind of flu or something, and I hope we don't all catch it. If we have to close up for a couple of weeks, we might just have to close up for good. Wow. He's being a real bitch. Sorry. What a horrible thought. Why? I asked. Because everyone will find other sitters, said Kristy. And once that happens, they'll stick with their new sitters. We haven't heard from the Hills once since we couldn't take that job last week. Maybe they haven't gone out since then, said Stacey, hopefully. Maybe, but I don't like it, Kristy grumbled. It makes me nervous. The Hills may not be our biggest customers, but I don't like to lose even a single client. I don't think we've lost them, Stacey insisted. We don't know, said Kristy glumly. The phone rang again. The caller offered another afternoon job that Wendy could have taken. Call Wendy's house, Kristy said, handing me the phone. Please? I called, but no one answered. I hope everything is all right, I said. As the meeting wore on, we wound up calling Shannon and Logan a lot. Wendy could have taken those jobs if she'd been here. Logan and Shannon filled some slots, but they couldn't take every job. By 5:55, we still hadn't found another sitter for the Pike job. At that moment, Wendy burst into the room. Hi, everybody, she said brightly. Where have you been? Kristy demanded. A look of bewilderment came over Wendy's face. I could see she didn't understand why Kristy had spoken so sharply. I had a babysitting job, but the mother was late coming home, she explained. Did any jobs come in for me? Plenty, but you weren't here, Kristy told her. I'm sure Wendy could see that Kristy was angry, but she didn't react the way I would have. I'd have been mortified and apologetic. Wendy grew angry in return. What's the big deal? She asked. Can't Mary Ann tell from that record book thing whether or not I'm free? Why do I have to be here? Because you have to be, Kristy said, her face turning pink. We're all expected to come to every meeting unless we have an emergency, I explained. Well, this was an emergency, Wendy insisted. I couldn't leave the kids by themselves. Next time call, Marianne said mildly. And why did you take a job without telling us? And what do you mean? Asked Wendy. That's the second club rule you've broken, Kristy jumped in. I don't know what you're talking about, Wendy said irritably, her hands on her hips. First you were late without calling, then you took a job that wasn't offered to the rest of the club, Kristy said coolly. Are you saying I have to hand all my regular jobs over to the club? Wendy cried indignantly. We all share jobs, said Stacey. Even if a client asks for a certain sitter, we offer it to everyone in the club. That's the only way to be fair. Okay, I can see that, I guess, Wendy conceded reluctantly. Sorry, and next time I'll call. Can you sit with Jessi at the Pikes tomorrow after school? Marianne asked her. Yeah, sure, Wendy said sulkily. Great, I said, trying to lighten the mood. If you could be there a little early or at least exactly on time, that would really be helpful. Okay, Wendy said testily. The meeting ended, and then Wendy didn't lose any time getting out of there. Wait up, I called her, so she just right back out like the Simpsons grandpa meme. Wait up, I called to her on the stairs. She stopped and waited. Sorry, Jessi, she said when I reached her. I didn't mean to snap at you before. I was just ticked off. Who does Kristy think she is? She's the president of the club, I said evenly. If she wasn't strict, things wouldn't run nearly as efficiently as they do. Our customers wouldn't be as happy, and neither would we. It's better that Kristy makes everyone obey the rules. Does she have to be so crabby about it? Wendy asked, as we walked out into the chilly evening. She's just a tense these days, I explained. I guess she thinks the club is in trouble. As I spoke the words, the terrible reality of them hit me. It wasn't like Kristy to get excited over nothing. Maybe the club really was in trouble. Cheating on assignments, work-related tasks. Yeah. Less serious than cheating on a person, for sure. The point being told you can't do something like stealing at such a young age makes you want to do it more to be cool and rebellious. Yep, that's the tightrope walk of parenting, I guess. Imagine if another group tried to form a babysitting club, the BSC would take no prisoners, trashing their HQ. Yeah, they would. It'd be like turf war rivalries. Like in Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, where the matchmakers are all basically like mob bosses, and they're like, "You're in our turf. That's our territory, the West End." Maybe the wrong word, perhaps more accurate, would be fact of the matter. Yeah, everyone will find other sitters. Yes, not because something horrible could happen to your friend, right? You just care about your job, just the money. That's it. And you have to show up for work for the boss to know your schedule, right? Not fair to the parent. Yeah, if the parent requests a specific person, you would think they would just be like, all right, the parent wanted this person, so no hard feelings, but this is who the job goes to, unless they can't. Let's see. All right. We're getting there. Almost done. But this precocious, that's not the right word. This place in the book where I've read too far to make it a two-stream book, because there's not enough for another stream. But also we have Kingdom Hearts on tomorrow. Well, technically today, but you know what I mean. And I don't want to make anybody wait until the day after next to hear the end of the story, so we're just gonna plug right along. Chapter 10. I hurried to Mal's house and arrived 5 minutes early. I looked around expecting to see Wendy, and my heart sank. No Wendy. Where is she? I asked Mallory. She'll probably be here in a minute, Mal answered. I specifically asked her to be on time. I exploded. I specifically asked her to be on time, I exploded. Mrs. Pike came into the living room with her coat on. Hi, Jessi, she said. Where is the other babysitter? That's what I'd like to know, I blurted out. A frown line crossed Mrs. Pike's forehead as she checked her watch. Oh, well, I suppose we can stay a few more minutes. There's always a wait at the doctor's office anyway, but I don't want to miss the appointment. I called a week ago, and this was the only time they had available. I don't want to have to wait another week. Why don't you go? I suggested. I'm sure Wendy will be here soon. But what if she's not? Mrs. Pike fretted. All the kids are here this afternoon. 7 is a lot to handle on your own, Jessi. I knew she was right. Sometimes the Pike kids are good as gold, and other times they seem to be going in 7 different directions all at the same time. How about this? I said. If she doesn't show up in 15 minutes, I'll call someone else to come over. If I can't get anyone, I'll call Aunt Cecilia to come over with Becca and Squirt. I'd hate to ask her to do that, said Mrs. Pike. I didn't like the idea myself, but I couldn't think of anything else. She won't mind, I said, not quite sure that was true. Mrs. Pike checked her watch again. Oh, I suppose we really better get going. Oh gosh. The Dellencamp's number is on the refrigerator. Mr. Pike will be home by 6 at the latest, but we should be back before then. During this conversation, Mal had slumped onto the couch. If Mrs. Pike didn't get going soon, she was going to have to wake her up or carry out a sleeping body. Don't call it a body if it's a living person is still in it. Someone's using the body. It's an occupied body, just asleep. I haven't been this annoyed by a children's book character since I was a child myself, right? And you and I are doing Haunted Island the Friday after. Yes, we are. I'm very excited. I think I got it working. I'll have to send you updates, but I think it's working. It's sketchy, but it's working. Promise me you'll call someone if Wendy doesn't show up, Mrs. Pike went on anxiously. I promise, I said. All right, then. Come on, Mallory. Her mother said, let's get going. Mallory gave me a listless wave as she picked her jacket off a chair and trudged out the door behind her mother. I went down to the rec room and said hi to the boys, who were playing a game of knock hockey. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Is that just hockey? Then I headed upstairs, where I found Vanessa lying on her bed doing homework and Claire putting together a picture puzzle on the floor at the foot of the bed. Hi guys, where's Margot? I asked. Hi, in her room, Vanessa replied. She made me come in here to do my puzzle, Claire complained. What was Margot doing all alone in her room all the time? I knocked on the door. Oh, we never found that out. It's N-O-K hockey. I don't know what that means. Yeah, same. Ellery. I'm very annoyed at Kristy. Kristy's the least favorite right now. I love that we all get super invested in these children's books. So great. I have no clue myself. Okay, if Paulo doesn't know, then I don't feel bad for not knowing. Paulo would definitely know if it was a normal thing. I knocked on her door. Inside, I heard the sound of shuffling footsteps, but no one answered. Margot, I called. It's Jessi. Are you all right? There was still no answer. Margot? I wondered if I should just go in. Normally, I wouldn't, but I was beginning to worry. Margot, if you don't open the door, I'm coming in, I called through the door. Almost instantly, the door cracked open. Hi, Jessi. I was asleep. I studied her face and decided she didn't look as if she'd just awakened. Can I talk to you? I asked. I'm pretty sleepy, Margot protested. Can I just sleep another hour and then we'll talk? As if to make her point, she yawned widely. Don't yawn, don't yawn, don't yawn. I suppose that would be all right, I agreed, but it's important. Okay, thanks, Margot said, as she shut the door. I hoped she didn't have whatever Mallory had. Or was this just a way to avoid talking to me? Again, mono is pretty contagious, but I think she's ignoring you. By the time I was downstairs again, my 15-minute waiting period was nearly up. I went to the phone and punched in Wendy's number. Is Wendy there? I asked her mother. No, she's not. She had a babysitting job after school, her mother answered. I wasn't sure if she meant this babysitting job or another one. I couldn't believe she would have just forgotten about sitting for the Pikes. If she comes in, would you ask her to call Jessi at Mallory's house, I said. Go back to my desk camera. Mrs. Losser agreed. Camera? No. Bad camera. Okay. Agreed to do that, and I hung up the phone. Things were so calm that I was tempted to wait a while longer before calling anyone else, but I had made a promise to Mrs. Pike, so I had to start looking for another sitter. But who? I remembered that Mary Ann wasn't babysitting until 7:30 that night. She wanted to keep the afternoon free to work on a paper. At least I knew for sure that she was home. Mary Ann, it's me, Jessi, I said when she picked up the phone. I'm desperate. Wendy hasn't shown up. I need you to come over to the Pikes. I can't, she said in a panicked voice. I have to turn this paper in tomorrow. I thought I'd have all last week to work on it, but I wound up taking so many sitting jobs I didn't get to it. I really can't. Please, I begged. For a moment, there was silence on the line. All right, Marianne finally said reluctantly, but I'm going to sit in the kitchen and work. I can only be disturbed if it's an emergency. That's a deal, I agreed. Thanks a million. Okay, I'll be right there. Marianne arrived looking pretty frantic. Four thick books were tucked under her arm, and a pen was stuck behind her ear. Sorry, I was short on the phone, she apologized, but this paper is 1/4 of my grade, and it's all right, I cut her off. I appreciate that you came. Go into the kitchen and work. I won't bother you unless, at that moment, we heard a knock at the door. I opened it, and Wendy walked in. Where have you been? I asked. She opened her mouth to speak, but then her eyes darted to Mary Ann, and she seemed to think better of it. Is everything all right? Mary Ann asked her. Yeah, Wendy said. I had something to do at school, and it just went longer than I expected. I knew Jessi would be here, so I didn't think it was a big deal. But Mrs. Pike asked for 2 sitters, I reminded her, my voice full of the exasperation I was feeling. I knew you'd get here on time, she said with a smile. Marianne and I didn't smile back. I have to go home and finish this, said Marianne, taking her coat from the front hall closet and putting it on. See you guys later, she said as she hurried out the door. I didn't want to say anything in front of Marianne. Apparently Knock Hockey is a board game. Copy that. Okay. I was picturing like some kind of like hockey. Wendy told me when Marianne was gone, but I didn't really have anything to do at school. Then why are you late? My next door neighbor asked me to look after her baby because she had to do some phone selling. All of a sudden, she hit a hot streak and people were ordering stuff like crazy from her. I couldn't just walk out on her. And like I said, I knew you were here already. Wendy, you're not supposed to take jobs by yourself, I cried. Kristy told you that yesterday. Nobody else knows this baby, Wendy insisted. She won't go to just anybody. Besides, Mrs. Behar only asked me this morning and I was leaving for school. What was I supposed to say? Well, I'm not exactly sure, I admitted. I guess you should have told her no or given her the number for our club. Oh, come on, Jessi, Wendy scoffed. What harm does it do? If all of us took our own private jobs, we wouldn't have any club customers, I said. Our argument was cut off by the sound of shouting in the rec room. When Wendy and I ran down there, we found that an argument over knock hockey scoring had gotten out of hand. Now we know what that is. Thank you, Apollo. Hey, Rex. Yeah, I'm streaming the Babysitters Club number 68. Jessi and the Bad Babysitter. Win a free trip to Universal still makes me laugh. Hey, chill out, you guys, Wendy said, jumping into the middle of things and catching a flying rubber dinosaur before it could smash into the wall behind her. Now what's the problem? She asked the boys. The problem is he's a cheater, Jordan cried indignantly, pointing an accusing finger at Adam. You're a liar. That's the problem, Adam shot back. I didn't cheat. Apparently, Adam thought that he and Byron had earned the most points, and Jordan thought he and Nikki were winning. It's hard to keep track of the score while you're playing, Wendy said diplomatically. I say you should have a rematch and I'll keep score. The boys agreed, and Wendy pulled a stool up to the middle of the board. Realizing there was nothing further for me to do, I went upstairs. For the next half hour, I read my social studies book. I got up once to check the rec room. Wendy was busy playing knock hockey with Byron. With Adam, while Byron kept score. She was great with kids. There was no doubt about that. I realized almost an hour had gone by since I'd spoken to Margot. It was time for me to have my talk with her. But as I headed up the stairs, Mallory and her mom walked in the front door. Hi, what did the doctor say? I asked. That I'm okay, Mallory told me as she unzipped her jacket. And why are you so tired? I asked. She thinks Mal's run down and might be riding out a virus, Mrs. Pike said. She also thinks she might be a little anemic. She gave me these iron pills to take and make my blood redder or something like that, Mal said, holding up a small white bottle. Oh, I took those in middle school. And she said to get some extra rest, eat healthy food, and do stuff like that. Great, I said. Boy, am I glad it's nothing serious. Well, she took some blood tests just to be sure, but she doesn't think I have anything to worry about, Mal said. Was everything all right? Mrs. Pike asked me. Fine, I replied. Wendy's downstairs with the boys, and everything is quiet with the girls upstairs. Terrific. Thank you, Jessi, said Mrs. Pike. She went to the kitchen, leaving Mal and me alone. I told you Wendy would come, said Mallory. Yeah, I replied absently, wondering how much I should tell her about Wendy's excuse for being late. I was also wondering if the time had come to talk to Mallory about Margot. I had some serious thinking to do that night. Wendy sounds like she would constantly be in between jobs as an adult with all the excuses she gives. Yeah. Sister had one of the graphic novels, never read the series. I was talking about it earlier. I haven't really read much of the series either. But that just means I get to experience it for the first time with chat, which is fun. We're almost done, actually. It looks like we have more to go than we actually do because there's so much in the back of this that's just like preview chapter for the next book and blah, 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 blah. Poor book is also very loved. Check in with chat. Hello, chat. Thank you, guys, for being here, even though it is after midnight. Yeah, let's just finish up this book. We're getting there. Almost done. Chapter 11. The next day, Mal wasn't in school, so I stopped by her house afterwards to see if how she was feeling. Her condition was about the same, but her mood was a lot better. Seeing the doctor had made her feel sunnier about things. At least now I can relax just because the doctor told me to, she said as she stretched out on her bed. Before this, I kept feeling like I should force myself to do things since I wasn't really sick. Ooh, I feel that, Mallory. Ooh, the whole my illness isn't valid thing. Hi, Patrick. Dawn moves back to California and starts her own babysitting. Oh, that's cute. We talked about Dawn's video and wondered how Dawn would feel when she got it. Maybe it will make her homesick, said Mal. I hope not, I gasped. I hope so, Mallory disagreed. Then maybe she'll come home sooner. It doesn't feel right without her around. I know what you mean, I said. And at meetings, I kept waiting for Dawn to speak up and give her opinion. I missed the way she could be so passionate about the things that she thought were right. It was as if there was an empty space where she used to be, and I wanted that empty space filled. If Dawn were here, I might have asked her what she would do about Margot's shoplifting, but that wouldn't have been necessary. I already knew what she would do. Mal, I said, I need to talk to you about something serious. What? Has Margot mentioned anything to you or your parents about her, shoplifting? Her what? Mallory cried out with more energy than I'd seen in days. Her shoplifting, I repeated. I saw her take a ring from Pembroke's the other day. Without paying for it? Mallory asked in disbelief. Are you sure? Yes, I even spoke to her about it. She said she'd tell your parents herself. Do you know if she has? I don't think so, Mel said. I know if something unusual was going on. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Don't be mad, I said. I didn't think it was right to give away Margot's secret. I can understand that, I guess, Mel said. Swinging her legs down to the floor. but I think we'd better have a talk with Margot right now. With Mal in the lead, we walked down the hall to Margot's room. Margot, Mallory called, as she rapped sharply on the door. I have to talk to you. It's important. The door cracked open. I'm busy, said Margot. Then get unbusy and come to my room, Mallory demanded. If you're not there in 2 minutes, I'm coming back to get you. Without waiting for an answer, Mallory turned and headed towards her own room. You are feeling more like your old self, I commented. I can't imagine why she would steal from a store, said Mallory. She knows that's wrong. We sat in Mallory's room and waited another 2 or 3 minutes for Margot. Okay, that's it. I'm going back in there to get her, Mallory said, but when she pulled her door open, Margot was standing there. I think she had been working up the nerve to come in. I suppose she'd guessed what Mallory wanted to talk to her about. Margot had stepped into the room, looking pale, her eyes cast down at the rug. Margot, did you take a ring from Pembroke's? Without paying for it? Mallory asked, getting right to the point. A fat tear rolled down Margot's cheek and she nodded slightly. I was a bit relieved. Things could have been pretty unpleasant if she'd denied it. You have to tell Mom, Mal said calmly. You have to tell Mom, Mal said calmly. Margot looked up for the first time since she'd walked in. Her eyes were wide with alarm. I can't, she wailed. I'll help you, Mal offered. Jessi will help you, too. You will? Margot said. How? All we can do is go with you, Mallory told her. But then you won't be alone. We'll be by your side. Margot sighed deeply. Her shoulders sagged and her head drooped. All right, let's go. The three of us went downstairs and found Mrs. Pike in the kitchen, making a big pan of ziti for supper. Ooh, ziti sounds good. Mom, Mallory said, Margot has to tell you something. Mrs. Pike wiped her hands on a dish towel and turned to Margot. What is it? At least she has witnesses. You're gonna go tell your parents something important. Always take the witnesses there. I'll watch it later before the next stream. VOD. Yeah, VOD's available. Characters are stressing me out so much, I opened up The Sims to multitask and calm my emotions. Right? I love how, like, books that are for children from childhood can still affect us in this way. I don't know what it is. I guess it's just the mark of a good book. But, like, yeah, I feel you. The Netflix series looks really interesting. I've only seen one episode, though. Yeah. I want to see it now that I know it exists. Margot's voice was small and quivering. I didn't mean to do it, but I just sort of did anyway, she began. Mrs. Pike sat down on a kitchen chair. What did you do, sweetheart? I stole something from Pembroke's, Margot said, bursting into tears as she spoke. It was a ring. At the time, and the time before that, I took 2 packs of gum and a rubber dinosaur. Covering her face with her hands, Margot began to sob deeply. For a moment, no one spoke. The only sound was Margot's crying. Then Mrs. Pike pulled a paper napkin from a holder and handed it to Margot. Why didn't you pay for those things? She asked gently. Margot wiped her eyes and shook her head. I don't know. It was like a sort of game. I wanted to see if I could do it for the thrill. Margot has a very interesting energy. She's very entertaining. They were my secret things that I could play with all alone. I suddenly realized why Margot had been so secretive in her room lately. She was playing with her stolen treasures. You know that stealing is wrong, said Mrs. Pike. Didn't that bother you? Sort of, Margot admitted. I'd figure I'd pay for the things some other time. When was that time going to be? Margot shrugged. I'm not sure, she mumbled. What do you want to do about this? Asked Mrs. Pike, laying her hands on Margot's shoulders. I don't know. Yes, you do, Mrs. Pike said softly. Return the things? Margot asked. Her mother nodded. But I can't, said Margot. I've eaten all the gum. Then you'll have to pay for it, said Mrs. Pike. Do you have any money? Some in my piggy bank. Go get it then, Mrs. Pike told her. We'll go over to the store right now. Now? Margot wailed. I think we'd better. Camera. You're centered on... Oh. Faces and etc. Read the characters. Personal problems and family disputes. No, I think that I'm sure it was for kids. You can talk to kids about I mean, like, sexual orientation is just a good thing to talk to them about anyway, but, uh, eating disorders and, racism and all those, like, heavier topics, you can talk to kids about that in a way that makes sense to them. It's probably good for them to not be completely sheltered from it. Again, not a parent, I don't know. Where was I? I think we better. But Margot protested desperately. Could Mallory and Jessi come with me? Mallory is sick, Mrs. Pike replied. Jessi, do you want to come? I mean, the Animorphs is a book series that centers around child soldiers, yeah. Yeah. Kids books get dark, man. They just do. Kids books get real sometimes. Just look at this book. I'll come, sure, I agreed. Mallory, do you think you can get another sitter to come over while we're gone? We'll only be out an hour. About an hour, Mrs. Pike said. While Margot and I went upstairs and pried open her piggy bank, Mallory tried to find a sitter. Since Stacey lives in the house behind the Pikes, she was the first one Mallory called. I have a sitting job at 6:30, Stacey said, but if you're sure your mom will be back soon, I can come. Mallory assured her she'd be able to get to her job on time. So Stacey came over. Hi, Jess, Stacey said as she came through the front door. How come you can't sit? I feel like we've heard the least from Stacey this book. You know what I mean? Yeah, not for. I mean, yeah, I guess it's how it's written. I guess, yeah. I don't know. I don't know when the proper time to teach children about like EDs are. Feels a little heavy. I'm gonna head off. I was starting to fall asleep while listening to the stream. Take care. I mean, the reading stream started out as something that I figured people would kind of put on as they were going to sleep, so that's valid. So, yeah. Oh, okay. Ooh, you guys are gonna do a podcast. So exciting. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. It's a long story, I said. I didn't want to embarrass Margot by telling Stacey what was going on. The drive downtown to Pembroke seemed very long. No one spoke. Occasionally, Margot sniffled. When we reached the store, Mrs. Pike asked to see the manager. We were directed to a small, plain office at the back corner of the store. I felt sorry for Margot. She looked 100% miserable. The manager's door was open, and she invited us in. May we speak to you, Mrs. Pike asked the slim, dark-haired woman. Certainly, she said pleasantly. Margot, Mrs. Pike prompted. Margot pulled the troll ring and the dinosaur out of her jacket pocket and laid them on the manager's desk. The manager just looked puzzled. I took these things. I'm sorry, Margot said in a small voice. I also owe you money for 2 packs of gum. That's $1, the manager told her. Margot fished a handful of coins from her pocket and counted out $1. Thank you, the manager said when Margot handed her back the money. And Margot's eyes flooded once again. She made her go all the way to the manager. Young lady, I appreciate your making up for what you did, said the manager. I wish more young people had the courage. You know, shoplifting hurts everyone. Stores have to make up for their losses by raising the price of everything. You've done the right thing. She paused. I'm sure you'll never shoplift again. No, I won't, said Margot, wiping her eyes. This time, I was sure she was telling the truth. Hey, but if it's like a Walmart type store, they don't have to raise their prices because a kid stole a troll ring. I get the point, but still, you know. Got a nice anti-shoplifting message. Can't really be mad about it. feel like the Scholastic books inspired a generation of Karens to speak for the manager. To be fair, this is Apple paperback. Well, no, that's still Scholastic. I thought Apple paperbacks was different for for some reason, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, Scholastic books probably did. Yeah, although I will say Mrs. Pike is probably the best parent we've seen in a while in these books, but we've been reading Goosebump books where all the parents suck, so I don't know if that's fair. But she seems like a very level-headed parent. Curse of Hera. I have not. What is that? Chapter 12. 12. I'm just going to keep saying it weird now. I wish when I was 7 there had been books for kids that contradicted my grandmother telling me I couldn't marry my best friend because we were both girls. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Agreed. Yeah. I think we need more of that for kids for sure. Normalize that stuff for them as young as possible. Nope, don't have any of those, Patrick. If you feel like sending them, I would appreciate it. Those sound like they would be fun to read on stream. But if your nieces want them, don't go ahead and give them to them. Let them have first pick. This is so cool, Stacey said happily. I feel like a real filmmaker. She held the camcorder to her eye and framed different shots of the Barretts' living room. That's pretty much what filmmakers do. We're not as fancy as we want people to think we are. The big day had come at last. It was Saturday, the day we'd picked to film Dawn's video with the help of the BSC members. The kids had been practicing all week long. Now they were ready for their performance. Ready as they'd ever be, anyway. Mr. Braddock had donated his camcorder for the day, and Mrs. Barrett had volunteered her living room as the set. In a flash, Stacey and I had run around and just straightened up the Barrett clutter. We had pushed the furniture against the walls. We had draped sheets over it. The only piece we'd left out was a stuffed chair with a high back. We had decorated the arms on top with tinfoil to make it look like a throne. Oh, that sounds adorable. Babysitter's little sister, 24, Karen's school trip. Nope, don't have any of those. Basically, Percy Jackson ripoff. Oh, interesting. That sounds hilarious. I'm interested. Babysitting is an obsolete job. Yeah, I mean, right? Because I'm sure people still babysit, but like, I don't know. Maybe I'm old. Do kids still Do we have any young people that can tell me if kids still babysit like they used to? Babysitting used to be like the job. Now the kids were dressed in their costumes and ready to give the performance of a lifetime. We hoped. Act 1 coming up, Stacey announced. I don't think Dawn's going to be very like critical. She's not going to be like, do it again. Stacey announced, is everybody ready, Queen? Here I am, said Susie Barrett, who's wearing her mother's dress, which was way too big for her, and a silver crown. She pulled her brown hair into a ponytail that bobbed up and down out of the middle of the crown. For the finishing touch, she painted her lips with bright red lipstick. Magic mirror, are you ready? Stacey asked. Adam Pike emerged from the kitchen, holding a large wooden picture frame. He was dressed in a football jersey and jeans. Adam, you're supposed to be wearing Dad's black robe. Didn't you remember? Asked Vanessa. I'm not wearing that robe, Adam insisted. It looks like a dress. Gender norms in the 90s. Well, he can't wear that, said Susie. He doesn't look like a magic mirror. Yes, I do, Adam insisted. How do you know what a magic mirror looks like? Think again, buckaroo, said Susie. You do not look like a magic mirror. Come on, Adam, I pleaded. You agreed to be the mirror. And what about your makeup? Oh, all right. Adam stomped huffily back into the kitchen. Moments later, he returned wrapped in a black terry cloth robe that trailed behind him. His face smeared with green makeup That's more like it, Susie said with an approving nod. Quiet on the set, everybody, Stacey yelled. Amazingly, everyone did quiet down. Susie sat on the big chair and Adam stood holding the picture frame. Okay, at the count of 3, I'm going to start filming, Stacey told them. 1, 2, 3, action. What a lovely day, Susie croaked in her witchiest voice. I think I'll pollute it. I'll make a potion that covers the sky with clouds and yucky pollution. With clouds of yucky pollution. She stood up and went to the magic mirror. Magic mirror on the wall. The one I bought at the Washington Mall. Who is the biggest polluter of all? You are, oh highness. I guess the Koch brothers don't exist yet. Adam said stiffly. I don't see any big acting awards in his future. But there is a problem. A problem? Susie cried dramatically. What? Snow White, Adam replied. She's working hard to keep the planet clean. If she sees pollution coming from the castle, she might report you to the Environmental Protection Agency. Or to the Planeteers. Curses, Susie snarled. She was great. Then we must get rid of her. Woodsman, where are you? At that moment, Vanessa was supposed to appear from the kitchen, but she didn't. Where is that darn woodsman? Susie improvised. Vanessa, I called in a loud whisper. Jessi, she said softly from the kitchen. Come here. Cut, Stacey called, turning off the camcorder. What's wrong? Vanessa walked out dressed in green tights under gym shorts, a blousey shirt, and the felt hat we'd bought at Pembroke's. This axe won't stay together, she explained. See? The head of the plastic axe came sliding off the plastic handle even as we spoke. Let me see that, I said, taking it from her. She was right. Nothing I did would keep the axe together. Then I got a bright idea and pulled out the elastic that was holding my hair back in a ponytail. With a few quick twists, I used it to keep the axe and the handle attached. We did that with Marley's Angels when we... Oh, I just pointed into this camera. On Marley's Angels, we did that to keep our candle in the candle holder because it didn't fit perfectly. There's also a spin-off of the spin-off Babysitter's Little Sister called The Kids in Mrs. Coleman's Class. Ooh, I didn't even know that existed. Babysitting is considered a chore, family favor. My mom watches my niece and nephew once or twice a week. Yeah, I was saying this before, but we never were babysat. The family rule was that we had to be watched by a family member. And we were lucky to have family close that could do that. Parents never liked the idea of just having another kid come and watch their kids. So yeah, I definitely see that. It was also like a family thing. And then when I was old enough, I guess I held down the fort with my brother, who isn't too much younger than me, but like, okay, Vanessa, you enter when I count to 3, Stacey instructed her. The video then proceeded smoothly until Vanessa took Snow White, played in the first scene by Caroline Arnold, to the woods. She and her twin sister, Marilyn, traded the black plastic Snow White wig and the blue cloak back and forth in different scenes. I'm sorry, but the Queen has commanded me to get rid of you, said Vanessa to a cowering Snow White. She lifted her axe high into the air as if she were about to strike. Ow! Cried Buddy Barrett, who had been standing off to the side dressed in his Captain Planet costume. Vanessa's plastic axe blade had come loose and gone flying through the air, hitting Buddy on the head. Are you all right? I asked, hurrying to him. I guess, he said sulkily as he rubbed his head. The next scene was terrific. Instead of hunting Snow White, the woodsman just pushed her into the swamp. Vanessa thought of a good way to save the scene. Darn, she said, my axe broke. Now I'll have to push you into the polluted swamp instead. The swamp was a cardboard box covered with some green crepe paper. We taped oil cans and paper cups to it to show that it was polluted. Snow White ducked behind the box. Then Haley Braddock, covered like a mummy in green crepe paper, rose up out of the box where she'd been crouching. "I'll save you, Snow White," she said, pulling her to her feet. Snow White was now Marilyn. Carolyn and Marilyn had switched places with the when they were behind the box. This is like a lot. Multi-generational households sort of make babysitters extra unnecessary. Yeah. Ed Turner's Snow White and the Planeteers, right? 2 are from 1988. The Little Sis, 1982. Wow, these books are over 30 years old. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you for that, Patrick. I appreciate you. From there, Swamp Thing cast a magic spell that sent Snow White spinning into a rainforest where she met up with the 7 Zorbs. We had our blow up palm tree for the forest, and we taped Disney animal characters on the walls. We also draped, I feel like the parents are going to be mad that they taped stuff to the walls. We also draped assorted rubber snakes, birds, and bugs around the room. The Zorbs came marching in, tooting on their plastic whistles. They wore, oh, I can hear it. It gives me a headache thinking about it. The Zorbs came marching in with their whistles. They wore their pointy ears and the paper cone hats we'd made. Marnie toddled in first as Dopey. Then came Margot, wearing a red nose and sneezing into a big whistle. Oh, wait, where was I? A big white handkerchief. That wasn't the word that I said. First time I said whistle. She was sneezy, of course. Matt Braddock sneered as grumpy, and Nicky Pike sucked his finger as bashful. Oh, like a okay. Laurel Kahn played Doc and managed to look very scholarly. Norman Hill was Happy, the dwarf we'd had trouble remembering. I told you guys it was Happy. And his sister Sarah was Sleepy, the part made for Mallory. While the Zorbs were singing Hi Ho, Susie changed into her witch's costume. She presented the polluted apple to Snow White, who was now Carolyn again. Oh boy. Snow White swooned to the floor, her plastic wig tumbled off, but Stacey quickly panned to the Zorbs, coming home from their diamond mines. In this version, they were putting minerals and jewels back into the earth. "She shows all the signs of pollution poisoning," cried Laurel as Doc. "We'd better call Captain Planet." This is exactly what kids would come up with, right? The Zorbs put their plastic rings together, and Buddy Barrett leaped into the room. "I hear your call, Planeteer Zorbs," he said. "How can I assist you?" "You better do something about her," said Sarah Hill, pointing to the floor. "I can see she's in bad shape," Buddy said. "Her hair has even fallen off." As he said that, Carolyn groped on the floor, her eyes still shut tight, and pulled the wig back on. "That's better," Buddy commented. "Aren't you supposed to kiss her?" Laurel Kahn said. Or asked. Buddy glared at her. "No, Captain Planet never kisses anyone. I'll take her to my secret laboratory and give her the antidote to this poison. I want you Zorbs to go get the Wicked Queen. Make sure she never pollutes again." A general cry of "Get the Queen!" arose among the Zorbs. In the next scene, Stacey had to dart around like crazy, trying to keep everyone in the picture as Zorbs ran after the Queen, chasing her through the living room. "Enough!" Susie cried. "You Zorbs win! I won't pollute anymore." She took the fake crown off of her head and handed it to Laurel. "I'll give my crown and all my jewels to help clean up the planet." Everyone clapped. And then Snow White, now Marilyn, returned with the Captain Planet. "Snow White and I are going to stop pollution together from now on," Buddy announced. Captain, honey," Marilyn cried, which wasn't in the script, and planted a kiss on Buddy's cheek. Don't do that without permission, Marilyn. No. Buddy lost no time in wiping it off. Yuck, Snow White, that's gross. It's cheek pollution. Sorry, Marilyn giggled shyly. Then, as we'd planned, the kids crowded together in a group. Hi, Dawn, they shouted. We missed you. Cut, Stacey sang out happily. She took the camcorder from her eye. Perfect. Imagine all the homes. Books have had, and all the future homes that readers will have. Yeah, me too. I like it too. I like the idea that we're giving homes to kind of forgotten books with the whole streaming thing. I like it a lot. All right. This has more stakes than Monster Blood, right? Literally. Ooh, okay. Almost done. One more chapter? Two more chapters. Okay. We're almost there. I'm glad I just didn't break it up into two, because that would have been pretty boring stream if it was the second half of this book without the first half. The clearance section of half-price books is thrown. If no one buys them, no, that makes me sad. Reminds me of when I was in 3rd grade and I made a finger puppet show about a princess who gets lost while walking through the woods, and a doctor helped her find her way home again and got knighted. That's amazing. I remember reading this. I remember writing this this story in probably 5th grade creative writing. That was basically just like, it was basically Indiana Jones, but Indiana Jones was a 10-year-old girl. It was obviously a self-insert character. And Indiana Jones had a pet monkey, because I was really, really obsessed with that movie Monkey Business with Thora Birch on Disney Channel. And they would go around doing Indiana Jones things. It was very strange. I had to have a Friends at the Library sale. I don't know. I'll actually have to look into it. Atlanta Avery. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Atlantic, dun, 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 dun. But it's like my theme song instead of the regular theme song. It's just like that, when somebody plays the Indiana Jones theme on like an out of tune recorder. Do 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 do. I love it. We'll pull up Goodreads now than later. Oh, me pull up Goodreads? I have Goodreads here. We're almost done. Let me just wait until we finish this last chapter or two. All right, this person's handwriting is easier to read. I do also appreciate how they really tried to make the handwriting look like handwriting. It's obviously type font, but they did what they could. It's a little bit crooked. I appreciate it. How we see your logged books. Go to. What you just want me to pull it up? I can show you. Yeah, I get what you mean. Here is the profile. I'm gonna leave it up while I read, because I'm still gonna be up in the corner. If you go here, if you go my books, you can friend me here if you want to just see it whenever. But I have all the books that I've owned, and I'm still in the process of logging all of them. So I'll post a thing when I've actually got them all logged. But I have it set up to be grid so that you can actually see the books. And yeah, this is where I will log. It says it's the My Library All. Right now we have 89 books logged, and that's how I'm keeping track of what we have. I'm too nice. I didn't think I had a reason not to be nice. Did I miss something? um I generally try to be a nice person. um, Chapter 13. Whoops, I can't see what I'm doing now. We all try to be nice, I think. That's not what I wanted. There we go. This has forced me to remember the cringe of sci-fi horror take on Alice in Wonderland. It was part of my 9th grade English class until Jekyll and Hyde novel. Unit on the Jekyll and Hyde novel. I actually love that. I love that we all apparently were very creative, aspiring writers as children. All right, chapter 13, Saturday. Dear Jessi, hi, how are you? Things here are great, but I miss you and everyone a lot. I was missing babysitting too, but now that's changed. I've joined the We Love Kids Club while I'm here. At least I won't be out of practice when I come back. Kids are pretty much the same on the West Coast as they are on the East Coast. They're not built, they don't build children any different. Oh, come on. Nightbot. There we go. Nightbot did it. Thanks, Nightbot. Thanks, Nightbot. You were a real homie. It was cringe because I lost points for being over page count. No! Basically, I have to see it. Oh, you're still seeing it? Wait. It's telling me that it got everything. It should have kicked out everybody right now. It was 6 pages maximum, and I wrote 10 pages. That sounds like my writing style. It's gone. Okay, we got it. It probably just took a second. In fact, I worked on a project with my kids that I think you guys could try. It was so much fun. I couldn't believe the rest of Dawn's letter. Guess what her project was? She made a video with the kids she babysits for. Well, they say great minds think alike. Not only do our great minds think alike, but they thought alike on the same day. Dawn made her video while we were making Snow White. Maybe I should back up and fill you in on a few things before I tell you about Dawn's video adventure. First of all, the We Heart Kids Club is the California version of the BSC. When Dawn first joined the BSC here in Stoneybrook, she wrote her friend Sunny in California about the club, and Sunny couldn't resist starting a club of her own. Not long after the BSC took a trip to California. Not long after that, the BSC took a trip to California and met with the We Heart Kids Club. Unfortunately, Kristy was appalled by how casually the club is run. They don't have officers, and they are not strict about punctuality, and they don't even keep a notebook. They do have an appointment book, though, and they use kid kits, and the We Heart Kids Club has only 3 members, Sunny, Maggie, and Jill. Well, they had only 3 members. Now they have 4. Our Dawn. Anyway, I'm telling you, it's going to turn into a turf war, but for babysitters. Dawn was sitting for 3 kids she'd known for a long time. The Clooney kids, Sally 10, Jenny 8, and Jeanette 6. I tried to guess the other half of the name. Dawn likes the kids a lot, but privately she calls them the clones. That's because they look so much like one another. Each girl has short, curly, dark hair and big brown eyes. When Dawn arrived at their house, the girls were draped across the lawn furniture on the back deck. Ready to go into the pool? She asked. The Clooneys have a large above-ground pool in their yard. We've been in the pool every day, Jenny complained. Dawn... Why did that just get... Okay, my lighting changed. Marianne told Dawn about the video. Yeah, true. True. Um, Dawn tossed her beach towel onto a chair. We don't have to go in then, she said. What else would you like to do? You think of something, Jeanette told her. She's like, I thought of the pool. Dawn tried to think of things we had done while we were visiting. We'd had a blast, but we'd also had one adventure Dawn didn't have at the moment. We'd had transportation advantage that Dawn didn't have. We had transportation. Mr. Schaefer's girlfriend Carol was incredibly generous with her time and chauffeured us when we wanted to go. Dawn didn't always appreciate this because she didn't like Carol at the time, although now things are much better. Flashback to previous book. I'm on board. But thinking about our visit is what gave Dawn her idea. You know what? She said to the kids. My friends haven't been here in a long time. Maybe we could give them a video visit. We could film the neighborhood schools and you and some of the other kids around here, and then send the video to my friends so they can see everyone. That's the official story that keeps out the fact that Marianne told, for sure. Oh man, they have pools in California. Yeah. I have friends so they can see everything. That's exactly what they did. Dawn returned to her house with the girls and found her dad's camcorder. Then she and the kids walked around the neighborhood. Their first stop was the home of two really wild kids named Eric and Ryan. I'm sure this was for Kristy's benefit. She'd babysat for them when we visited. Naturally, Kristy, the conquering babysitter, had been able to manage them in the end, but they gave her a tough time in the beginning. When Dawn and the Clooney girls reached Eric and Ryan's house, they found the boys running around on their front lawn with the in-ground sprinklers on. Ooh, I used to love playing in the sprinklers when I got to. The boys were wearing large, soaking wet t-shirts, colorful knee-length beach jams, and matching oversized sunglasses. And they were wielding Nerf ball master blasters. When they saw the girl approaching, Eric and Ryan assumed battle-ready positions, aiming their blasters at them. Ah! Eric, who is 8, cried, doing his best imitation of Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone. Ah! I can't do the Macaulay Culkin thing. We're under attack! Ready! Aim! Fire! That was a newish movie when this book came out, so I get that reference. Carol 2019 miniseries on BBC One. It was on FX2. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't great either. My co-writer, who I wrote Marley's Angels with, loved that version. I never got all the way through it, but I watched some of it. It is very dark. If you like that, like, fucked up horror thing, it's really fun. The next thing Dawn knew, she was ducking a volley of squishy orange balls. You'll see some wavery shots of sky and trees, Dawn said in her letter, and you'll hear the girls squealing and me yelling, cut it out, put those guns away, you know how I feel about guns. The next stop was the house of a little girl named Steffi, who Mary Ann babysat for. What if Dawn was babysitting for the Tanner family? That would be kind of a funny crossover. Very 90s crossover. Who Mary Ann babysat for while we were on our vacation. When Dawn rang the bell, she came out with her new neighbor and friend, Margie. They were all glad to demonstrate cartwheels, which they just learned to do. Mary Ann will love to see Stephanie looking so healthy and active, Dawn wrote. That's because Steffi has asthma, so she even had an attack while Mary Ann was sitting for her. But Mary Ann learned that her attacks were brought on by emotional stress, not physical activity. Mary Ann and Steffi had grown very close during the trip. They had a lot in common since they'd both lost their mothers at a young age. And both had overprotective fathers. Mr. Spier had been way too protective of Marianne until he met Dawn's mother. Then he loosened up a bit. After Dawn and the clones, I mean the Cloonies, or is their name the Cloons? Is that why they say the clones? I don't know. I don't know how to say the name. Said goodbye to Steffi and Margie. They went to the school Dawn is attending. And then to the elementary school that the Cloons attended. Their final stop was back at Dawn's house for a tour of her home. Jeff, Dawn's younger brother, was there playing checkers with Carol in the kitchen. Jeff and Carol sang the chorus of Uncle John's Band, which is a song by the Grateful Dead. Jeff considers himself a major Deadhead. Mr. Mr. Schaefer waved to the camera. This will be a real blast from the past for you guys, Dawn concluded at the end of her letter. I wanted to keep it a secret and surprise you, but I just couldn't resist telling you it was coming. When I called Mary Ann yesterday, she said there was a surprise coming my way, too. I can't wait. Mary Ann is better at keeping a secret than I am. She wouldn't tell what it was, I guess. I'll just have to be surprised. Boy, would she ever be surprised. As far as I could tell from the date on her letter, it was very... at this very moment, our two videos were probably crossing mid-air as they were flown from one coast to the other. Grateful Dead reference. Great song, too. I was not expecting a Grateful Dead reference. Same. Be surprised if Dawn babysat for the Tanners. It's mentioned that Dawn lived in Northern California. Could have been San Francisco. Yeah, I like to headcanon this. Let's accept it. Let's keep this headcanon. Series of TikToks, Modern Christmas Carol. I love it. We have sky and trees in California. Wow. I think it's mostly just because it's winter, right? Because they're in Connecticut. So I think it's just like, they're like, whoa, it's warm in California? Nice. All right, I think we're down to the last chapter, guys. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Thank you for still being here. I appreciate all of you. I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay. The book or Grateful Dead? Grateful Dead is a band. The book, it's a book about babysitting. BSC, the final chapter. No, it's not that serious. Just the final chapter of this book. Book that needs a little bit of TLC. Bless it. Oh, all the ghosts. Cute. Budget cuts. I love it. Chapter 14. Wait, is it actually the last chapter? I lied. It's the second to last chapter. Sorry. At our next BSC, we only have like, it's a matter of 10-ish pages, I think. 16 pages. We have 16 pages left. We're almost there. At our next BSC meeting on Monday, I sat and waited anxiously, keeping my fingers crossed that Wendy would show up at 5:30. I really didn't want another tense scene between Kristy and Wendy. Since I brought Wendy into the club, I couldn't help but feel responsible for her. You're worried about Wendy, aren't you? Observed Mallory from her spot on my right side. How can you tell? I asked. You haven't taken your eye off the door since you got here. I smiled and turned towards her. How are you feeling? A little better, she said. The resting helps. I just hope I'll feel completely normal soon. Feeling crummy all the time is sort of depressing. I can imagine. At 5:29, I heaved a sigh of relief as Wendy came through Claudia's bedroom door. My smile faded, though, when I saw the look on her face. Her mouth was set in a thin line, and her big brown eyes were narrowed and angry. What's wrong? I whispered as she sat down beside me on the floor. She shrugged. I was having a good time hanging out with some friends of mine. We were having a big Super Mario Brothers tournament. I was winning, and then I just had to drop it and come here. It's important that you're here, I said. To me, a club meeting seemed much more important than winning a video game. But then, I've never been a video game lover. Wendy nodded. Wendy's gonna hate being an adult. Wendy nodded, but she looked unconvinced. At the stroke of 5:30, as usual, Kristy called the meeting to order. I have some business I'd like to get out of the way, she said immediately. First, I spoke to Shannon today, and she's going to be here in a little while, but she'll be late. Second, Wendy, I've heard that you were pretty late for the job at the Pikes the other day. Wendy looked at me sharply, her eyes full of accusation. I told her, Marianne spoke up. I didn't do it to be mean, Wendy, but Kristy is the club president. It's kind of the thing I think she should know about. Or it's the kind of thing I think she should know about. I was 15, maybe 20 minutes late, Wendy said defensively. Jessi was already there. I didn't see the big deal. The big deal is that when parents call here, they know they can count on us in every way, Kristy countered, sniffily. That means they can be confident that they can get out the door when they need to. This business works because we run it in a professional manner. Again, they're 11. This is adorable. And stressful. Wendy opened her mouth to speak, then she closed it and crossed her arms. She seemed undecided about something, but she finally spoke. I don't think this is working out for me. Why is that? Stacey spoke levelly. I think she was hoping to diffuse the tension between Kristy and Wendy. Too many rules, Wendy said. I like to do things in my own way. My own way works for me. Is that all? Claudia asked. No, Wendy admitted. There are other reasons. I don't particularly like the idea that I have to turn all my jobs over to you guys, and I don't really want to have to be here 3 times a week either. It takes up too much time. You knew the rules when you joined, Kristy said. No, actually I didn't, Wendy replied. The meeting I attended was so frantic that no one ever really explained them to me. All I know was that Jessi's crazy about the club, so I figured it must be great, and it's great for you, but not for me. Maybe this has just been an adjustment period, Marianne said. Wendy got to her feet and shook her head. No, I don't think so. I have parents. I have teachers. I don't need a club telling me what to do. She aimed her next remark at Kristy. That's just one too many people bossing me around. Sorry it didn't work out. Bye. Without even looking at me, Wendy left the room. Goodbye, Kristy spat out the words. No offense, Jessi, but I can't believe you and she are friends. Wendy is pretty independent, I said. Like a cat. Just kind of comes and goes when she feels like it. Maybe you finally met your match, Kristy, Stacey laughed. Kristy glared at her. Wendy? Not likely. I don't think there's much value in being completely undisciplined and unable to follow a few simple rules. I agree with Kristy, but also I know what Stacey was getting at. As much as they disliked each other, Kristy and Wendy were both headstrong and determined to do things their own way. They had a lot in common. The difference was that Kristy was a leader and Wendy was a loner. It looks like we're back where we started from, said Marianne. I'm sorry she didn't work out, I told my friends. I feel like I've let you guys down, but honestly, I honestly did think she'd be a good club member. It's okay, Kristy said. You didn't know. You tried. I'm relieved that she quit. If she kept being late like that, we'd have to ask her to leave, and that would have been pretty unpleasant. I had an actual nightmare over that, Marianne said. I had it last night. I dreamed we all had to stand in a circle and tell Wendy why she had to leave. In the dream, I couldn't do anything but cry because I felt so bad for her. My mother says the thing she hates most about her job is when she has to fire someone, Kristy said. But sometimes she just has to. At that moment, Shannon came in. Hi, everybody, she said brightly as she pulled off her jacket. Sorry I'm late, but I had the very last meeting of the Honor Society dinner committee. The dinner is tomorrow. Thank goodness. It was so much work. That's good news, said Claudia, because we just lost our new member. Shannon pulled off her red felt hat and shook out her hair. From what Kristy told me, she wasn't working out too well anyway. When is Dawn coming back? Not for months, Claudia grumbled. That is, if she comes back. She'll be back, Marianne said. Well, listen, I had an idea, Shannon said as she perched on the end of Claudia's bed. Since you guys have been calling me a zillion times every meeting anyway, why don't I just come to the meetings and be the alternate officer until Dawn returns? Then, when she gets back, if you don't need me, I'll go back to my old position as an associate member. That's perfect, Kristy cried. You don't think you'll mind stepping back down? Marianne asked cautiously. How does that Because they were calling her anyway. Wasn't the problem that they needed an additional person? I don't know. You don't mind stepping back down? Marianne asked cautiously. I mean, you know it might be hard. It'll be spring by then, Shannon pointed out. I'll be happy to have the time off to do outdoor stuff. Plus, I'm always really busy with school stuff, and my parents are talking about going to the shore, and I'll probably go to camp again this summer. So I might not even be around then anyway. You can't go, Kristy said urgently. What will we do if we need you? Relax, Stacey laughed. We just solved one problem. Right now, the summer seems very far away. Let's worry about that then. Burn that bridge as we get to it, as my father likes to say. All right, Kristy said with a smile. The phone rang, and then we didn't have a moment to do anything but see who could take each job. That was called in. Shannon was a lifesaver. She took a lot of jobs. We finally seemed to be back on track. Once again, we were the smooth-running BSC I was used to. Not until I was walking toward my house, the fleecy collar of my denim jacket turned up against the wind, and my hands jammed in my pockets, did I think about Wendy again. I had liked her so much when I met her. Did I still like her? She had let me down, and she had been sharp with Kristy, who was a good friend of mine. And now I knew she was unreliable, at least as far as being on time, but I couldn't stop thinking about how much fun I had with her. She was always full of energy and in a good mood. Well, there are some friends you just don't work with. That's what that is. Wendy hadn't done anything terrible to me, and Kristy had treated her in her usual forthright Kristy way. So I'm used to Kristy now that I'm so used to Kristy now that I forgot she takes a little getting used to at first. Mm-hmm. Having a friend who wasn't punctual wasn't the end of the world either. It might be annoying from time to time, but I could live with that. As I climbed the front steps to my house, another thought hit me. Even if I was willing to be friends with Wendy, was she still willing to be friends with me? That's when I knew I really did want to continue my friendship with Wendy. The thought of her not wanting to be my friend anymore made me feel terrible. Hi, Mama greeted me when I entered the living room. She was on the floor building a tower of blocks with Squirt. You look pretty serious, she observed. It's Wendy, I said. Remember when I told you she was going to join the club? Mama nodded. Well, she quit today, and now I'm afraid she won't want to be friends with me anymore. Did she say that? Mama asked. No, we didn't get a chance to talk. Then maybe you should call her, she suggested, and Squirt added the block that sent the tower crashing to the floor. While I was hanging up my jacket, I decided she was right. There was no sense in wondering about it all evening until I saw Wendy at school the next day. I went into the kitchen and punched in Wendy's number. Hi, it's me, Jessi, I said when she picked up the phone. Hi, she said. A terrible, awkward silence hung between us. Just get it over with, she said finally. What? I asked. You're mad at me, right? So just say what you have to say. I'm not mad at you. Oh, this is really behind. I thought you were mad at me. Why should I be mad at you? She asked. I don't know, I admitted. I just figured you hated me and everything connected with the Babysitters Club. No way, Wendy exclaimed. It's not just for me. It's just not for me. But I don't hate it. I don't even hate Kristy, even though she's not my favorite person on earth. The BSC works for you guys, but I couldn't fit into it. That's all. I know where you would have fit in perfectly, I told her, the idea suddenly occurring to me. If you live near Dawn in California, then you'd do well in the babysitting club for them. The We Heart Kids Club is much less formal. Much looser. Kristy was totally appalled by it. That made Wendy laugh. I'll bet she was. I probably would have loved it then. Too bad I don't live in California. No, I'm glad you don't, I said seriously. One good friend in California is plenty. See, what is it? wonder if Nirvana is mentioned. I mean, it's a very 90s thing. I wouldn't be surprised. Reminds me of a TikToker who takes biblical stories to a little extreme. Oh, I know that guy. I love that guy. That guy's so funny. Adrian Bliss, yes. Hilarious. Made Wendy an associate member. Yeah. Or an honorary member. Not sure which title it is. Yeah. The Netflix series, isn't it? Junior Babysitter in Training? Something like that. Probably. I'm so angry. Netflix canceled the show. Aw. That's so sad. Poor Bryn. Well, Mallory and Jessi are junior members. So we don't. So Mallory doesn't find out unless she does in this very last chapter. Oh, it is. It might be. I was about to say she's not going to find out that she has mono in this book. Yeah, Marianne's boyfriend Logan is an associate member. They just call him when they can't call anybody else. Because she has the honor society thing stopping her before. Yeah, that's fair. She has time now. I've never read. Ugh, I can't talk. Apparently, after 1:00 at night, I don't do that very well. I have not read Where the Red Fern Grows. All right, last chapter for real this time, guys. I think, unless I lied again. Nope, last chapter for real. Look out! Mallory screamed as she careened towards Kristy and me, her arms flapping like a crazy bird trying to get off the ground. The roller skates on her feet were spinning full speed. Whoa! Kristy laughed, catching hold of Mal and steadying her. Mallory panted as she worked to keep her balance. It was Saturday, and the members of the BSC had the morning off. By some miracle, not one of us had a job until 4 that afternoon. We had decided to go roller skating in the schoolyard. Oh yeah, they probably never have time to hang out together other than the meetings, right? I've never been good at this, Mallory complained good-naturedly. She pointed to the rollerblade in inline skates on Kristy's feet. And those would knock me cold in about 3 seconds. Nah, you just have to get used to them, Kristy said, tightening her helmet. She pushed off and skated a fast circle around the empty cement basketball court. Stacey and Claudia were also on rollerblades, but they were busy clinging to the chain link fence around the court. Every so often, they would venture out on their skates. Even if they weren't the greatest skaters, they looked terrific. Claudia wore hot pink stirrup pants and a fuzzy pink sweater that made a nice contrast with her neon green tag and helmet. Stacey looked cool as ever in jeans and a short brown leather jacket. Her helmet was black with silver streaks. Shannon, Mal, and I were using regular old roller skates. We were having fun. At least Shannon and I were. Mal was flopping a lot, but she was moving and laughing compared to the droopy Mal of a week ago. This was a good sign. Is it lunchtime yet, Mal asked hopefully. Marianne looked at her watch and nodded. Pizza time. All right, Mallory cried. We took off our skates, left the schoolyard, and began the walk downtown. At Pizza Express, we ordered a large pie with pepperoni. Everyone agreed that the one and only good thing about Dawn being gone was that we didn't have to order half the pie, plain or with veggies, since Dawn doesn't eat veggies. Poor Dawn. I wonder if Dawn got our video yet, I said, wiping the tomato sauce off my chin. We'll probably hear from her when she gets it, said Kristy. After all, we haven't received hers either. In no time flat, the pizza was devoured. I noticed that Mal hadn't finished her slice. Are you alright? I asked her quietly. This is just reminding me of when we played Night in the Woods and I wasn't able to give Angus a slice of pizza and I felt guilty. Yeah, but I started to feel a little strange, just dizzy, she said. I'm okay, though. You probably shouldn't have come out skating, I said. Rest when you get home. Mallory rolled her eyes. I'm rested out. I couldn't care less if I never rest again. But I guess you're right. Skating was probably pushing things a bit. How's Margot Margot doing? I asked her. She's not in jail, if that's what you mean, said Mal. I didn't mean that. I was just kidding, Mallory said. She's fine. You won't believe this, but she thanked me for insisting she tell Mom. She said to thank you too. She knew what she was doing was wrong. She was giving her guilt stomachache. She hasn't had a single one since she gave herself. Great, I said. When we left Pizza Express, we walked together back to Claudia's house. That's where we'd originally met that morning, and each of us had left a jacket or a bag or something there that we now had to receive. As soon as we walked into the door, Claudia spotted a small package wrapped in brown paper sitting on the front hall table. It was addressed to the BSCs. It's from Dawn. It's from Dawn, said Claudia, reading the return address. In a flash, she tore open the paper. It was the video. Play it, Kristy said eagerly. We hurried to the Kishi's living room, and Claude popped in the video into the VCR. It instantly. Dawn's smiling face came on the screen. Hi, guys, she said brightly. Since you can't be in California, I'm bringing it to you. My guests today are Sally, Jenny, and Dinesh. We don't know. I don't know. Our special guests will be, brace yourself, Kristy. Here, Dawn crossed her eyes. Total terror, brace yourself, Kristy. Total terrors, Eric and Ryan, plus the very sweet Stephanie Robertson. We're not sure if they're home yet, but we're going to try to find them. Everyone laughed at Eric and Ryan. Poor Dawn, said Shannon, as the volley of orange Nerf balls flew toward the camera lens. It looks great, said Marianne. I heard a touch of anxiety in her voice. I think she was worried that Dawn was having too good a time. When the video ended, wait, what's happening? Oh, wait, sorry, hang on. Audio issue. Are we still not hearing? I'll go back. Wait, can you guys still not hear? Oh, why did it go so quiet all of a sudden? That's weird. Sorry, guys. Hang on. That should do that. And this should do this. And this should be... I think I know what happened. Hey. Audio. Microphone audio. How are you guys? That didn't do anything, did it? You guys aren't hearing me at all, are you? Barely. Wait, hang on. Okay, hang on. I can go back and start the chapter. Hang on. Why did that happen? That was weird. Okay, hang on, guys. 2 minutes. Might cut out for a second. Did that fix anything? No, it did not. Sorry, guys. Hang on. Uh, Did that? Oh boy. Oh dear. That's... Holy God. That's not helping. Holy God. Oh, we're back. Okay. That's not helping. That was weird. God. Oh, we're back. Okay. That's not... Oh, now it's a feedback loop. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I'm going to turn this here. For some reason, OBS just said, hey, what if I switched to the wrong microphone and then no microphone? I have no idea why. Sorry. Sorry for the jump scare. I have no idea why it did that. That's a new way for things to break. Should I just go back to the beginning of the chapter? How far did people hear? Should I just start again from the beginning of the chapter? You can't... Oh, you can hear. Okay. Thank you guys for telling me. I was just like, oh, yeah, I'm just really engrossed in this book. What could possibly happen in chat for the last chapter? Let me just get through. I think start the chapter because it was fairly early. We lost you. Okay, cool. All right. Just reading to myself over here. Thank you guys. You guys are the best. Okay. Last chapter. We're still being heard. I'm checking my levels. Okay. Look out, Mallory screamed as she careened towards Kristy and me, her arms flapping like a crazy bird trying to get off the ground. The roller skates on her feet were spinning at full speed. Whoa, Kristy laughed, catching hold of Mal and steadying her. Mallory panted as she worked to keep her balance. It was Saturday, and the members of the BSC had the morning off. By some miracle, not one of us had a job until 4 that afternoon, so we had decided to go for roller skating in the schoolyard. I've never been good at this, Mallory complained, good-naturedly. She pointed to the rollerblade inline skates on Kristy's feet, and those would knock me cold in about 3 seconds. Nah, you just have to get used to them, Kristy said, tightening her helmet. She pushed off and skated fast circles around the empty current or cement basketball court, not current. We're still here. I get to experience what it feels like to be in a class firsthand. It was a unique life experience. Sorry. Stacey and Claudia were also on rollerblades, but they were busy clinging to the chain link fence around the court. Every so often, they would venture out on their skates. Even if they weren't the greatest skaters, they looked terrific. Claudia wore hot pink stirrup pants and fuzzy pink sweater that made a nice contrast with her neon green pads and helmet. Stacey looked cool as ever in jeans and a short brown leather jacket. Her helmet was black with silver streaks. So that was the only time it happened in stream? Just that one time, huh? Interesting. Donation goals should be a second display for stream. What? For stream shenanigans, that'll also improve your... You need to be looking at your phone. Yeah, I probably... Well, the thing is, I'm not sure where to put a second monitor, but I'll get there. It wasn't really that I couldn't see the chat. I can see chat from 3 different places right now, actually. It's just that I was engrossed in what I was reading, and I couldn't read 2 things at once. Where it takes place in LA, so I guess Dawn... Never met the Tanners. Oh, sad times. Is it too loud now? It's fine. Okay. Continuing on. Shannon, Mal, and I were using regular old roller skates, but we were having fun at least. At least Shannon and I were. Mal was flopping a lot, but she was moving and laughing. Compared to the droopy Mal of a week ago, this was a good sign. Is it lunchtime yet? Mal asked, hopefully. Mary Ann looked at her watch and nodded. Pizza time. All right, Mallory cried. We took off our skates, left the schoolyard, Why is this now being heard? That's not what I wanted. We took off our skates, left the schoolyard, and began the walk downtown. At Pizza Express, we ordered a large pie with pepperoni. Everyone agreed that the one and only good thing about Dawn's being gone was that we didn't have to order half the pie, plain or with veggies, since Dawn doesn't eat red meat. I wonder if Dawn got our video, I said, wiping tomato sauce off my chin. We'll probably hear from her when she does get it, said Kristy. After all, we haven't received hers either. In no time flat, the pizza was devoured. I noticed that Mal hadn't finished her slice. Are you all right? I asked her quietly. Yeah, but I started to feel a little strange. Just dizzy, she said. I'm okay, though. You probably shouldn't have come out skating, I said. Rest when you get home. Mallory rolled her eyes. I'm rested out. I couldn't care less if I never rest again, but I guess you're right. Skating was probably pushing things a bit. How's Margot doing? I asked her. She's not in jail, if that's what you mean. If that's what you mean, said Mal. I didn't mean that. I was just kidding, Mallory said. She's fine. You won't believe this, but she thanked me for insisting she'd tell Mom. She said to thank you, too. She knew what she was doing was wrong. It was giving her guilt stomach aches. She hasn't had one single one since she gave the stuff back. Said. When we left Pizza Express, we walked together back to Claudia's house. That's where we'd originally met that morning, and each of us had left a jacket or a bag or something there that we now had to retrieve. As soon as we walked in the door, Claudia spotted a small package wrapped in brown paper sitting on the front hall table. It was addressed to the BSC. It's from Dawn, said Claudia, reading the return address. Wait, now I'm frozen? What the fuck? Who doesn't want me to read the last chapter of this book? Why? No, you were just very still. You're back. Okay, I was just very still. All right. Okay, where was I? In a flash, she tore open the paper. It was the video. Play it, Kristy said eagerly. We hurried into the Kishi's living room, and Claudia popped the video into the VCR. Instantly, Dawn's smiling face came onto the screen. Hi, guys, she said brightly. Since you can't be in California, I'm bringing it to you. My guests today are Sally, Jenny, and Jeanette Clooney. Our special guests will be, brace yourself, Kristy. Here, Dawn crossed her eyes. Total terrors, Eric and Ryan, plus the very sweet Stephanie Robertson. We're not sure if they're home yet, but we're going to try to find them. Cool. VCR, yep, it's 1993. Still for a moment we can hear. Okay, now I'm just nervous. Sorry, guys. Thank you. Where was I? I lost my place again. Everyone laughed at Eric and Ryan. Poor Dawn, Shannon said as the volley of orange Nerf balls flew towards the camera lens. She looks great, said Mary Ann. I heard a touch of anxiety in her voice. I think she was worried that Dawn was having too good a time. Managed to shove the whole of California inside a VHS tape? I know, right? Modern technology, am I right? Okay. When the video ended, this is where I was when I realized that I could not be heard. When the video ended, Claudia let her chin drop into her hands. Boy, this makes me miss Dawn even more. We all nodded sadly. It shows she's thinking of us, though, I said. Mostly for Mary Ann's sake. The growing tinge of pink at the tip of her nose told me she was on the verge of tears.
Kristy noticed it too. I say we use some club money to call Dawn, she suggested. Sure, we have enough money. Almost, Stacey agreed. We will by next week anyway. The phone upstairs in Claudia's room began to ring just then. Who could that be? Claudia wondered. She jumped to her feet and ran upstairs. Dawn! She screamed excitedly. We could hear all the way down in the living room. Instantly, we thundered up the stairs to join in on the phone call. We just finished watching your video, Claudia was telling her as we ran into the room. It was great. Claudia cupped her hand around the phone and turned to us. It's Dawn. Duh, said Kristy. She got our video today, Claudia added. She thinks it's hysterical. My friends and I started yelling, let me talk to her. I want to talk to her, all at the same time. Finally, my turn came. Hi, Dawn. Jessi, I couldn't stop laughing, she told me. When Snow White's wig popped off, I thought I would die. I laughed so hard I cried, and I can't believe we both had the same idea at the same time. No nerves, no worries. Thank you. Sweet summer child, wait till you see DVDs, right? I know, it's pretty amazing, I agreed. Actually, Buddy and Susie Barrett first had the idea. Oh, they were a riot. Buddy as Captain Planet was too funny, and Susie was really good. She's growing up. I miss them. They miss you too, I told her. That's why they wanted to make the video, so you wouldn't forget them. I couldn't forget them. Your video was great too, I said. Thanks, but it wasn't nearly as creative as yours. My next one will be better. Next one? Sure, this is a great way to stay in touch. Unexpectedly, I felt a lump form in my throat. You are coming back, aren't you? I managed to say. Jessi, of course I am, she said. Don't worry. Okay. Stacey was dying to get on the phone, so I said goodbye to Dawn and handed Stacey the receiver. Stacey only got to talk for 3 minutes before Claudia, Kristy, Mary Ann, and Shannon started hovering near her trying to hear, giggling and shouting things at Dawn all the while. Do you really think she'll come back? I asked Mallory, who was sitting on the bed. I think so, said Mal. How could she leave friends like this behind? As I looked at my happy, laughing friends, I knew what Mal meant. Dawn would never find a better friend than these. And neither would I. The Babysitters Club was almost back to normal. The actual end. I did it. Move a linear thing into another linear thing, but that can also have random. Yes. We have done it. We have finished. It is 1:38 in the morning. I need to go to bed. Yay, Kermit Arms. Hallelujah. The audio held for take 2. Thank God. Sorry, guys. Of course, the one time I'm like, yeah, we're fine. I don't need to look at chat. I'm just reading my book. And then it's just like, oh, no. We should read the California Diaries to get Dawn's side of events. Yes, we should. We definitely should. A year later before PS1 came out. Ooh, interesting. I really should. I'm going to take some... I'm going to take some gaff tape or some painter's tape or something and fix up this book because it's very loved. It was a really cute book. Decos just wanted to remind you it was still here. Yep. They're very MTV angsty. Oh, I'm so excited. Those will be really fun. I'll keep an eye out. I'm going to go stop by a Goodwill tomorrow and I'll keep an eye out for them. Is a good attitude to have. Am reading book closed for people business. A good attitude unless you're reading said book to a bunch of people on the internet. Otherwise, I'd say, yeah, fine strategy. But I'm going to get off. Happy Sunday, now Monday morning to you guys. If you're just now coming in, it always seems to happen that people come right in right at the end of stream and I feel bad. But you guys know the VOD's available. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on with Maddie to do Kingdom Hearts stream. Kristy's stepsisters. Cute. Yeah, but you never mind. Good night. Thanks for the video. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. yeah, get some rest, everybody. See you. Good night / good morning / good unit of time. I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow for Kingdom Hearts stream with Maddie, and then more read streams, I'm thinking all this week, hopefully. And new videos, obviously. So I'll see you guys soon. As well, looking forward to respectfully memeing your ability to video platform tomorrow. That's fine. No, I know it's hilarious how bad I am at that game. It's really fine. You should read at least one book from all the spinoffs. I should, and I will. I'll keep my eye out for anything that looks any little bit stream interesting to me. So I'll see you guys. I appreciate you. I feel like every time I do this, I'm just doing the Nixon thing, and I don't like that. Anyway, I'll see you guys. We wouldn't have it any other way. Bye! Appreciate you guys.